Reborn in school, repaying debts by hiring the cold school Belle as my maid. Chapter 1, Reborn in high school, saving the school Belle deskmate. You're saying Su Qinxue once had a crush on a guy named Gu Qianchuan. In the dim little room, Gu Qianchuan, dressed sharply in a suit, looked at the weary woman before him with disbelief. Yes, she replied. I don't believe it. Do you have any proof? Today, Gu Qianchuan was attending the funeral of his former school Belle, Su Qinxue. A few days ago, he received news of her passing. His feelings upon hearing it were hard to describe, not exactly devastated, but far from indifferent. Though they hadn't been especially close, the sudden death of a classmate who had sat beside him for 3 whole years in high school stirred something deep inside. It felt like a weight lodged in his chest. Originally, he had only come to pay silent respects. But he hadn't expected to be approached by Su Qinxue's mother, Feng Nan. Are you Su Qinxue's high school classmate? She had asked. Do you know a boy named Gu Qianchuan? Startled, Gu Qianchuan had nodded silently, unsure how she knew his name. Wonderful. This is Su Qinxue's diary, she said, her voice trembling. Would you mind giving it to Gu Qianchuan for me? Tears welled up in her eyes. When Xue fell ill, she told me that she'd only ever liked one boy in her life, her deskmate in high school, Gu Qianchuan. But she always said she wasn't good enough for him. His family was wealthy, so wealthy that he could casually toss away a game console worth over 20,000 yuan. After that incident, her pride was shattered. Even after graduating college, she worked herself to the bone trying to make up for what she thought she lacked in her youth. But her health just couldn't keep up. If you could give this to Gu Qianchuan, it would help put Xue's regrets to rest. After placing the diary in Gu Qianchuan's hands and saying a few more words, Su's mother left to greet other guests. Su Qinxue liked me. Gu Qianchuan stood in a daze, diary in hand, lost in thought. Su Qinxue had been his deskmate in high school. They sat together in the last row by the window, she on the inside, he on the outside. She was the top student in the grade, he ranked at the very bottom. She was a quiet, ethereal goddess who seemed to exist above the noise and grime of the world, beloved by both teachers and classmates. Everyone in class had admired her at some point, including Gu Qianchuan. He, on the other hand, was the rebellious loner who spent every class playing games at the back of the room, a god-tier slacker in his own right. They didn't seem to belong in the same world. Eventually, Gu Qianchuan gave up on the idea of getting close to her. He ran his fingers over the diary. On the cover were 3 delicate characters, Su Qinxue. The ink had faded with time. He flipped to the first page. September 14, 2015, sunny. During PE today, all the boys were playing basketball. Only Qianchuan Ji was practicing soccer shots alone. He really loves soccer. Even by himself, he played the whole class. But I was there to keep him company. Back then, basketball was far more popular than soccer. And even among soccer fans, most only liked watching games. A guy like Gu Qianchuan, who not only loved playing but insisted on playing alone, he was a rare breed, an oddball. A loner in the corner of the world, even loneliness laughed at his loneliness. Even though they were deskmates, they had little interaction. And yet, Su Qinxue had noticed him. Called him Qianchuan Ji in her diary. If her mother hadn't handed over the diary herself, Gu Qianchuan might thought it was fake. September 15, 2015, rainy. Qianchuan Ji came early again today. He brought breakfast for Jiang Xiao. So that's why he has been coming early recently. Seeing him smile at her, I really wanted to rush up and confess. Tell him not to like her. But I'm not good enough to date him. Jiang Xiao had also been a classmate of theirs, not as stunning as Su Qinxue, but outgoing and friendly. The girl next door type who got along with everyone. She and Gu Qianchuan had been classmates since junior high. And back then, he had been one of her many simps. Even now, the thought of her still made him angry. She had strung him along for 6 whole years, accepting countless gifts. Every time he confessed, she would say, I'm not ready for a relationship, but you're my best guy friend. Then, right after graduation, she ran off with a jock from the next class. September 16, 2015, rainy. Qianchuan Ji came early again. I almost got caught slipping him chocolate. But he seemed to really like the ones I picked. He kept them on his desk all through morning reading and only ate them afterward. He. Tucked inside the diary was a wrapper from a cheap chocolate candy. Back in high school, Gu Qianchuan would sometimes find a random chocolate under his desk. They were the unbranded kind, 5 mao for 2 pieces, but sweet and intricately wrapped in gold foil to resemble tiny soccer balls. At the time, he assumed they came from Jiang Xiao. Once, he even hinted at it, and Jiang Xiao had smiled mysteriously. But now that he thought about it, how could she possibly know he liked soccer and chocolate? She just used that to keep him on a leash. The only person who could slip those chocolates under his desk without him noticing was his deskmate, Su Qinxue. September 17, 2015. Sunny. My little brother is doing a bit better. Tomorrow is his birthday. He said it's boring being in the hospital, and he wishes he had a game console to play with like the one Qianchuan Ji always plays in class. September 18, 2015. Rainy. I mustered up the courage to ask Qianchuan Ji if I could borrow his console. He was really kind and lent it to me without hesitation. Also, he left a candy wrapper on the table, which I secretly kept. September 20, 2015. Sunny. Qianchuan Ji said I couldn't afford to replace it and threw the receipt in my face. I had no idea the console he casually tossed into the trash was worth 20,000 yuan. I'm not worthy of him. Now that he thought of it, just a few days ago, one of Gu Qianchuan's old bank cards had mysteriously received a 20,000 yuan deposit. It was a card he hadn't touched since high school. At the time, he hadn't given it much thought, figured his parents had sent him some pocket money. But opening his mobile banking app now, he saw the sender's name, Su Qinxue. In a daze, Gu Qianchuan somehow made it home with the diary. He recalled how Su Qinxue had shown up at his house with the broken game console. At the time, he just lost a ranked match in League of Legends and was in the middle of raging with his teammates. Without thinking, he told her, if it's broken, just toss it. It's not like you can afford to replace it anyway. Looking back, that one careless sentence had deeply wounded her pride. After that day, they stopped speaking altogether. Gu Qianchuan was born privileged, his kind always seemed destined to succeed. But to a girl like Su Qinxue, that gulf between them had been impossible to bridge. Now, realizing he had unknowingly hurt such a precious girl, and remembering how he squandered his youth, Gu Qianchuan could barely breathe. But it was too late now. He was already 28. His parents were pressuring him to get married, and it was time to think seriously about his future. A crushing guilt swallowed him whole. In the pitch-black void of his mind, his body kept sinking deeper and deeper, with no end in sight. O'er my head. Gu Qianchuan groaned, regaining consciousness. Once awake, he quickly looked around the room. Posters of Tokyo Ghoul, League of Legends figurines, a PC case themed after Ayanami Rei. This was exactly what his teenage room used to look like. On his desk sat a worn pink diary, completely out of place in this gamer's haven. No way. He sat up with a pounding headache and pulled the curtains open. Outside, the sun was just beginning to rise. Alone in the room, he reached into his pocket and pulled out an iPhone 5S. Had he been reborn? Just to be sure, he turned on the phone and checked the date. Sunday, September 20, 2015. He had been reborn back to a day in his 3rd year of high school. And the diary had come with him. Wait a second, this date. It was today. The very day Su Qinxue would show up to apologize for her little brother accidentally breaking his console. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Gu Qianchuan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and his eyes grew firm. Chapter 2, Her little brother broke my console, now the Ice Queen has to wear a maid outfit to repay me. I'm coming. When Gu Qianchuan opened the door, he finally saw the living, breathing Su Qinxue. She wore the standard blue and white school uniform top and black shorts. Just a basic outfit, nothing special yet on her, it looked like something entirely different. Maybe the shirt was a size too small, because the fabric around her chest looked like it was about to burst from the strain. The summer uniform shorts stopped halfway down her thighs, leaving her long, porcelain legs fully exposed to the eye. Where the edge of the shorts hugged her thighs, her skin dipped slightly inward, soft and smooth like jade under pressure. With refined, symmetrical features and that stunning face, her slightly pouted lips were the color of sakura petals, soft and pink, like freshly peeled lychee. No wonder Su Qinxue remained the undefeated champion of the school's most beautiful girl rankings, even with her cold and aloof personality. In high school, looks were everything. "Come in," Gu Qianchuan said, snapping himself out of his daze. But Su Qinxue didn't move. She stood hesitantly at the entrance and pulled a PS4 out of her worn, faded blue backpack. I'm sorry, Gu Qianchuan. My little brother accidentally broke your game console. There was a visible crack across the screen. Can this be fixed? I can pay for the repairs. Gu Qianchuan frowned deliberately and took the console from her, pretending to inspect it carefully. Su Qinxue stood there nervously, watching his every move. She didn't know how much the console was worth, but since he was the only one in their class who dared bring one to school, she knew it had to be expensive far beyond what she could afford. If it could be repaired, fine. If not, it's beyond repair, Gu Qianchuan said with a shake of his head. Su Qinxue's already pale face turned ghost white. Can I ask, how much does it cost? Even knowing it would be a price far out of her reach, she still bit her lip and asked. A regular PS4 goes for around 2,000 yuan on the market, he said. But this one? It's a limited edition my parents bought overseas. Much more expensive. Here, take a look. This is the original receipt. He pulled out a pre-prepared invoice and handed it to her. 5 digits. Reading the bold, black numbers on the white paper, Su Qinxue's knees buckled. A 2,000 yuan console was already way too much for her family. But over 20,000. Her father had been missing for years, her little brother was terminally ill and lived in the hospital, and her mother was working 2 jobs, an office job by day, a hot pot restaurant by night, just to keep their household afloat. Anyway, come inside. Let us sit down and figure out how you're going to repay this. Gu Qianchuan said it casually as he walked into the living room, glancing back to make sure she followed. This time, he wasn't going to repeat the mistakes of his previous life. If you're scared, you don't have to come in, he added. But then we'll have to call the police to settle this debt. The mention of the police made Su Qinxue's lips go pale. Her family situation couldn't handle another blow. Her only shot at changing their fate was doing well in school. She couldn't afford to mess up now. She stood at the entrance, hesitating. Gu Qianchuan seemed rough, but he wouldn't actually do anything out of line, right? With that in mind, she stepped into the living room. There's the sofa. Have a seat. Gu Qianchuan handed her a pair of indoor slippers and pointed to the couch. Su Qinxue didn't dare disobey. She quietly put them on and sat where he told her. On the sofa's armrest sat a neatly folded outfit. Click. The sound of the front door locking made her heart skip a beat. Was he afraid she might run? The receipt's right there on the table, Gu Qianchuan said. Take your time and look. Total price was 20,299. I'll round it down, call it an even 20,000. So, when can you pay me back? I'm really sorry, Gu Qianchuan. My family just can't come up with that kind of money right now. Can I pay you back after I get into university? There was no way her family could afford this. And as a high school student, she couldn't just drop everything and start working. Nope, he said flatly. That's way too long to wait. And how do I know you'll even be able to pay me back by then? He rejected her plan outright. There was no way he'd let her delay the debt until after the college entrance exams. But, he said slowly, if you want to make a deal, I might be open to negotiation. Really? Yeah. But before we discuss terms, I want you to change into that outfit first. He pointed to the clothes beside her. Only then did Su Qinxue realize what it was. A maid outfit. Just touching the fabric, she could tell it was worlds apart from her cheap school uniform, smooth, soft, clearly custom made. But the moment she entered the bathroom to change, regret hit her like a freight train. Because this outfit wasn't like the ones she'd seen on TV. Though styled like a classic European maid uniform, it featured a deep, sheer V-cut in the front exposing the northern hemisphere with ease. It fit her perfectly, but the design left her completely unsettled. Lace trim ran down from the collar to the waist, adorned with small flowers. The skirt had a layer of sheer white mesh, offering a teasing glimpse of her legs beneath. For someone as modest and reserved as Su Qinxue, the outfit was a complete violation of her comfort zone. But she had no choice. When she finally emerged, hugging a teddy bear tightly to her chest, she didn't say a word, just glared at Gu Qianchuan with embarrassment and silent fury. "Not bad," Gu Qianchuan said, resting his chin in one hand as he walked a slow circle around her. This was a custom-made outfit he ordered with a two-dimensional, anime-inspired design. Now that he saw her in it, wow. Who would have guessed that under her school uniform, Su Qinxue was hiding this kind of figure? And she was only in senior year? That size, he estimated at least a C+ cup. Possibly more. "I put it on," she said, hugging herself tighter. "Now can I extend the repayment deadline until after university?" "Nope." "But you said. You promised I just had to wear this and you'd agree." "I said we'd talk about it after you changed." "I never promised I'd say yes." Gu Qianchuan shrugged, completely shameless. "Honestly, I don't really need the money. So maybe you can think of other ways to repay me?" "Other ways?" Su Qinxue wasn't stupid. She knew exactly what he meant by other ways. She had no money, no connections, nothing of value, so what else could she possibly offer? Especially with that sly grin on Gu Qianchuan's face. She quickly turned her gaze away, her pale cheeks blushing bright red. I can't think of anything, so, Gu Qianchuan, how about you decide? Whatever it takes to pay this back, just name it." "I'll do anything." The classic line slipped from her lips before she could stop herself. "Oh? Anything, huh?" Gu Qianchuan grinned. He'd been waiting for her to say those exact words. Chapter 3, Taking a set of photos for the cool schoolgirl. To be honest, Gu Qianchuan asked Su Qinxue to change into a maid outfit in his house, and Su Qinxue did not say she would call the police, which was beyond his expectation. Maybe it's because this girl had a crush on me before, so she is more tolerant? Suqiao University campus beauty, we are desk mates after all, and I don't really want to make things difficult for you. Although he said this, Gu Qianchuan smiled wickedly and reached out to pat the girl's smooth shoulders. Su Qinxue was so scared that she quickly hugged her chest and shrank back. "But this is not a small amount of money. I can't just forgive your debt with a wave of my hand, right? However, this outfit just happens to suit you. My house is quite big, and I live alone, so I can't take care of it. You come to my house as a maid, just consider it as paying off your debt." As he spoke, Gu Qianchuan took out the contract he had prepared in advance and handed it to Su Qinxue. Gu Qianchuan now has two places where he lives permanently. One is the Gu family residence in the suburbs of S City. The family will return to their villa to live during holidays. The other place is a high-end apartment in the city, because the big villa in the suburbs is too far away from the school. Even if the housekeeper comes to the school to pick up and drop off every day, it is still inconvenient to go to and from school. So his father Gu Yun directly bought him a high-end apartment close to the school, a 150 square meter two-story design, which is where they are now. Su Qinxue took the contract. She had no way to escape, so she could only calm down and look at the contract handed over by Gu Qianchuan to see if it was a trap contract with some unfair terms. As a result, the first major requirement of the contract was that the maid could not disobey the master's orders while working. This is not an unfair clause, it is clearly a contract of sale. Are you serious about the requirements of this contract? Even though Gu Qianchuan was the white moonlight in her heart, Su Qinxue could not accept such terms. "Did you finish reading it?" "No, but I can't accept the first one alone." Su Qinxue glanced at the contract, then at her maid outfit, which did not conform to the stereotype, and everything was self-evident. "Let me make this clear in advance. Even if you don't sign this contract, you can't escape the money for this game console. It's better to be patient and read the contract first before making a decision." Gu Qianchuan reminded Su Qinxue again that she had no way out. Su Qinxue calmed down again and browsed the two large pages in her hands. Although the first clause of the contract states that the maid cannot disobey the master's orders during her work, it seems like Su Qinxue is asking her to sell the maid to Gu Qianchuan. But the following regulations also clearly stated that Gu Qianchuan would not force her to do anything illegal or criminal. The only mandatory task that Su Qinxue had to complete every day was to come to Gu Qianchuan's house to clean every weekend, when Gu Qianchuan would ask her to help him with his homework. Just with this, your monthly salary can be 5,000 yuan without tax deduction. Of the 5,000, Gu Qianchuan paid her 1,000 as salary every month, and 4,000 was used to repay Gu Qianchuan's debts. I can pay off Gu Qianchuan's debt before the college entrance examination. Su Qinxue had thought about studying while working part-time to supplement the family income. But in 2015, even in the most prosperous city in province, the part-time job could only earn a little over 3,000 yuan for a month of intensive screw driving. As for a nanny, you have to live directly in your employer's home and help take care of the children day and night. The salary may not be as high as that of a hired hand, because such a nanny who helps take care of the children usually has food and accommodation provided. So after Su Qinxue finished her classes during the day and had homework at night, she couldn't spare much time and energy to do a part-time job. She could barely afford this job because of the salary. But given her current condition, is she really qualified to work for Gu Qianchuan and earn a salary far higher than a part-time job elsewhere? In this regard, Su Qinxue was in a dilemma. Don't think too much. My dad just urged me to find a new nanny and you just happened to be here today. Gu Qianchuan saw the girl's embarrassment at a glance. And Gu Qianchuan really didn't lie. The reason why his father urged him to find a servant who could take care of the house was because the former nanny had gone home to take care of the children, and he was afraid that Gu Qianchuan would turn the house into a doghouse by himself. After hearing Gu Qianchuan's slightly arrogant words, Su Qinxue's heart moved slightly. Is he worried about me? That's impossible. Gu Qianchuan will only keep his tenderness for Jiang Xiao. I'd better stop imagining. I'll sign. Su Qinxue no longer hesitated and signed her name on the 2 pieces of paper. Okay, now please stand on the balcony. I'm going to take a set of photos of you to prove that you are now my maid, Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan took out his cell phone and prepared to take a group of photos of the school beauty in maid outfit. If you default on your debt or break your contract in the future, I will expose the fact that you worked as a maid in my house. Do you have any objection? No. How could Su Qinxue dare to have any objection? Gu Qianchuan focused his cell phone camera on Su Qinxue. The school belle is worthy of being a school belle. Gu Qianchuan's camera didn't use any beautification mode, but her beauty is still so stunning that it will make people stunned. If you look closely, you can see that Su Qinxue's hair in the picture is very messy, which, combined with her pure face, gives her a kind of messy beauty, yet also a little bit shy. He remembered that when he first brought her home, the campus beauty's hair was still very smooth. Did she mess up her clothes on purpose when she was changing just now in order to reduce Gu Qianchuan's interest in her? I don't like this hairstyle. Can you tie a ponytail? Meeting. Then tie your hair into 2 ponytails and see how it goes. Gu Qianchuan felt that Su Qinxue's messy and reluctant look in the photo made her look like she was being threatened. If Gu Qianchuan is sued, the photos in his phone might be used as evidence. So Gu Qianchuan had to make the photo look better, and at the same time make it look like Su Qinxue was volunteering to be his maid. Su Qinxue has a strong sense of contract. Now it's working hours, and as a maid, she can't refuse Gu Qianchuan's serious request of just changing her hairstyle. So she went back to the sofa, took out 2 hair ties from her changed school pants, and tied her hair up. After her deliberately messy hair was turned back into twin ponytails, the girl in the maid outfit looked a lot fresher. Double ponytails are indeed a good hairstyle. It not only looks good, but also shows the vitality of young girls. It is also easy to use and can show the vitality of young girls. Well, change your posture, take your hands away from your chest, stand by the window, make a scissors hand gesture, and smile again. After Su Qinxue tied her hair, Gu Qianchuan made further requests. Can we just stay like this? I won't cover my face. Su Qinxue was still not used to the maid outfit she was wearing. It was too advanced for her. No, I just want you to change your position. Is this request still within the normal range of the contract? Gu Qianchuan was not moved by the girl's pitiful expression. Su Qinxue could only resign herself to her fate and took her hand away, then made a yeah gesture with both hands. Gu Qianchuan felt his nose itchy as he looked at Su Qinxue, who was totally different from the cold and aloof school beauty in his impression. He felt that if this continued, he would be the first to betray the spirit of the contract, so Gu Qianchuan quickly pointed the camera at Su Qinxue and took a full set of 360-degree photos, leaving evidence that Su Qinxue was working as a maid in his house. Gu Qianchuan looked at the girl in the photo who was making the yeah gesture with both hands and had an unnatural smile, and he had the illusion that he was forcing a good family to fall into evil. Chapter 4, Encountering a Green Tea Girlfriend and Killing Her Easily. Just clean up today and you can leave. After saving the entire set of photos, Gu Qianchuan asked Su Qinxue to clean the room. It is not easy to clean a 150 square meter 2-story apartment. But just for cleaning every week, she could get a salary that she couldn't get even after working in the factory for a month, which made Su Qinxue feel that she still owed Gu Qianchuan a little. Today she cleaned the whole house very carefully, which took her 4 hours. She even almost took down the windows to wash them. Even with the air conditioner on, Su Qinxue sweated a lot while working in a maid outfit. Finally, before leaving, she washed the maid outfit that she had just worn for a short time. I don't know if she was afraid that Gu Qianchuan would use it to do something bad. Your dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful thing. Hello. Gu Qianchuan's phone rang, and he answered the call without waiting for JJ Lin to finish singing. Hey son, didn't I say a few days ago that I would arrange a new nanny for you? How is your thinking? Do you need me to help you choose? The voice of my father Ji Yuyan came from the phone, and he sounded younger than I remembered. Don't worry, Dad. I found the right person. Gu Qianchuan quickly said that he did not need Ji Yuyan's help. By the way, Dad, I plan to go home this Saturday. Gu Qianchuan and his classmates only have a little break time every week in high school, and he usually doesn't go back to the mansion on weekends. But it is a rare opportunity to be reborn, so Gu Qianchuan naturally wants to go back and see his father at this age. Well, then you tell me a time and I'll ask Uncle Ji to pick you up. Night. Gu Qianchuan roughly browsed through the diary left by the future Su Qinxue and learned a lot about her and her habits. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan misjudged the right person and wasted too much energy on Jiang Xiao, which resulted in him falling just short of the undergraduate line in the college entrance examination, thus missing out on an outstanding girl who liked him. In his new life, Gu Qianchuan plans to take the college entrance examination seriously, get into a good university, and live a wonderful life. Before he knew it, it was already late at night. Gu Qianchuan set the alarm clock as usual and fell into a drowsy dream. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Gu Qianchuan climbed out of bed with difficulty at the urging of the alarm clock. Today is Monday. Gu Qianchuan, who was reborn as 18 years old, would not be so stupid as to forget that he is now a student. This rebirth is not all good. In Gu Qianchuan's previous life, he worked for his father, in a mediocre position with nothing to do. I work from 9 to 5 every day, and I live close to the company, so I have time to cook a bowl of noodles when I get up at 8 in the morning. I have taken good care of my biological clock, but now I find myself back in high school, having to get up before dawn. Naturally, I am too sleepy to even open my eyes. After putting on his school uniform and going out to have a quick breakfast, Gu Qianchuan headed straight for Blue Ocean Middle School. After enjoying the delicious expressions of the boarding students as they just got up and started doing morning exercises on the way, Gu Qianchuan headed towards the classroom. When he opened the classroom door, Su Qinxue was taking homework out of her school bag, and there was a small steamed bun on her desk. After seeing Gu Qianchuan come in, Su Qinxue put the steamed buns on the table into her school bag, as if the steamed buns were something shameful. Is this all you eat in the morning? When Gu Qianchuan saw Su Qinxue's little action, he narrowed his eyes slightly. The diary wrote that Su Qinxue ate very frugally for breakfast and lunch in order to save money. How can a high school student who is still growing have enough energy to attend class if he only eats a steamed bun in the morning? Not to mention that this steamed bun is not even as big as Gu Qianchuan's fist. It seems that Su Qinxue died of overwork in the future, or perhaps it was because she was too frugal in her diet, which made her body too weak. Su Qinxue did not answer Gu Qianchuan's question, but just buried her head, like an ostrich in defensive form. She doesn't like others to see her inferiority complex, especially showing it to the boy she likes. Gu Qianchuan said nothing, just put down his school bag and walked out of the classroom. At this point in time, the cafeteria is open, so it goes without saying what Gu Qianchuan is going to do next. Auntie, give me 2 meat buns. Okay, $3. At this moment, the boarding students had just finished the school's inhuman morning exercises and were starving. There were long queues at every breakfast window. By the time it was Gu Qianchuan's turn, there were only a few meat buns left. Hey, Gu Qianchuan. As soon as I reached the classroom door, a girl called me in a sharp voice. Gu Qianchuan still remembers this girl. She is Jiang Xiao's best friend Liu. Still remember in the previous life, when Gu Qianchuan was deeply devastated by being rejected by Jiang Xiao, Liu found Gu Qianchuan and told him that she could be his military advisor and help him to connect with Jiang Xiao. But in fact, Liu had no intention of helping him at all. She just wanted to trick Gu Qianchuan into giving tribute to Jiang Xiao, and as her best friend, she could also make a lot of money. You only went to the cafeteria to buy 2 buns today. How can that be enough for the 2 of us? Like this time, Liu told Gu Qianchuan that Jiang Xiao had quarreled with her mother and was in a bad mood recently, and persuaded Gu Qianchuan to bring breakfast for them, which would definitely move her. Regardless of the truth of this matter, Gu Qianchuan will never be the scapegoat again in this life. This is my own breakfast. What about ours? I didn't bring any. Go buy your own breakfast. Gu Qianchuan was afraid that the buns would get cold and taste bad and wanted to leave, but Liu stood in front of Gu Qianchuan and refused to give in. What do you mean? Didn't I tell you that Yao Yao had a fight with her mother and her mother didn't make breakfast for her? What does that have to do with me? Are you stupid? Yao Yao's mother doesn't make breakfast for her. Now you just need to bring her breakfast every morning. Isn't it easy for her to be your girlfriend? Liu pointed at Gu Qianchuan's nose and wanted to get angry, but thinking that they were here or in front of the classroom door, she held it back. Then she pointed to the second row against the wall in the classroom. Gu Qianchuan followed the direction she pointed and saw Jiang Xiao in the distance. I have to say that although Gu Qianchuan's judgment of people is not good, his aesthetic sense is still good. Clear and bright pupils, curved eyebrows, long eyelashes trembling slightly, and red lips as tender as rose petals, probably because she was wearing tinted lipstick. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan was deceived by Jiang Xiao's pure appearance. After graduation, he found out that this woman's first choice was actually a sports student from the next class, and Gu Qianchuan could only be considered a spare tire. Jiang Xiao clearly did not go to the cafeteria to eat breakfast, but had already returned to the classroom. It was obvious at first glance that she was waiting for someone to offer him tribute, so Gu Qianchuan would definitely not be able to do as she wished. Yao Yao is sitting over there waiting. You can't let her go to class hungry in the morning. If you really can't, just give us these 2 buns as an apology for your negligence this morning. Gu Qianchuan felt that Liu was so shameless that she even wanted to snatch his buns at this time. What did Gu Qianchuan do wrong that he should apologize to these 2 people? No need. I don't plan to pursue her anymore. After saying that, Gu Qianchuan turned around and walked into the classroom with 2 steaming meat buns. Living his life over again, he has decided to draw a clear line between himself and Jiang Xiao and concentrate on his own life. Chapter 5, Eating the Buns of the Cool School Beauty. After shaking off Liu, Gu Qianchuan returned to his seat. Now students have entered the classroom one after another. If Gu Qianchuan remembers correctly, there are still 15 minutes before the morning reading time starts. When Gu Qianchuan returned to his seat, Su Qinxue was still organizing her notes. I secretly took a peek into her drawer and saw the steamed buns were still there. Gu Qianchuan learned from reading Su Qinxue's diary last night that Su Qinxue only ate 1 steamed bun every day, and in order to prevent herself from being too hungry during the last 2 classes in the morning, she usually waited until the end of the first class before secretly eating the steamed bun. Eat your breakfast quickly. After Gu Qianchuan apologized in his heart for interrupting Su Qinxue's studies, he threw the 2 buns he had just bought on Su Qinxue's desk. I've eaten, thank you. Su Qinxue pushed the bun given by Gu Qianchuan back to Gu Qianchuan's desk with an expressionless face. The girl's arms are very slender and her hands look smooth and tender. The only flaw is that there seems to be a small callus on the palm of her hand. Gu Qianchuan knew that in order to share her mother's pressure, Su Qinxue took on all the housework when she was at home. The calluses on her palms showed that she did a lot of work on a daily basis. Eat it. Then what is this? Gu Qianchuan didn't say much. He directly snatched the steamed bun that Su Qinxue had placed on the desk and took a big bite. I want to eat this fresh big steamed bun today, so hurry up and eat those 2 buns. As he spoke, Gu Qianchuan took another bite of Su Qinxue's steamed bun. Su Qinxue's steamed bun is still a little warm and soft, not bad. Speaking of which, The last time Gu Qianchuan ate steamed buns seemed to be when he was a child. At that time, his father Gu Yun ran a steel mill. When he was a child, Gu Qianchuan would occasionally have the same breakfast as the workers, and could eat 3 white flour buns in one meal. Later, Gu Yun keenly noticed the changes of the times and switched to the field of internet and high tech. After the Gu family became more prosperous, Gu Qianchuan never saw steamed buns for breakfast again. After all, no matter how delicious the steamed buns are, can they be better than the breakfast prepared by his servants? The steamed buns were not big, and Gu Qianchuan finished them in 2 or 3 bites. Looking back, he saw that Su Qinxue still hadn't eaten the buns he bought, but was staring at him pitifully as he wiped his mouth. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat the buns, or you will be a maid in my house." When Gu Qianchuan said this, he deliberately raised his voice a little, but not loud enough for other students in the class to hear. Gu Qianchuan's move scared Su Qinxue. Gu Qianchuan still has a set of pictures of her wearing that embarrassing maid outfit in his phone. If the fact that she worked as a maid in Gu Qianchuan's house were to be exposed, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Su Qinxue quickly opened the plastic bag, brought the bun to her mouth, and took a small bite. The buns sold in the school cafeteria are very good. They are big in size and have a generous amount of meat filling. Su Qinxue tasted the meat filling at the first bite. The delicious meaty aroma spread in her mouth, and her eyes lit up. At this distance, Gu Qianchuan could see the girl's face more clearly. Long eyelashes, big watery eyes, and a small upturned nose. "I love him no matter how I look at him." Living in such a difficult environment for many years made Su Qinxue's figure become very slim. Although she was about 165 centimeters tall and had a fairly round chest, Gu Qianchuan estimated that she probably weighed only 40 kilograms. Even for girls who desperately want to lose weight, 40 kilograms is not an ideal weight. Being too thin can make people prone to anemia and weakness. According to scientific calculations, the standard weight for a person with a height of 165 centimeters is about 57 kilograms. If you want to look slim and beautiful, you need to weigh at least 50 kilograms. Su Qinxue's current condition was really unhealthy, so Gu Qianchuan decided to find a way to make the girl eat well for every meal and get away from the dangerous weight. The girl ate the first bun very carefully and seemed a little reluctant to eat it. Then she glanced at the clock on the wall and found that morning reading was about to begin, so she devoured the second one. Looking at Su Qinxue's cheeks bulging when she was eating buns, making her look like a little hamster, Gu Qianchuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After noticing Gu Qianchuan's gaze, Su Qinxue quickly lowered her head and pretended to read a book. Unfortunately, the red earlobes had already betrayed the shy girl. When the bell rang for class, Gu Qianchuan stopped teasing Su Qinxue and turned his attention to the book. Today's morning reading class is English morning reading. The English teacher is the head teacher of their senior grade 3 class 7. His name is Jiang Yonghui, a 45-year-old Mediterranean. After Jiang Yonghui walked into the classroom, many students who were still telling jokes became quiet. According to everyone's stereotype, most teachers who teach English are young female teachers. For example, there are 2 liberal arts classes next to them. The teacher is a beautiful English teacher who is less than 30 years old. She is very popular in the whole school, like an idol. Gu Qianchuan remembered that he had seen many comments under the videos of beautiful teachers on the internet saying, "If I had a teacher like this, I would easily get high scores in English." But in fact, the 2 classes taught by the beautiful teacher were both at the bottom of the grade. Gu Qianchuan, who sat in the last row by the window, could occasionally hear her swearing during class. "I will write today's morning reading on the blackboard first, and then leave 10 minutes for dictation of words at the end." Everyone who has attended high school knows that the teacher will finish teaching the entire high school textbook content in the first and second years of high school, and the third year of high school is a comprehensive review for the entire year. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan was the last in his grade. After he entered the third year of high school, all the other subject teachers gave up on him. Only the class teacher Jiang Yonghui still maintained strict standards for Gu Qianchuan. He would confiscate his mobile phone and advise him to start working hard now so that he might be able to get into college. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Gu Qianchuan suddenly came to his senses during the 100 days oath-taking ceremony. Even though he worked hard for 100 days, he was still just a hair's breadth away from the undergraduate line. As morning reading began, Gu Qianchuan opened the English book in his hand, which had no notes on it and looked like a brand new one. It's funny to say that just after the college entrance examination, Gu Qianchuan still thought that since his family was rich, he could just pay to go abroad to study at a university. Later he found out that with his junior college degree and his failed English test, it was not convenient for him to go abroad to gain experience. Besides, his father Ji Yun was embarrassed to let him work in his own company with only a junior college diploma. Later, Gu Qianchuan honestly went to college, and after attending a private undergraduate school, he took the CET for exam. Gu Qianchuan began to memorize words according to the scope specified by Jiang Yonghui. Later he discovered that the English words that had troubled him greatly when he was upgrading from a junior college to a university in his previous life, could now be clearly remembered in his mind by just reading them once. Was it the influence of his rebirth, or did the 18-year-old Gu Qianchuan have a good memory? I don't know, but Gu Qianchuan really enjoys this feeling of having a photographic memory. Chapter 6, Living a New Life, Studying Hard is the Best Way. You mean, Gu Qianchuan didn't bring us breakfast this morning? During the morning reading class, when Gu Qianchuan was feeling excited about discovering that his learning ability had improved significantly, Liu told Jiang Xiao what happened when she blocked Gu Qianchuan at the door in the morning. Yes, at that time, Gu Qianchuan brought 2 steamed buns that looked like they were bought from the cafeteria. I wanted to ask him for some, but he said they were his own breakfast. I asked him if he still remembered to bring us breakfast, but Gu Qianchuan said he wanted to cut off ties with us. Did you do something to piss him off? Liu asked Jiang Xiao puzzledly. As Jiang Xiao's best friend, Liu certainly knew that Jiang Xiao had several fish in her fish pond. No, Gu Qianchuan sent me a cup of milk tea last week when I was on holiday. I didn't see him over the weekend. But the person Jiang Xiao is most devoted to now is her classmate Gu Qianchuan. The main reason was that Gu Qianchuan was really useful, always available, and had bought them many gifts. He seemed to be a second-generation rich man. But I didn't know how rich he was. You didn't make him angry, but he treated me like that this morning. Liu was originally thinking that since Gu Qianchuan said in the morning that he didn't bring breakfast and would not pursue Jiang Xiao anymore, it was very likely that something went wrong between him and Jiang Xiao. As a result, Jiang Xiao had no idea at all, so why did Gu Qianchuan dare to ignore her? He's just a bootlicker, but is taking advantage of me. It's okay. Gu Qianchuan, maybe he just watched some romantic drama and started pretending to be deep to attract our attention. Although she said that it was okay, Jiang Xiao's face did not look very good. It is true that Jiang Xiao had a quarrel with her mother, and it is also true that her mother was angry and did not make breakfast for her in the morning. The reason was that Jiang Xiao went out to play with her classmates every day during the long vacation, and as a result, her grades in the opening exams this semester dropped a lot. However, her mother still gave her some extra pocket money. Jiang Xiao knew that meant she had to eat breakfast outside by herself. So Jiang Xiao thought, why not let Gu Qianchuan buy her breakfast during this period, so that she could save some extra pocket money. Of course, it was too embarrassing to quarrel with her mother, so she would not tell Gu Qianchuan about it in person, so she left it to Liu. Jiang Xiao has always known that Liu is Gu Qianchuan's military advisor. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan thought that Liu was in cahoots with him, but in fact Jiang Xiao and Liu had already colluded with each other. Last Wednesday, Liu told Gu Qianchuan that no one made breakfast for Jiang Xiao. In the following 2 days, Gu Qianchuan packed a sumptuous breakfast for both of them and did not charge them a penny. I don't know what's wrong with him today, he suddenly changed his attitude. Yes, I think so too. Gu Qianchuan even contradicted the head teacher in his pursuit of you. How can he just stop pursuing you? Liu nodded in agreement. Many people saw how Gu Qianchuan pursued Jiang Xiao and what stupid things he did. Now he says he wants to cut off ties with them. He must have learned some new tricks to woo girls from somewhere, so he is pretending to be profound here. They won't be fooled. But after class, I still have to give him a beating. Although she had already guessed what Gu Qianchuan wanted to do, Jiang Xiao was still a little angry. Although she didn't have to force herself to get up and run 2 laps around the playground every morning like the boarding students, she was tormented by the school's policy of learning their Qinxue model. But she hadn't eaten anything this morning in order to wait for Gu Qianchuan to offer her food. Now she was starving and didn't even have the energy to attend the morning reading. Looking back at the culprit who made them hungry and was still struggling with English words, Jiang Xiao became angry. Everyone knows that Gu Qianchuan is the record holder for the longest standing last in grade student at Blue Ocean Middle School, and he plays with his cell phone during class every day. Moreover, he didn't even attend evening self-study classes and ran away directly after class every day. Jiang Xiao even heard that Gu Qianchuan has recently stopped playing with his mobile phone and has started playing video games instead. Not to mention being a senior high school student, he doesn't even look like a student at all. This kind of person is now pretending to memorize words, which makes Jiang Xiao more convinced that Gu Qianchuan is just pretending to be profound to attract her attention. Besides Jiang Xiao and Li Yu, the person who noticed that Gu Qianchuan was studying hard at this moment was also the class teacher Jiang Yonghui. Standing in front of the podium, he can observe everyone and clearly see every little movement of every student. In previous morning reading classes, Gu Qianchuan was either sleeping or fiddling with something with his hands under the table. In short, I never saw him studying. As a result, when the morning reading began, the boy put both hands on the table and kept his eyes on the textbook. As an experienced teacher, Jiang Yonghui can tell at a glance whether a student is studying seriously or slacking off. Gu Qianchuan's current state shows that he is very devoted to his studies. So, Jiang Yonghui walked around the classroom to make sure that Gu Qianchuan did not have a cell phone stuck in his book and that his right hand was still writing words on the notebook. Moreover, when he passed by, Gu Qianchuan didn't even tilt his head, as if he didn't notice that Jiang Yonghui was staring at him. Could it be that this kid finally got it? A little relieved, but only a little. After all, a student who has always been the last in the grade suddenly starts to study seriously. Who knows if he was stimulated by something? After studying hard for a whole morning, he feels tired and returns to his bad nature. However, Jiang Yonghui was still very happy to see Gu Qianchuan start to study. Jiang Yonghui had learned some things by chance before and knew that although Gu Qianchuan didn't like studying, he was not a bad person. This is also the reason why he arranged Gu Qianchuan, who was last in the grade, to sit next to Su Qinxue, who was first in the grade. I hope he can be a little more careful this time. After the morning reading class, Jiang Yonghui did not leave the classroom. Because the first class connected with morning reading is his English class. Worn out. After class, Gu Qianchuan stretched hard. In this morning reading class, Jiang Yonghui assigned the task of memorizing the words from 2 units of the first-year English textbook and familiarizing themselves with the text, and the last 10 minutes were for dictation. Gu Qianchuan, who was reborn as 18 years old, felt that he was in good shape, so he seized the opportunity and memorized the words of 8 units in one breath. Jiang Yonghui's English morning reading time has always advocated that reading and memorizing at the same time is more effective, so Gu Qianchuan was actually quite excited when memorizing words. I only feel tired after class. For Gu Qianchuan, who had worked in his father's company for 3 years, this feeling of exhaustion after such hard work was something he hadn't felt for a long time. Gu Qianchuan had just stretched and was planning to take a nap on the desk during the get-out-of-class break, but he saw Li Yu walking towards him with a bad look on her face. Come out for a moment, Yao Yao has something to tell you. Chapter 7 Bringing breakfast is a treat for your girlfriend. Come out for a moment, Yao Yao has something to tell you. After leaving this sentence, Li Yu walked to the back door of the classroom alone. She thought Gu Qianchuan would definitely follow her because he would not miss the opportunity to talk to Jiang Xiao. When she turned around, she found that Gu Qianchuan was lying on the desk and had no intention of leaving the classroom with her. If their head teacher had not been still in the classroom, Li Yu would definitely have called out Gu Qianchuan's name directly at the classroom door. But now she can only come to Gu Qianchuan again. Didn't you hear me? I said Yao Yao has something to talk to you about. Li Yu called Gu Qianchuan again from behind his chair. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan still didn't respond, she directly reached out and pulled away Gu Qianchuan's hands that were used as a pillow on the desk. This time, Gu Qianchuan really couldn't ignore her. Then let me ask you, did you hear me this morning when I told you that I didn't plan to pursue Jiang Xiao anymore? Gu Qianchuan raised his head with an unhappy look on his face. He stayed up very late last night to read through the diary of future Su Qinxue. In addition, he had just been reborn and his biological clock had not yet been adjusted back to high school mode, so Gu Qianchuan felt very sleepy now. I only have 10 minutes to close my eyes and rest during class, and I have to be disturbed by Li Yu. How can I give this woman a good face? Moreover, Jiang Xiao came to find Gu Qianchuan just to blame him for not bringing her breakfast in the morning. He didn't even want to think about such a trivial matter and waste his precious sleep. Su Qinxue, who was sitting on the side, immediately pricked up her ears when she heard Gu Qianchuan say that he would no longer pursue Jiang Xiao. Generally speaking, once Su Qinxue enters the learning state, she is hardly affected by the noise of her classmates around her. But this time, there seemed to be a topic that she was more interested in, which allowed Su Qinxue to pause her studies and listen to what Gu Qianchuan and Li Yu had to talk about. Are you really not pursuing Yao Yao anymore? I don't believe it. Didn't you say you would try to confess your love to her again next month? Gu Qianchuan, you must have read some weird guide to chasing girls on the internet, but I tell you, your trick of playing hard to get won't work on Yao Yao. She's not the kind of fool who would lose her composure if she's ignored. Don't mess around at this time. The right thing to do is to steadily improve your impression of her. Although Gu Qianchuan repeatedly emphasized that he no longer intended to pursue Jiang Xiao, Li Yu did not seem to believe what he said. Not only that, she also arbitrarily guessed that Gu Qianchuan was playing hard to get, and then began to teach Gu Qianchuan the correct way to pursue girls. Gu Qianchuan was stunned by what he heard. Is this girl suffering from hysteria? She has a really wild imagination. Then again, at this point in time, did Gu Qianchuan say that he would confess his feelings to Jiang Xiao next month? During his high school career, Gu Qianchuan confessed his love to Jiang Xiao 3 times, in his sophomore, junior and graduation years. According to the timeline, Gu Qianchuan has already been rejected by Jiang Xiao once, and the next confession should be the second time. But there won't be a second time in this life. I don't need to know how to pursue her. Since Jiang Xiao is not interested in me, I don't plan to continue to pursue her. Gu Qianchuan said in a flat tone, and his cold eyes made Li Yu forget to exhale for a moment. It seemed that this was the first time she had heard Gu Qianchuan look like this since she had known him. You are such a stubborn person. Do you know that because I didn't bring breakfast for Yao Yao this morning, we were hungry for the whole morning reading period? However, Gu Qianchuan's indifference did not have the effect of dissuading them from leaving. Li Yu became even angrier when she thought that a mere bootlicker of her best friend had the nerve to show such an attitude towards him. What does it have to do with me if you don't eat breakfast? I'm your father, so why should I be responsible for your meals? After chatting for so long, Gu Qianchuan still couldn't get Li Yu away. He was almost annoyed and simply used all his aggression to deal with her. Jiang Xiao has always treated me as just an ordinary friend, so remember to tell her that since we are just ordinary classmates, don't expect to enjoy the treatment of a girlfriend from me. During the 3 years of high school, Gu Qianchuan took care of Jiang Xiao in every possible way. Jiang Xiao forgot to bring her drawing tools before the exam, so Gu Qianchuan rushed to the store to buy her new ones. When Jiang Xiao's relatives came, Gu Qianchuan climbed over the wall and bought him brown sugar. Jiang Xiao didn't bring any money for dinner on the weekend, so she just needed to call him to come over and help pay the bill. Even though Gu Qianchuan did so much for her, after graduation she rejected his confession by saying that she only regarded him as a good friend. The next day she announced it on her WeChat Moments with a sports student from the next class. What's even more incredible is that after going to college, Jiang Xiao broke up with the sports student, and then turned around and told Gu Qianchuan on WeChat that she would give him a chance. He completely treated Gu Qianchuan as a bootlicker who could earn him gold coins. As a classmate, enjoying the treatment of a girlfriend, how could there be such a good thing in the world? Class is about to start. Seeing that no matter what Gu Qianchuan said, he couldn't drive away the stubborn Li Yu, Su Qinxue knocked on the desk. Only then did Li Yu remember that she was so engrossed in the conversation with Gu Qianchuan that she completely forgot that there was someone sitting next to Gu Qianchuan. Li Yu felt really uncomfortable being stared at by Su Qinxue with the same cold eyes as Gu Qianchuan just now. I'm going to get ready for class. Anyway, remember to bring breakfast for Yao Yao tomorrow and don't play such childish tricks. Seeing that the situation was not right, Li Yu retreated quickly. Gu Qianchuan is just a bootlicker, she doesn't care what he thinks. But Su Qinxue is different. Li Yu dare not influence her. Compared to Jiang Xiao, who has a better personality, Su Qinxue always keeps people at a distance and rarely talks to classmates unless it is necessary. But even so, Su Qinxue has the title of Iceberg Goddess, and is the school belle of Blue Ocean Middle School on par with Jiang Xiao. Coupled with her excellent academic performance, she is deeply loved by teachers. Li Yu is very smart. She knows that someone like Su Qinxue is not someone she can mess with easily. After Li Yu left, Su Qinxue breathed a sigh of relief and was about to get her pen, but she saw Gu Qianchuan looking at her with a half smile. Are you helping me chase people away? Having been desk mates for 2 lifetimes, Li Yu often came to Gu Qianchuan to pick trouble, and no matter how loud they made noise, Su Qinxue could completely ignore them and study on her own. Today she will help Gu Qianchuan persuade Li Yu to retreat. Even if she just gave him a supportive look, Gu Qianchuan felt very surprised. She is too noisy and affects my studies. Su Qinxue just explained it briefly to Gu Qianchuan and didn't want to dwell on this topic any further. She was thinking about something else. Girls of this age are very delicate in their thoughts. Su Qinxue can associate other meanings with the words Gu Qianchuan used to criticize Li Yu. Just now, Gu Qianchuan told Li Yu that bringing breakfast to others is a privilege only his girlfriend can enjoy. But didn't he force himself to eat 2 meat buns this morning? Is this an indirect confession? The girl hesitated in her seat for a long time until the bell rang. Chapter 8. It's time to sleep. Gu Qianchuan had made up his mind to study hard throughout his life, and he thought that after discovering that his memory was extraordinary after he returned to the age of 18, studying would be easy for him. As a result, less than 10 minutes into the first English class that morning, he felt extremely sleepy. There is no way. I read through Su Qinxue's notes on the future last night and accidentally stayed up until after midnight. Moreover, he thought that since he often stayed up late playing games in high school, it would not be a big problem for him to sleep less at night. However, after his rebirth, his biological clock had not yet adjusted. It was okay during the morning reading class. Everyone read very loudly and Gu Qianchuan was very absorbed in memorizing words, which helped him suppress his sleepiness temporarily. After class, Gu Qianchuan already felt his brain was tired and wanted to take a nap, but he was forcibly woken up by Li Yu who came to cause trouble, so he had no time to rest. During the English class, Gu Qianchuan could only pinch his thighs and remind himself in his mind not to fall asleep. In the end, he was defeated by sleepiness and fell on the desk, breathing evenly. Others couldn't hear his breathing, but Su Qinxue, who was sitting next to him, could definitely hear it. If she tilted her head slightly, she could see Gu Qianchuan's exquisite sleeping face. The boy's facial features are neatly distributed, and he looks extremely comfortable. He's the type that's stunning at first sight, and becomes more and more handsome the more you look at him. Handsome and elegant, with an elegant demeanor. Just by looking at it like this, the girl felt her heart pounding. I really want to see it closer. I asked everyone to review this text this morning. Now I'll ask someone to translate it. But just at this moment, Jiang Yonghui, who was giving a lecture on the stage, said that he would select someone to answer the question, so Su Qinxue quickly put her mind at ease. The English review in the 3rd year of high school is quite formulaic, focusing on vocabulary and grammar, combined with a large number of exercises. There happens to be an important grammar point in today's lesson, so Jiang Yonghui decided to find a student with average English grades to translate it, as a disguised reminder for everyone to complete the tasks he assigned carefully during the morning reading class. As a result, when he looked up, he saw Gu Qianchuan sleeping soundly in the last row. Thinking about the time when Jiang Yonghui saw Gu Qianchuan seriously memorizing words during morning reading today and still had hope in him, he suddenly became furious. Gu Qianchuan, please get up and translate this article. Jiang Yonghui angrily called out Gu Qianchuan's name. Their whole class looked towards the last row of seats by their window. Gu Qianchuan woke up immediately when he heard someone calling his name while sleeping. After seeing Jiang Yonghui's angry expression, it took him another 3.1415926 seconds to figure out what was going on and he quickly stood up. Which one? Gu Qianchuan, who was asleep, naturally had no idea which text Jiang Yonghui was teaching. Humph, you pretended to study hard during morning reading, but you were exposed so quickly. Li Yu snorted coldly and looked at Gu Qianchuan with contempt, who didn't know which article to translate and could only flip through the English book. That's right. Gu Qianchuan is like this for his whole life. Jiang Xiao nodded in agreement. In her eyes, Gu Qianchuan has always been just a second-generation rich kid who gave up studying as soon as his family had a little money. Teachers of other subjects had given up on him, and no one cared even when Gu Qianchuan played games in class. Only the class teacher Jiang Yonghui is conscientious and responsible and still cares whether this fool studies or not. And every time this guy was called upon by the teacher to answer a question, he never managed to answer it correctly. Seeing that the teacher is so angry this time, I guess the standard ending of standing in the corridor as punishment will be triggered in a minute. Just now after class, when Liu said that Gu Qianchuan didn't want to talk to her even if he killed her, Jiang Xiao also considered the possibility that Gu Qianchuan really changed his ways. Now it seems that she really thought too much. Even if she believed that a sow could climb a tree, she couldn't believe that Gu Qianchuan would study hard. At the same time, Jiang Xiao became more convinced that Gu Qianchuan was just pretending to be a good student just to attract her attention. Now, just wait and see him make a fool of himself. The one I wrote on the blackboard this morning and asked you to read twice. Jiang Yonghui gave Gu Qianchuan some hints. Oh. Gu Qianchuan immediately found the location of the text, and Jiang Yonghui's brows relaxed a little. It's okay, at least this kid is really learning in the morning reading class. He could barely stand in the classroom during this class. As for translating the text, Jiang Yonghui had no expectations of Gu Qianchuan at all. Knowing that Gu Qianchuan was about to stand in the corridor as punishment, Su Qinxue next to him became extremely anxious. She actually wanted to tell Gu Qianchuan the answer quietly. After all, he had just treated her to 2 big meat buns when he first came this morning. But the text translation is not like a multiple-choice question that only requires one answer. As his deskmate, Su Qinxue didn't know how to tell him the answer. Do you want to have a partner with whom you can talk about everything and confide in each other? Or are you worried that your partner will laugh at you or won't understand your current predicament? And Frank wanted the first type of companion, so she made her diary her best companion. However, after finding the location of the text, Gu Qianchuan translated the article in an orderly manner. Jiang Yonghui was so frightened that his hair was about to grow out. It's no longer fun to watch these things, because nature has to be experienced in person. After Gu Qianchuan translated the last sentence of the text, the whole classroom fell silent. When he looked up, he found that Jiang Yonghui was looking at him with a dull expression. Well, good, the translation is good, sit down. Fortunately, Jiang Yonghui's many years of teaching experience allowed him to quickly come to his senses. He asked Gu Qianchuan to sit down and began to explain the grammar used in some sentences in the text. After sitting down, Gu Qianchuan let out a long sigh. The English texts for the first year of high school were not difficult at all. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan had tried hard enough to pass the level 4 exam after entering university, so translating a simple text was indeed easy for him. However, the only one who took all this for granted was Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan was caught sleeping by the teacher and managed to escape death. This is quite novel. Liu mentioned this in a low voice to her deskmate Jiang Xiao. It is not so much that Gu Qianchuan, who was able to answer Jiang Yonghui's questions and get away with it, is rare, as it is more like she has never seen such an example in her entire high school career. And when Liu saw the teacher's reaction just now, it seemed that his jaw was about to drop. It's just a simple essay from the first year of high school. Maybe he just happened to have some notes in his book. It's nothing to worry about. Having said that, Jiang Xiao's mind is now full of Gu Qianchuan's transformation. Moreover, when the morning reading class was over, Jiang Xiao had not gone to the store to buy some breakfast in order to wait for Gu Qianchuan's explanation, and now she was still hungry. No, she must make him give a reasonable explanation today, otherwise she won't be nice to him this month. Call. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan had successfully translated the entire article, Su Qinxue breathed a sigh of relief and continued to study. At her level, she basically only needs to listen when the teacher explains the key knowledge, and the rest of the time she studies on her own. After being woken up by Jiang Yonghui, Gu Qianchuan did not doze off again and continued studying until the bell rang for the end of get out of class. After class, Gu Qianchuan come to my office. Before leaving the classroom, Jiang Yonghui called Gu Qianchuan, causing many students in the classroom to look at Gu Qianchuan. Their eyes seemed to say that this guy was in trouble. Chapter 9: The Cool School Girl Eating Alone. Qianchuan, you are already a senior high school student now. If you don't study hard, you will definitely not be able to get into college. Teacher Jiang knows that your family is rich, but in today's society where academic qualifications are barrier to many people, you only have a college degree, and even if you get into your company through connections, you will easily be looked down upon by your colleagues. The teacher is very happy that you can translate the text in the book, but you must stop sleeping in class in the future. In the office, Jiang Yonghui was lecturing Gu Qianchuan. The content of the sermon is nothing more than studying hard, which will be of great benefit to Gu Qianchuan's future. If it were in the past when Gu Qianchuan faced Jiang Yonghui's preaching, he would definitely lower his head and say nothing, and let it go in one ear and out the other. His nonchalant look made Jiang Yonghui very angry. Okay, Mr. Jiang. I will study hard in my senior year and live up to everyone's expectations. However, today, Gu Qianchuan looked directly into Jiang Yonghui's eyes and solemnly promised that he would study hard in the future. Well, I hope you remember that the worst thing about studying is being short-lived. Keep up the state you were in during your morning reading today, and you will achieve great things in the future. Jiang Yonghui touched the few remaining hairs on his head with satisfaction. I feel that Gu Qianchuan was a little too abnormal today, so abnormal that he seemed like a different person. Jiang Yonghui was very suspicious whether this guy had been stimulated by something. After being woken up once by Jiang Yonghui during class, Gu Qianchuan took advantage of the break time to sleep for a while. He didn't doze off again during the remaining classes in the morning. Soon it was lunch time. Aren't you going to eat? After the last class in the morning, everyone else in the classroom rushed to the cafeteria to eat, leaving only Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue. No. I still have a question I haven't figured out. Glancing at the young man who was still sitting in his seat and hadn't stood up, Su Qinxue was still wondering why Gu Qianchuan stayed in the classroom today. You know, the community where Gu Qianchuan lives is very close to the school, and it only takes 10 minutes at most to walk home. He goes home for lunch every day, but today he was still sitting in his seat. There was only one reason why Gu Qianchuan didn't go home, and that was that he had to supervise Su Qinxue to eat well. In Su Qinxue's diary in the future, she wrote that Su Qinxue would deliberately wait in the classroom for a while before going to the cafeteria to eat lunch every day at noon. She had her first meal on the first day of school in the cafeteria with her classmates. However, the female classmates who went to eat with Su Qinxue all bought the standard set meal of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, so she followed suit and bought 1. As a result, 10 yuan was deducted from her meal card, which scared her. For other students, this simple lunch of 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish for 10 yuan could only be considered an ordinary lunch to fill their stomach, but Su Qinxue had no special circumstances and could not spend 10 yuan in the whole day. The meal was sumptuous, but Su Qinxue found it quite painful to eat as she thought of her mother who was still working hard to make money and her brother who was suffering from illness. Especially when she heard some classmates complaining that the food in high school was not as good as that in junior high school, the girl's already fragile self-esteem was torn to pieces. From then on, she would eat every meal alone in a quiet corner. However, Su Qinxue has outstanding looks. Even though she always finds a corner where she is not easily discovered when eating, she still attracts a lot of attention. Some female classmates who had invited her to dinner thought Su Qinxue had character flaws when they saw that she always ate alone, and they all stopped associating with her. Su Qinxue wrote in her diary that she really wanted to have a close friend who could talk to her and listen to her troubles. But when she came to her senses, she had become the legendary aloof school beauty. So Su Qinxue took advantage of the situation and turned her aloof personality into her own protective color to exclude external enemies and concentrate on her studies. Knowing that Su Qinxue wanted to read for a while, Gu Qianchuan simply took out his Chinese textbook and recited some classical Chinese. Because of his studies in his previous life, Gu Qianchuan's English level is pretty good now, and his math, physics and chemistry are not too bad either. The only exception was the Chinese subject. Because of its high threshold and time-consuming memorization of the text, Gu Qianchuan had given up on preparing for the college entrance examination in his previous life. If Gu Qianchuan wants to get into a good university this time, he must develop comprehensively. After studying for about 20 minutes, a small number of people had returned to the classroom, and Su Qinxue closed the book. To the cafeteria. Then I'll go too. Gu Qianchuan walked in front of her to the cafeteria. He seldom went to the cafeteria to eat in his previous life, mainly because Gu Qianchuan was rich and a day student, so he could eat out at noon every day. But he still had some money in his meal card, which he could use to shop at the school store, and he could also eat in the cafeteria at any time. The food at Blue Ocean Middle School is much better than that at most high school cafeterias, with a wide variety of options. However, the prices of some meals are a bit high, which is often complained by students. Auntie, 1 serving of shredded pork with green pepper and rice. After arriving at the cafeteria, Su Qinxue went to the window where she would come every day at noon. Hey, little girl, there are still some vegetables left today. Auntie will scoop some for you. Su Qinxue would always come to the same window when there was no one in line, and all the aunties guarding this window knew her. The main thing is that this little girl's actions are very regular. She comes to the same window every noon when there are not many people around. She is also very pretty, so I naturally remember her. Thank you, Auntie. The amount of food provided at Blue Ocean Middle School is absolutely sufficient every day, and the food from one meal will never be left over for the next meal. In order to reduce waste, the cafeteria auntie will scoop more food for the students who come to buy food later. The aunt in the cafeteria felt sorry for Su Qinxue because she was too thin, so she would give her some for free whenever there were any leftover vegetarian dishes. Of course, not every meal will have leftover vegetarian dishes. For example, dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded potatoes will not be left over if many people like to eat them. In the past, in order to save money to supplement the family income, I even tried to just have a vegetarian dish with rice for lunch. But she only ate a steamed bun or an egg in the morning and didn't have any meat at noon. She felt drowsy in class in the afternoon and had no energy to study. This made Su Qinxue certain that she must order a meat dish for lunch and could not save money. Once, Su Qinxue arrived at the cafeteria very late because she was studying a difficult problem. She found that at this time, there would be very few people in the cafeteria, and she didn't have to worry about being criticized after being discovered that she was eating very poorly. So I developed the habit of not rushing to the cafeteria immediately after class. Chapter 10 Delicate and Inferior. Auntie, a roast beef set meal. Gu Qianchuan, on the other hand, ordered a roast beef set meal at a window further inside the cafeteria. The set meal includes a large bowl of stewed beef with potatoes, a small plate of pickled bamboo shoots as an appetizer, and a bowl of white rice. It is one of the most high-end lunches in the school cafeteria, along with stewed spare ribs, stewed pork intestines and pickled fish. Okay, that's $16 in total. While Gu Qianchuan was swiping his card, he noticed that Su Qinxue was about to get some soup in the distance, so he hurried over to her. I'll go sit over there first. Can you get me a bowl of soup? Gu Qianchuan asked Su Qinxue in a very rogue manner. Don't want. Su Qinxue refused as a matter of course. She doesn't have the confidence to have dinner with Gu Qianchuan now. A maid cannot disobey her master's orders, right, little maid? Faced with Su Qinxue's refusal, Gu Qianchuan still threatened her by saying that Su Qinxue had to work as a maid in his house to pay off his debts. It's not working time now. Really? Then can I? Okay, you go first, I'll be right there. Without Gu Qianchuan having to finish his words, Su Qinxue knew that he was going to threaten her with the fact that she worked as a maid in his house again. If I had known earlier, I should have been tougher and not agreed to Gu Qianchuan's request to take pictures. How can you bully others like this? Gu Qianchuan knew that Su Qinxue didn't like to attract attention, so even though there were not many people in the cafeteria now, he still found a seat near the wall where he could get some air from the fan. Here's your soup. Su Qinxue finally found a way to handle a dish and 2 bowls of soup at the same time. She handed one of the bowls of soup to Gu Qianchuan and sat diagonally opposite him. Thank you, here are the chopsticks. Of course, Gu Qianchuan would definitely not let her run away. After giving the chopsticks to Su Qinxue, he moved his butt and sat opposite her. Su Qinxue glanced at Gu Qianchuan, who was moving his seat, and said nothing. She just lowered her head to avoid eye contact with Gu Qianchuan. A pair of high school students of the opposite sex who had just arrived at the cafeteria at this time and were sitting face to face in the corner looked like a young couple hiding from the teacher to anyone. Bad, I forgot to tell the cafeteria lady that I didn't want cilantro when I was getting my food. Gu Qianchuan only took a bite of beef and his face showed a constipated expression. In fact, although the roast beef in the school cafeteria could not compare with the Kobe beef he used to eat, it was also stewed very tender and tasty. Let me taste this of yours. Without asking Su Qinxue's opinion, Gu Qianchuan picked up a piece of shredded pork from Su Qinxue's plate with chopsticks. Millimeter, it tastes good, let's exchange. I can't help it. My bowl of beef is full of evil coriander. I can't eat it. Give me your shredded pork with green peppers. This is a lie. Gu Qianchuan is not a picky eater. He can eat anything from compressed biscuits to seafood platters, except for some greasy fat meat. He also likes to eat coriander, and even cold coriander beef often appears on the table at home. Gu Qianchuan aggressively stretched out his chopsticks and snatched away most of the shredded pork with green pepper from Su Qinxue. After this operation, the girl opposite was stunned. Why does Gu Qianchuan always snatch her food today? In the morning it's steamed buns, at noon it's shredded pork, and what about in the evening? In exchange, you get to eat this bowl of beef. After snatching the shredded pork with green pepper from the girl, Gu Qianchuan pushed his bowl of beef to Su Qinxue and started eating with the shredded pork with green pepper and the pickled bamboo shoots that came with the set meal. You know what, this side dish of pickled bamboo shoots tastes really good. I wonder how they are pickled. But this free soup is really bad. It tastes like cabbage boiled in water, without any oil or salt. Of course Su Qinxue knew that Gu Qianchuan's statement that he didn't eat coriander was just an excuse to give the vegetable to her. After all, even if he really didn't eat coriander, he could pick it out and eat it. Is he taking care of himself? A little happy. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan had no intention of paying attention to her anymore, and considering that there was not much time left for lunch break, Su Qinxue had no choice but to start eating. Pick up a piece of beef with chopsticks. The meat is crispy, soft and fragrant, and the taste and seasoning are perfect. The potatoes are also stewed until they are soft and tender, and you will feel full of happiness when you eat them. Thank you for what you did this morning. Gu Qianchuan ate his meal quickly and started talking to Su Qinxue about other topics after he finished. What's up? It's about you helping me get rid of Li Yu. To be honest, she's so annoying. I told her so many times that I don't want to pursue Jiang Xiao anymore, but she just didn't believe me. Gu Qianchuan was very bold in pursuing girls, and almost the whole world knew that he was pursuing Jiang Xiao. Even the class teacher Jiang Yonghui knew about it, but he couldn't do anything about this rich young man. Gu Qianchuan knew that Su Qinxue cared a lot about the fact that he liked Jiang Xiao, so he brought up the topic first and explained it briefly. Yeah. Su Qinxue tried her best to pretend that she didn't care and continued to push the topic. Yes, I figured it out. It's so boring to always try to please others. I'd rather read more books if I have that time. What Gu Qianchuan wanted to express was that he planned to study hard in the future and asked Su Qinxue to help him more in the future. Su Qinxue then remembered that, apart from dozing off for a while in the first class, she had indeed not seen Gu Qianchuan absent-minded in class today. Is it because the game console is broken that he has nothing to play with? You don't believe what I say either. Seeing that Su Qinxue seemed to be in a daze, Gu Qianchuan thought she was not listening. No, I believe. Su Qinxue was indeed a little skeptical that Gu Qianchuan would not pursue Jiang Xiao again in the future. After all, as her deskmate, Su Qinxue had seen countless times at close range the scene of Gu Qianchuan, a grown-up man, running errands for Jiang Xiao. Gu Qianchuan even has a nickname called the most affectionate among blue. But this morning, Gu Qianchuan's attitude towards Li Yu suddenly changed 180 degrees, and when Li Yu said that Jiang Xiao wanted to find him, Gu Qianchuan did not go. In addition, Gu Qianchuan repeatedly emphasized to her that he had given up pursuing Jiang Xiao. Maybe it's true. If it is true, can I? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Su Qinxue subconsciously wanted to get rid of it. My family doesn't allow me to pursue him now, all I can do now is study hard, but he doesn't even have to open his book in class, he is a prince who lives in a fairy tale, and I am an ugly duckling in reality. He likes a princess like Jiang Xiao who lives in the sunshine, he is too good, I am not worthy of him. Due to long-term inferiority complex, such thoughts always pop up in Su Qinxue's mind when she has unrealistic fantasies about Gu Qianchuan, making her return to reality and pick up the cold book to continue fighting against reality. After the family broke up, it became the girl's instinct to walk with her head down and find ways to save money. Until all family problems are resolved, she is not qualified to stand by Gu Qianchuan. Chapter 11 Don't mention the dark history. By the way, give me your cell phone number so we can contact you on the weekend. Seeing that Su Qinxue was almost done eating, Gu Qianchuan took out his iPhone 5S and wanted to get the girl's contact information. Although smartphones are still in the stage of rapid popularization these days, the school has already made a rule prohibiting bringing smartphones to school. The only one who dared to take out his cell phone in the school cafeteria was young Master Gu. I don't have a cell phone. No cell phone. How about I give you your spare one? No, no. Su Qinxue quickly refused, shaking her little head like a rattle. It's just an ordinary old-fashioned phone. You have to come to my house every week anyway, so you might as well have a phone to keep in touch. No, it would be hard to explain if my mother found out. Su Qinxue didn't dare to accept the mobile phone given by Gu Qianchuan, even though it was just an old phone that could only make calls and send text messages. But if you don't have a mobile phone, how can I contact you then? In fact, Gu Qianchuan in 2015 had not yet fully adapted to smartphones, but he had come back from 2025 after all, so Gu Qianchuan had long been accustomed to life with a smartphone. After all, in the future, it will be really inconvenient if you don't have a smartphone with you. I have a landline phone at home. I called you with the same number before I went to your house that day. Okay, then I'll try to tell you my weekend plans in advance from now on. When Gu Qianchuan was reborn, Su Qinxue was almost at his house. He had forgotten that Su Qinxue had called him before coming to his house. By the way, how did she know Gu Qianchuan's phone number? Not sure, but it's not a very important matter, so Gu Qianchuan was too lazy to ask again. If you have something urgent and can't come, just call me on my landline. I will always have my phone with me during the day and it won't be turned off. This time, Gu Qianchuan did not use the Maid photo album to threaten Su Qinxue and accepted the phone. He felt that given their current relationship, forcibly giving Su Qinxue the phone would definitely make her feel uncomfortable. It seems that feeding her some delicious food is already the limit, and trying to go further will be counterproductive. After lunch, the two returned to the classroom one after the other. Why did Gu Qianchuan go back to the classroom for lunch today? By the way, I heard today that he had a fight with Li Yu. Do you know what happened? I don't know. Let's not interfere in his affairs. As the most talented student in Class 7 of Grade 3, Gu Qianchuan also has a very delicate relationship with his classmates. He rarely participated in school activities and had trouble fitting in. For example, in a physical education class, other male students were playing basketball, but he was the only one playing football. But considering his usual lavish spending habits and the fact that he often contradicted teachers without getting into any trouble, no one had the courage to isolate him. He has no close friends, but can chat with anyone. This is probably Gu Qianchuan's position in this class. Hey, Gu Qianchuan, why are you back in the classroom for lunch today? After returning to his seat after lunch break today, a boy with a flat head sitting in front of Gu Qianchuan turned around and asked him. Nothing, I just suddenly find it troublesome to go home at noon every day. Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue have always been desk mates, but the front desk is often rotated. After thinking for a few seconds, he remembered that the boy in front of him was named Yu Buiyuan, the socialite in Class 7 and well-informed. Gu Qianchuan also remembered that in his previous life, Yu Buiyuan had advised him not to pursue Jiang Xiao, saying that Jiang Xiao deliberately kept many boys like Gu Qianchuan hanging out. At that time, Gu Qianchuan scolded him severely and warned him not to spread rumors about girls. After living a new life, he realized that what Yu Buiyuan said to him in his previous life was not groundless. By the way, I heard you tell Li Yu this morning that you won't pursue Jiang Xiao anymore. Is that true? Yu Buiyuan asked Gu Qianchuan at this time. In fact, he really wanted to ask about this during the break this morning, but every time after class, Gu Qianchuan would either lie down with his eyes closed to rest, or go to the toilet, so there was no chance at all. Unexpectedly, he, who never took a nap in the classroom, returned to his seat at noon today. Yu Buiyuan naturally would not let him go. Of course it's true. But didn't you say before that your greatest pursuit in this life is to make Jiang Xiao happy? That's all immature bullshit. Gu Qianchuan coughed twice in embarrassment. He now seriously suspected that Yu Buiyuan was seeking revenge for scolding him before, which was why he was telling his dark history at this time. Now I've come to my senses. It's better to spend more time reading books than to spend precious time chasing girls in my senior year of high school. Gu Qianchuan knew that Yu Buiyuan was very popular in school. As mentioned before, the whole world knows that Gu Qianchuan is pursuing Jiang Xiao, and he is the kind of licking dog who obeys Jiang Xiao's every command, so other people's evaluation of him is very subtle. Gu Qianchuan told Yu Bowen that he and Li Yu had broken up and that he would not pursue Jiang Xiao anymore, hoping that he could spread these things and save his reputation a little. You want to study hard? The sun is rising from the west. In Bowen's eyes, the probability of Gu Qianchuan studying seriously is as high as the chance of Mars hitting the earth. But this morning in Guangtou Jiang's class, Gu Qianchuan did answer a question correctly for once. It doesn't matter. You'll know when the first mock exam comes. Gu Qianchuan faced Yu Bowen's questioning very calmly and with a very serious expression. I'm just kidding. If you really want to study hard, you can ask me any questions in the future and I'll help you answer them. Yu Bowen is indeed quite good at handling interpersonal relationships. He can even laugh and tease Gu Qianchuan, who once scolded him. At the same time, he was a top student whose grades always ranked among the top 50 in his grade, and after graduation he went to a prestigious 985 university outside the province. Gu Qianchuan felt that Yu Bowen was a person worth getting along with. However, if he really encountered difficulties in his studies, the first person he would look for would definitely not be Yu Bowen. Sitting next to him is the most beautiful girl in the grade. Not only can you learn knowledge, but you can also enhance relationships. It's 100 benefits with no harm. During lunch break, Gu Qianchuan spent half an hour writing the homework assigned by the teacher in the morning, then put down his pen and prepared to take a nap. Taking a nap in the classroom is definitely not as comfortable as sleeping in bed at home, not to mention that it is midsummer and there are only 4 ceiling fans in the classroom. But it must be said that poor students always have a lot of strange skills in their minds. When it comes to sleeping on the desk, Gu Qianchuan, who often dozes off in class, is very experienced and knows what posture can allow him to sleep comfortably while avoiding numbness in his arms after waking up. Gu Qianchuan slept very soundly, which also cleared away a lot of fatigue from his rebirth, giving him enough energy to prepare for the afternoon classes. Chapter 12, Green Tea Comes to My Door. Stay away from me. The first class in the afternoon is physical education. This year's college entrance examination has shown a trend of becoming more and more competitive. Many schools no longer require teachers to take up classes for senior high school students, but instead directly removed the 2 physical education classes a week. However, while some people are advocating for involution, there are also voices against involution. Many parents and authorities have reflected that high school students are under too much pressure nowadays. They have to stay in school for more than 10 hours a day, which has led to many cases of mental breakdown among students. Therefore, at least physical education classes must be guaranteed to proceed smoothly. There are also many graduating sports students complaining that a school does not need more than a dozen physical education teachers, making it very difficult for them to find jobs. Under pressure, the Education Bureau also made regulations that school teachers must be put to an end to the practice of taking up physical education classes. But even so, as long as this rule is not enforced strictly enough, most schools will not leave physical education classes for high school students. The approach taken by Blue Ocean Middle School is quite novel. Faced with pressure from both the Enrollment and Education Bureau sides, it adopted a compromise approach. Physical education classes must be held as usual every week, and teachers of other subjects are not allowed to take over the classes. But the 2 classes per week were changed to 1 class per week. When Gu Qianchuan went downstairs for physical education class, Yu Bowen came to talk to him again. Hey, Gu Qianchuan, did you know that our class is going to play a basketball game with class 6 next door today? Aren't there any ball games in the 3rd year of high school? Why do we need to play a game? Blue Ocean Middle School holds a track and field meet and a ball game meet every year. It is said that before Gu Qianchuan and his friends came to the school's ball games were held alternately for football and basketball. But because there were only a few students in the class who could play basketball, and they had to force 11 people to participate in the competition, the school finally changed the ball game meet into a basketball meet. However, senior high school students who are preparing for the college entrance examination do not have much time to organize activities. There are only 2 activities they can participate in. One is the track and field meet this semester, and the other is the school anniversary party next semester. Of course, the senior high school students don't need to perform in the party, they can just be the audience to watch the performances of their younger classmates. It's because there are no basketball games that I can arrange a practice match by myself. Oh, but what does their playing have to do with me? You know that Lu Hong from class 6, right? I heard that he went to Jiang Xiao today specifically for this matter and asked Jiang Xiao to cheer him on. Gu Qianchuan actually knew Lu Hong. He was the athlete student that Jiang Xiao in her previous life officially announced in her circle of friends the next day after she rejected Gu Qianchuan's graduation confession. Now, Lanhai Middle School has not started to implement the system of dividing classes according to academic performance, so Gu Qianchuan, who has always been the last in the grade, can study in the same class with Su Qinxue, who is the top in the grade. Class 6 of senior year is a liberal arts class. Generally speaking, there are fewer boys in liberal arts classes, and many classes have only single-digit numbers. However, Class 6 is a class specially designed by the school to accept sports students, so the ratio of boys to girls is relatively even. Their Class 7 has the same physical education class as Class 6, so the two classes will make plans to play basketball games. However, given the physique of the students in Gu Qianchuan's class, they would definitely be treated like sandbags if they had a training match with those athletes. It's no wonder that Lu Hong wanted to invite Jiang Xiao to watch him play basketball. After all, it's the most exciting when there are audiences screaming beside him while he is showing off his skills. She can cheer for whoever she wants, I'll just play football. He had already seen that Yu Buiyuan still didn't quite believe what Gu Qianchuan said about him having given up on Jiang Xiao, and thought that Gu Qianchuan was just being temporarily angry. Sure, Gu Qianchuan. Only a real man can let go. I'm leaving first. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan finally came to his senses, Yu Buiyuan was about to tell him with relief that a woman like Jiang Xiao was not worth his pursuit, but suddenly he seemed to see something strange, patted Gu Qianchuan on the shoulder and ran away. Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan was still wondering why Yu Buiyuan was running so fast when he immediately heard a girl calling him from behind. What's up? When he turned around, he found that the person who called him was Jiang Xiao. No wonder Yu Buiyuan ran so fast. It turned out that he was almost caught by the person who said bad things. Lu Hong just invited me to watch his game and cheer him on. Do you think I should go? Seeing that Jiang Xiao looked unhappy, Gu Qianchuan thought that she would come to question him for not bringing breakfast to them in the morning, just like Li Yu did this morning. But Jiang Xiao didn't say that. Instead, she suddenly talked about what Yu Buiyuan had just told Gu Qianchuan. That's right, this woman is so smart, how could she possibly talk to Gu Qianchuan about breakfast in person? Li Yu could quarrel with Gu Qianchuan casually because it was Jiang Xiao who asked her to suggest to Gu Qianchuan that he should bring them breakfast every morning from now on. So no matter how much Jiang Xiao wanted to question Gu Qianchuan, she couldn't use this matter to criticize him. Just at this time, Lu Hong came to find Jiang Xiao and asked her to cheer him up. So Jiang Xiao decided to use this incident to remind Gu Qianchuan. If you want to go, go ahead. Why are you asking me? However, Gu Qianchuan simply said calmly that it had nothing to do with him, and continued to go down the stairs to attend physical education class. I think if I go to watch LV Hong play, you might be unhappy. Jiang Xiao quickly caught up with Gu Qianchuan and went down the stairs with him. At the same time, she leaned forward slightly and lifted the hair beside her earlobe, revealing a slightly reluctant expression. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan was deceived by her pure appearance and various seductive actions and came back from the dead. But after being reborn, listening to Jiang Xiao speak again, the taste of tea was really overflowing. I'm not stopping you from watching other people play basketball during your PE class. Go ahead and watch if you want. Gu Qianchuan didn't want to have anything to do with Jiang Xiao anymore, so he was very cold when answering Jiang Xiao's questions from beginning to end. Don't say that, aren't we friends? But Jiang Xiao interpreted Gu Qianchuan's coldness at this time as that he was angry after hearing that she was going to watch Lu Hong's game. It shows that this guy still cares about her. I am not your friend. Li Yu came to me this morning to ask about the fact that I didn't bring you breakfast this morning. She should have told you about it, right? What I want to say is that I didn't bring you breakfast this morning, and I won't bring you breakfast in the future. I bought you so many things before because I liked you and wanted you to be my girlfriend. However, what Jiang Xiao didn't expect was that before she even mentioned the issue of breakfast, Gu Qianchuan took the initiative to bring it up. Helping to bring breakfast and giving various gifts are what I should give to my girlfriend. Now I don't like you. We are not the same kind of people. I guess you don't even consider me as an ordinary friend. I won't bother you anymore. We both have our own dreams and wonderful lives. bye. What shocked Jiang Xiao even more was that Gu Qianchuan spoke without beating around the bush, as if he had let go of the reserve of a teenage boy. Seeing Jiang Xiao standing there in a daze, Gu Qianchuan didn't wait for her and quickly went downstairs to attend the physical education class. HMPH, Gu Qianchuan. Then I'm going to go cheer for Lu Hong. I hope you won't come back and beg me to make peace when the time comes. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan was about to leave her sight, Jiang Xiao stomped her feet in anger and didn't even bother to continue pretending to be a green tea lover. Chapter 13, 1 Rebellion, in exchange for 2 lifetimes of perseverance. There is no arrangement for the physical education class in the 3rd year of high school. The teacher takes everyone to run 2 laps for exercise, and the rest of the time is all free activities. When free time comes, many boys and girls who like to play basketball gather on the basketball court, and there are also groups of 3 or 4 people playing table tennis. Those who don't have these activities can only find their good friends, walk around the playground together, or find a shady place to chat. If you don't have any activities or friends, you can only act as a moving fake eye and hide everywhere. As usual, Gu Qianchuan went to the warehouse to get a football, and then came to their familiar green field. Warm up, juggle the ball, and practice shooting. In fact, the relationship between Gu Qianchuan and football is quite humorous. When he was a child, Gu Qianchuan ate well and grew up quickly. He was the tallest in the class when he was in elementary school. Now he is 185 centimeters tall. A sentence that Gu Qianchuan often heard in the past was that his height was suitable for playing basketball and it would be a pity not to play basketball. Teachers like to say this, classmates like to say this, even relatives, friends and parents say this. Gu Qianchuan, who was quite obedient when he was young, could clearly hear the rebellious mentality. Why should I play basketball just because I am tall? I want to go against the whole world and play football. Later, the elementary school held a 6-person half-court football meet. As a forward, Gu Qianchuan led the class into the finals, dribbled 3 goals from the opponent, and won the championship and MVP with a hat trick. During this process, Gu Qianchuan gradually fell in love with football, and even learned to set an alarm clock at a young age and get up in the middle of the night to watch the Champions League. He likes football, not only because he likes watching games and feeling the enthusiasm of the fans, but also because he likes playing football on the green field. Even as he grew older and had fewer and fewer friends who could play football, he did not give in. A childhood rebellion became the longest-lasting thing that Gu Qianchuan had ever persisted in his 2 lives. While Gu Qianchuan was sweating on the green field, Su Qinxue was sitting on the steps to the right of the podium not far from him, holding an English test paper in her hand. Only during the 1 physical education class a week would the girl temporarily put down her exercises and look at the boy in front of her practicing shooting. The sun shines on the empty football field, giving the green grass a warm golden edge. The breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness to this hot summer day, mixed with the fresh scent of soil and grass. On the green field that contrasts sharply with the noisy basketball court next to it, the back of the young boy juggling the ball alone appears particularly lonely and determined. The boy was wearing a school uniform, his back was soaked with sweat, but his eyes were shining with undying passion and determination. Under his feet, a black and white football seemed to come alive, jumping nimbly with his light footsteps. The boy took a deep breath, adjusted his position, and stared at the upper left corner of the goal, which was the target point he set for himself. Whoosh! With a low and powerful run-up, his figure accelerated instantly. The football under his feet seemed to be endowed with magic, drawing a perfect arc and heading straight into the blind corner of the goal. Bang! A crisp impact sound was heard, and the football hit the net hard. The net rope shook violently, as if cheering for this accurate shot. A bright smile broke out on the boy's face, which was a recognition of his own efforts and his endless love for the sport of football. Without stopping, he immediately turned around, picked up the ball again, and prepared for the next challenge. In this way, time and time again, the boy tirelessly repeated the shooting action. On this stage that belongs to him alone, football is not just a sport, but also a way for him to communicate with the world. Others say that serious boys are the most handsome, and Su Qinxue agrees very much. Every time she saw Gu Qianchuan shooting at the goal tirelessly in front of her, her heart would pound wildly. The main reason was that Gu Qianchuan was always slacking off in the classroom, and only when he was playing football alone would he appear serious. Su Qinxue's position was the best angle to sneak a peek at Gu Qianchuan, and on the track in front of her, people would often comment on Gu Qianchuan while walking by. Why is he playing football alone? Doesn't he have any friends? Even though we play so hard, the Chinese national football team is still a bunch of rubbish. This boy is so handsome, he's my type. The comments she heard about Gu Qianchuan from others here were either sarcastic and mocking, or the occasional girl being infatuated with him. These are not words Su Qinxue likes to hear, so just pretend you didn't hear them. In addition to Su Qinxue, there is also a rare guest who continues to pay attention to Gu Qianchuan today. That person is Jiang Xiao. After being pushed away by Gu Qianchuan in the corridor, Jiang Xiao felt very annoyed. At this time, Jiang Xiao was standing at the edge of the basketball court, and a training match between Class 7 and Class 6 was taking place on the court. Originally, she didn't want to come to watch the game. After all, the temperature was over 30 degrees Celsius and it was so hot that it made people dizzy. It would be better for her to find a shady place with Li Yu to escape the heat. But Jiang Xiao was really pissed off by what Gu Qianchuan said just now, so she ran to the basketball court to watch Lu Hong play. But her eyes were always fixed on Gu Qianchuan in the distance. She wanted to test Gu Qianchuan's reaction to her coming to watch Lu Hong play, but Gu Qianchuan just focused on shooting on the green field and didn't even look at her. The basketball game here is gradually coming to an end. Class 7 is just an ordinary class, and their physique is much inferior to that of sports classes like Class 6. The score has now reached 10-28, and they are completely suppressed. Brother Lu is awesome. This fadeaway jump shot, it feels like this is what Kobe Bryant would do, right? Another three-pointer. Among them, Lu Hong, who scored 20 points alone, became the focus of the whole audience. But the actual situation is that the other students in Class 6 were holding back in this game. After all, the relationship between the two classes was pretty good, and it wouldn't be good if the score gap in a training match was too big. Only Lu Hong wanted to show more because Jiang Xiao was watching him, so he played very hard, so his teammates also tried their best to cooperate with him and pass the ball to him. After Lu Hong made an accurate three-pointer, he turned around and looked at Jiang Xiao handsomely, but found that Jiang Xiao's mind was not on him at all, but on the green field in the distance. In the direction of her sight, there was only one person playing football. Lu Hong also knew that person. He was Gu Qianchuan from Class 7. He is also one of Goddess Jiang's suitors, and the most famous one. Lu Hong's happy mood after showing off was instantly wiped out. How about Yao Yao? Wasn't that me 3 points handsome? Chapter 14, one wave has not yet subsided, another wave rises. Lu Hong had just made a very confident 3-point shot, but he found that Jiang Xiao's attention was all on Gu Qianchuan on the football field, and he was in a very bad mood. That 3-pointer just now. Not bad. Jiang Xiao came to her senses when she heard Lu Hong calling her. The basketball game here was already over. LV Hong, you are such a fool. You always perform so many acrobatics that we can't understand. Next time, learn a simpler dunk and then perform with my Yao Yao. Li Yu noticed that the atmosphere was not right and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Good man, forget about my dunking skills. Lu Hong is just a sports student who is good at playing basketball. He is not specifically developing into a player, so naturally he can't dunk. Seeing that Lu Hong was restrained by Li Yu, Jiang Xiao secretly gave Li Yu a thumbs up. She glanced towards the green field again, but found that Gu Qianchuan, who had just been playing football, was gone. As for Su Qinxue, after watching Gu Qianchuan play football for a while, she focused her attention on the exercises in her hands. She is one of the invisible people who has no activities and no friends in physical education class, but Su Qinxue will not wander around the playground foolishly, but make good use of every available time to study. Every final exam at Blue Ocean Middle School, and after the third year of high school, there are 3 mock exams held throughout the city, and scholarships will be given to students with outstanding grades. But the difference in scholarships for the first and second place in the grade alone is twice as much. The scholarship is also a way for Su Qinxue to supplement her family income, so she dares not slack off in every exam and must be the first in the grade. She was currently working on the actual English college entrance examination papers from a certain year. After finishing a few reading questions, she suddenly felt something cold slapping her delicate left cheek, making a wonderful sound. She raised her head with resentment, and the person in front of her turned out to be Gu Qianchuan, who was playing football just now, which scared Su Qinxue. At this moment, Gu Qianchuan was holding a football with his right hand on his waist and 2 bottles of misty mineral water in his left hand, looking at Su Qinxue with interest. You still study during the one physical education class a week, the campus beauty of Suqiao University. Gu Qianchuan handed Su Qinxue a bottle of ice water he had just bought from the convenience store, and then sat next to her. What do you care? Aren't you playing football? This time, Su Qinxue was afraid that Gu Qianchuan would threaten her with the Maid incident again, so she directly took the mineral water that Gu Qianchuan handed to her. Were you watching me play football? Gu Qianchuan asked back in pretended surprise, and then a wicked smile slowly appeared on his face. No way, you were the only one playing football on the field, and I just happened to see you when I looked up. Su Qinxue touched her little upturned nose, feeling a little guilty. She secretly watched Gu Qianchuan playing football in the corner, but this was her only relaxing activity once a week, and she must not be discovered by Gu Qianchuan. Oh, then you continue studying. I won't disturb you. Of course, Gu Qianchuan knew that Su Qinxue would secretly watch him play football during physical education class. He came to the podium to find Su Qinxue on purpose, just to give her a bottle of ice water. After all, the risk of heat stroke is too high if you read in the sun in this kind of weather. And it's really fun to make a cold and aloof school beauty show a shy expression to you. However, Gu Qianchuan also knew how to grasp the right balance. No matter what he did, he would not delay Su Qinxue's learning progress. After delivering the water, he went back to play football. Su Qinxue looked at the young man who came and went in a hurry and returned to the green field again, and was a little dazed for a moment. She picked up the ice water at her feet and brought it close to her cheek again. The icy touch made the girl feel very warm. In the summer in S province, the lowest daytime temperature will not be lower than 30 degrees, and there are basically other people in the shade on the playground, so Su Qinxue would choose to read by the podium where the sun would shine. At this time, a glass of clear, sweet ice water became her best companion to relieve the heat. Su Qinxue unscrewed the bottle cap with force and took a sip. The cool feeling instantly spread from the tip of her tongue to her whole body, as if taking away all the heat and fatigue. After finally finishing an afternoon of classes, Gu Qianchuan fell into deep thought. At this time, almost all high schools in City S have evening self-study classes. Gu Qianchuan never attended evening self-study classes before. He would run home after class every afternoon. His reason for not attending evening self-study was extremely weird. It was simply because he had played video games for so long at school during the day that he was tired of it and wanted to go home and play League of Legends at night. But after some consideration, Gu Qianchuan finally decided to go home. After all, the temperature hasn't dropped in the past few days. If given the choice, anyone would choose a classroom with a ceiling fan and a home with full air conditioning instead of a classroom with a temperature of over 30 degrees. And in Class 7 of Grade 12, besides Gu Qianchuan, there is another person who never attends evening self-study. That person is Su Qinxue. Gu Qianchuan, the alternative male god, and Su Qinxue, the aloof school beauty, have one thing in common, that is, whenever it is time for them to attend evening self-study classes, they will disappear from the last row by the window. Gu Qianchuan felt that classes were tiring enough and he should go home and play games at night, so he didn't want to attend evening self-study classes. Su Qinxue didn't attend evening self-study classes so that she could go home early to help share the pressure at home. Her mother Feng Nan divorced her father, who was heavily in debt, and she also had a seriously ill brother lying in the hospital. Although the hospital has doctors on call who can take care of her brother, meals can also be provided if you pay more money. But every day at dinner time, Su Qinxue would still personally bring food to her brother and chat with him. Because Feng Nan had to work 2 jobs, he could only take time out to go to the hospital to look after his son on weekends, allowing Su Qinxue to have a rest. His desk mate wasn't in the classroom for evening self-study, so why should he stay alone in a classroom without air conditioning and sweat? On the way home from school, Gu Qianchuan remembered that when he was at home here, he usually ate takeout at night. Although there were various seasonings at home, there were not many ingredients. But after working and living alone, Gu Qianchuan learned that takeout was unhealthy, so he would stay at home and watch videos of food bloggers to learn how to cook for himself. After deciding between the evening vegetable market and the supermarket, Gu Qianchuan finally decided to go to the vegetable market to see if there were any good leftover vegetables. These few leaves normally cost less than 2 yuan, why are you charging me 5 yuan? As a result, As soon as Gu Qianchuan walked into the nearest vegetable market nearby, he heard the familiar cold female voice. It was Su Qinxue, whom he hadn't seen for just half an hour. She was holding a small amount of water spinach in her hand and seemed to be arguing with the vegetable vendor. Chapter 15 Elbow, come home with me. After school, Su Qinxue went straight to their vegetable market. Like Gu Qianchuan, she is a senior high school student. Because morning reading starts very early, there is no time to go to the vegetable market in the morning. If there is no food at home, she can only buy vegetables after school in the afternoon. Between the wet market and the supermarket, she chose the wet market. Although the vegetables in the market at this time are definitely not as fresh as those in the morning, they are cheaper. Walking between the stalls, she could hear the vendors' shouts. Today she would simply make a stir-fried vegetable dish, and then see if there was any chicken to take back and make soup. Little girl, come and look at the vegetables I have here. They are just picked from the fields and are very fresh. As soon as she entered the vegetable market, an old lady with wrinkles on her face greeted her warmly, holding a bunch of green vegetables with crystal water droplets hanging on the leaves. Su Qinxue walked closer to the stall and looked down at the vegetables in the basket. They were indeed fresh. She picked up a few good-looking water spinach and was about to ask the price when the auntie suddenly stuffed a handful of vegetables into her hands and said with a smile, "These vegetables are very good. Take more and I'll give you a discount." Su Qinxue was stunned, but before she could refuse, the aunt had already packed the dishes skillfully and handed them to her. $5 in total. $5. Su Qinxue's eyes widened. Isn't this too expensive? Normally these dishes cost no more than $2. The smile on the aunt's face disappeared instantly and her tone became tough. My vegetables are organic, much better than other places. If you take them, you have to buy them, or you can't leave. Su Qinxue's heart sank, knowing that she had been forced into a sale. She tried to argue, but there weren't many people in the evening market, and some passers-by just walked by quickly, so no one wanted to intervene. Don't refuse to buy it. You've touched all of my vegetables. Can't a girl of your age even take out $5? The aunt's eyes were full of sarcasm. Su Qinxue felt very aggrieved, but still didn't want to compromise. After all, she really needed money. But when she wanted to put the vegetables back into the aunt's basket and run away, the aunt grabbed her slender arm and stopped her. The forceful movement left a red mark on Su Qinxue's fair arm. We don't buy this dish. Gu Qianchuan, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so he forcefully pulled the old lady's dog paw off Su Qinxue's arm. He believed that if it was just an ordinary dispute in the vegetable market, Su Qinxue should be able to handle it. But the old lady finally took action, so he couldn't just stand by and watch. Put it back. A deep and magnetic voice sounded in her ears. Su Qinxue turned around and saw a tall man standing behind her. It's Gu Qianchuan. He was still wearing the school uniform of Blue Ocean Middle School, but because the weather was hot, Gu Qianchuan casually rolled up his sleeves to his elbows after leaving the school, revealing his strong forearms. His facial features were deep and there was a hint of coldness between his brows, but the look he gave her was gentle and firm. Who are you? Stop interfering. The auntie obviously didn't expect anyone to speak up, and her face darkened. I'm her friend. The price of your vegetable is obviously unreasonable. We can go to the market management office and ask if this is the right price for this vegetable. Gu Qianchuan smiled faintly, his tone neither humble nor arrogant. When the aunt heard market management office, her face changed immediately. Forget it, forget it. If you don't want to buy, then don't block my business. After saying that, she snatched the vegetables from Su Qinxue's basket, turned around and ignored them. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know how long I would have been stuck here. Having finally avoided the stubborn old lady, Su Qinxue breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Gu Qianchuan with gratitude. It's okay. This kind of forced buying and selling behavior is wrong in the first place. Be careful when you buy vegetables next time and don't be fooled by them. Gu Qianchuan smiled slightly, and his eyes softened a little. Why are you here? Are you here to buy groceries as well? Su Qinxue nodded, but she was a little curious and asked. Su Qinxue had already visited all the vegetable markets in this area, and had been there at every time. Even though Gu Qianchuan lived not far from her home, she had never seen Gu Qianchuan in these places. Moreover, a young master like Gu Qianchuan really doesn't fit in with the dirty and messy vegetable market. Well, I ordered takeout 2 days ago, and I had diarrhea after eating it, so I decided to cook for myself today. Gu Qianchuan made up an excuse to deal with Su Qinxue. Can you cook? Su Qinxue expressed doubt as to whether Gu Qianchuan could cook. Of course I do. When I have nothing to do, I watch the instructional videos of food bloggers and learn how to cook a few simple dishes. Are there any videos specifically teaching people how to cook? Su Qinxue has never used a smartphone, and there are not many bloggers who can become famous by teaching cooking these days. Of course I do. Do you often encounter things like that? Gu Qianchuan had not seen Su Qinxue write about buying vegetables in her diary. He felt uncomfortable when he thought that Su Qinxue might often suffer such grievances where he could not see. No, I buy vegetables at the small market by the river most of the time. Su Qinxue shook her head. The vendors there all know me, so there won't be a situation like what happened just now. But today I want to make chicken soup for my brother, and only the big market sells chicken at night, and it's pre-processed chicken. Su Qinxue pointed to a stall far away in the vegetable market, where there were not only live chickens with their legs tied, but also processed chickens placed in plastic boxes. Isn't it too late to buy groceries and cook chicken soup before going to the hospital at this time? It's okay. I told my brother that I would go to the hospital later today, and I can still do my homework while the chicken soup is cooking. But now it is already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it takes more than 2 hours from preparation to completion to make the chicken soup, which is indeed quite troublesome. During the conversation, Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue had already arrived at the chicken stall. The chicken seller didn't have much stock left at night. Apart from 2 live chickens with their feet tied at his feet, there was only a box of processed chicken left on the stall. Boss, how much is this chicken? After arriving at the stall, before Su Qinxue spoke, Gu Qianchuan went to the boss to ask the price first. Unprocessed chickens are sold as whole chickens. You can pay to have them processed. Processed chickens are sold in boxes. Okay, give me this box. Gu Qianchuan covered his nose to block out the strong stench of chicken blood in front of the stall and pointed to the only box of chicken left. It seems that the current vegetable market does not support WeChat payment, so Gu Qianchuan took out a red banknote and waited for the stall owner to pack the chicken in a plastic bag. Su Qinxue's expression was extremely complicated. She originally thought that since her steamed buns were stolen in the morning and her shredded pork with green peppers were stolen at noon, she should be safe after school at night when everyone went home. Who could have thought that at night, he also stole her chicken? I bought this chicken, you come to my house and make chicken soup. Now that you mentioned it, I want to drink chicken soup too. Come to my house and make it. It will cook faster in a pressure cooker. Since she was caught by Gu Qianchuan in the vegetable market, he would definitely not let her go. Chapter 16, Exploiting the Helpless Maid. I'll pay for the chicken, and you can come to my house to make soup, eat at my house, and then bring chicken soup to your brother in the evening. Isn't that too much to ask? Since Gu Qianchuan caught Su Qinxue in the vegetable market, he would naturally not let her go. No. I didn't bring a lunch box. When Su Qinxue heard that they were going to Gu Qianchuan's house, she subconsciously planned to refuse. It's okay. I have disposable plastic takeout boxes at home that can hold chicken soup. But, what if your family comes back? There's no one at home. Gu Qianchuan said sincerely, but he didn't expect that Su Qinxue seemed to be looking at him with a somewhat sad look. No. What I mean is that none of my family members live with me. This apartment is specially used for my studies. I live alone. Gu Qianchuan explained anxiously again, and Su Qinxue nodded. Just this once today, if you come to my house and cook dinner, I can pay you overtime. I can come to your house and cook, but I don't want overtime pay, just take out boxes. Originally, this box of chicken was paid for by Gu Qianchuan. Su Qinxue felt that if she just went to his house to cook dinner, her efforts and the rewards she received would not be commensurate, so she naturally did not dare to accept Gu Qianchuan's overtime pay. Okay then, let's go. Gu Qianchuan took the chicken sealed in a plastic bag by the stall owner and the change. Take care, bro. I wish you and your girlfriend happiness. Before leaving, the stall owner said some unnecessary words, which made Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue blush. After leaving the vegetable market, Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue tacitly kept a distance of about 2 meters from each other. Although everyone is waiting for evening self-study now, it is difficult to run into people who know them at this time. But after all, they are a boy and a girl wearing the same school uniform, so it's better to be careful. The two of them arrived at the elevator apartment one after another. Gu Qianchuan entered the password and took out the key to open the door. After entering the door, Su Qinxue found that there was an extra pair of pink slippers with a rabbit pattern at the entrance compared to when she came yesterday. The slippers I gave you yesterday were disposable, but since you'll be coming to my house every week, I prepared a new pair for you. Without waiting for Su Qinxue to ask, Gu Qianchuan explained, "You can wear this pair." Good. After only 1 day, Su Qinxue gradually began to accept Gu Qianchuan's kindness. After all, even if she didn't want to accept it, Gu Qianchuan would use the maid's matter to coerce Su Qinxue. She might as well just accept it and avoid being threatened. Su Qinxue was somewhat venting her anger about this matter. Wait a moment. After putting down her school bag, Su Qinxue went straight to the kitchen, but was stopped by Gu Qianchuan. "Since you're at my house, it's work time now, so shouldn't you change into your work clothes?" Su Qinxue's maid outfit had been dried by Gu Qianchuan last night and could be used directly today. He helped Su Qinxue so much today, it wouldn't be too much to charge him some interest. "It's just dinner, can we not change?" "No, this is a hard and fast rule. It's clearly stated in the contract." "All right." Su Qinxue pouted unhappily. It was the first time she heard of such exploitation of employees. But she still took the maid outfit and ran to the bathroom to change into it. She didn't change her clothes in a hurry, but instead tried to put the maid's outfit on herself in front of the mirror. The clothes are really beautiful, especially the delicate lace, which makes Su Qinxue look particularly cute. But she still can't accept the hollow design on the chest. Su Qinxue had always thought that only poor people would save fabric when making clothes, but she didn't expect that rich people would also save fabric for other purposes. Woo woo woo. And this time, Gu Qianchuan also gave her a pair of thin-looking white suspenders in the clothes he gave her. Su Qinxue rarely even wears skirts, so why would she wear such long socks? But now she is living under someone else's roof, and she can only get used to it slowly. "Well, you can go to the kitchen now. Feel free to use what you need to make the soup. You don't need to save it for me." Looking at Su Qinxue, who had changed into a maid outfit, Gu Qianchuan nodded with satisfaction. Although the campus beauty of Su University has a body that makes her look good in anything, it is really unjust for him to have to watch such a beautiful girl wearing an old-fashioned high school uniform during the holidays. Of course, this does not include the high school uniforms of a certain island country next door, hee hee. After Su Qinxue went to the kitchen, Gu Qianchuan turned on the TV in the living room. But his mind was not on TV at all. The kitchen door was now wide open, and from this angle Gu Qianchuan could just see Su Qinxue's entire appearance from the side. The girl's fairy-like beauty is still as pleasing to the eye as ever, and the movement of stirring the eggs in the apron just shows off her almost perfect body curves. Just by seeing this scene, Gu Qianchuan found it difficult to control himself and look away. The most fatal thing is that the skirt of this two-dimensional maid outfit is very short, allowing Gu Qianchuan to clearly see two jade legs that are sometimes close and sometimes apart. The white fleshy legs are tightly tied by two suspenders and white stockings, which are eye-catching no matter how you look at it. When Su Qinxue was about to blanch the chicken to remove the fishy smell, her originally normal face suddenly turned pink and her movements became much stiffer. Gu Qianchuan knew that Su Qinxue must have noticed his gaze and quickly turned his head away. "Okay, just wait another half an hour. Is there anything else you need me to do?" After Su Qinxue made the chicken soup, she couldn't help but sigh that Gu Qianchuan's kitchen was really luxurious, with all kinds of kitchen utensils and ingredients. It was the first time for her to use cooking wine to remove the fishy smell of chicken when stewing chicken soup, and she also added wolfberry and red dates to the chicken soup. "Let me think. I just cleaned the house yesterday, so it's none of your business now. Go do your homework." After Gu Qianchuan said this, he inexplicably felt like he had become Su Qinxue's parent. "Where are you going?" Su Qinxue took out the exercise book from her school bag after hearing what Gu Qianchuan said, but Gu Qianchuan went to the kitchen again. "Cook, we can't just have chicken soup tonight, right? Do you really want to cook? Or should I do it?" "No need. Didn't you suspect that I can't cook?" I'll show you my cooking skills today. Gu Qianchuan decided to show off his cooking skills, but when he came to the kitchen, he discovered a very important problem. After rescuing Su Qinxue just now, he just bought a box of chicken and took Su Qinxue home. But wasn't he the reason why Gu Qianchuan went to the vegetable market because he had no ingredients at home? All we can do is see what's left. Apart from red dates, wolfberries and a series of spices, Gu Qianchuan only found a few eggs and a small amount of pork in the refrigerator. There are only a few ingredients, but this is not a problem for Gu Qianchuan, who often visits TikTok to learn various lazy dishes from food bloggers. He first steamed the rice in an electric rice cooker, and then chopped the pork into small pieces with his skilled knife skills. Put the minced meat into a wok, add a little ginger and minced garlic, stir fry until the water is dry, and make a mixed sauce for later use. There was no useful thing like an egg beater in the apartment, so Gu Qianchuan beat 4 eggs into a bowl, poured in about 1.5 times the amount of boiling water as the egg liquid, added an appropriate amount of salt and began to stir it regularly. Put the prepared egg liquid into the steamer and steam it slowly on low heat for 7 minutes, then simmer it in the pot for 5 minutes. After the eggs are steamed, pour in the meat sauce you just prepared, sprinkle with a handful of chopped green onions, add a small spoonful of soy sauce, and a big bowl of steaming egg custard is ready. Let's eat. Chapter 17 Chicken Soup is here. It's time for dinner. When Gu Qianchuan brought the egg custard to the table, he found that Su Qinxue had already put the exercise book into her school bag. Have you finished your homework? At this time, it has been less than half an hour since Gu Qianchuan came out of the kitchen. Well, the teacher said I can choose to do their homework, and there's no need to waste time on some simple questions. Su Qinxue nodded, and Gu Qianchuan could only say that he shouldn't pry into the world of the academic god. Let's eat after finishing our homework. Gu Qianchuan pointed at the egg custard on the dining table. We don't have much food at home today. Is this okay for us to eat? I can do that. Gu Qianchuan invited her to his house to make soup for free, and Su Qinxue was already very grateful. Of course, she didn't care what she ate. Su Qinxue and Gu Qianchuan sat at the dining table together, their 2 fair little hands entangled with each other. It can be seen that she was very reserved about visiting a male classmate's home. Gu Qianchuan gave her a big bowl of rice. Su Qinxue glanced at the egg custard made by Gu Qianchuan. The thoroughly stirred eggs are steamed without any gaps between them and look like egg yolk-colored pudding, soft, elastic and shiny. It's just a very homely bowl of egg custard, but it must be delicious if you scoop a spoonful of it into the bowl and mix it with rice. As a result, during the meal, Su Qinxue seemed to be obsessed with rice and didn't dare to touch anything else. Eat it quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Gu Qianchuan directly scooped a large spoonful of egg custard into Su Qinxue's bowl, and specifically scooped the part on the surface where there was more meat sauce. Gu Qianchuan felt more and more like a parent raising a daughter. No, whose daughter would be so reserved at her own dining table? Moreover, Gu Qianchuan only lived to the age of 28 in his previous life, so the age difference between the two was at most a few months. Rather than raising a daughter, it would be more like a brother taking care of a distant cousin who came to live with him. This feels more reasonable. Anyway, Su Qinxue also secretly called him Brother Qianchuan in her diary, didn't she? Seeing Gu Qianchuan's enthusiasm, Su Qinxue slowly took the chopsticks and put a little into her mouth. The egg custard melts quickly in your mouth, and the aroma of meat sauce, soy sauce and eggs quickly spreads, blending just right. After finishing this small bite, she couldn't stop anymore. She reached out her hand and scooped another spoonful, mixed the egg custard and rice together, and finished everything in the bowl in no time. During this period, Gu Qianchuan did not move his chopsticks at all, but just watched the girl wolfing down the food with increasing heartache. After finishing a large bowl of food, Su Qinxue raised her head and met Gu Qianchuan's eyes, then quickly lowered her head again, like a shy kitten. How should I put it? Seeing the cool school beauty wearing a maid outfit and sitting at her own dining table showing off her food always made Gu Qianchuan feel it was unreal. Another bowl. Okay, but let me make a deal first. Don't wolf down the food in your bowl. Eat slowly. The rest will be yours. After all, eggs are high-protein foods and are relatively difficult to digest, so for the sake of her health, she can't eat too fast even if she is hungry. Knowing that Su Qinxue might feel embarrassed to get more rice by herself, Gu Qianchuan helped her fill a large bowl. By the way, Su University Beauty, I have a question for you. The little girl felt very uncomfortable in the unfamiliar environment. The two of them ate in silence for a long time, but Gu Qianchuan decided to break the silence. Although the Gu family is a wealthy family, there is unexpectedly no rule of not talking while eating or sleeping at the dinner table. Of course, not prohibiting talking doesn't mean they don't care about table manners. Gu Qianchuan once had the experience of being beaten with a belt by Gu Yun for placing chopsticks in a disorderly manner. Which university do you plan to apply to in the future? Peking University or Tsinghua University? Gu Qianchuan remembered that in her previous life, Su Qinxue's final college entrance examination score was also the first in their school, and broke the school's highest ranking record in the province. Such achievements earned her support from the school and the government, but in the end she did not go to Peking University or Tsinghua University, but instead chose Zhiming University, a local 985 university in City S. I plan to go to Kaohsiung University, and the school has already contacted me. As expected, Su Qinxue's goal in this life is still Zhiming. But when he heard that people from Zhiming University had contacted Su Qinxue at the beginning of the third year of high school, Gu Qianchuan once again felt that the world of the academic god was really not something that a lousy person like him could understand. Kaohsiung University. It's pretty good. It's one of the top 985 schools, and it's close to home. Gu Qianchuan did not ask Su Qinxue why she chose a local university even though she had the grades to get into any domestic university. Because it was written in the diary that Su Qinxue had to balance family and studies at the same time. Even if she doesn't have to worry about tuition fees with the support of the school and the government, she can't go to the capital to study at university. Otherwise, her mother Feng Nan will be left here alone, and it will be really difficult for her to work and earn money and take care of her younger brother at the same time. People from Zhiming University had contacted Su Qinxue in advance and promised that as long as she chose their school, their tuition and miscellaneous fees would be covered, and the higher the college entrance examination score, the more scholarships the school could provide. It is said that there is no complete cure for my brother's skin disease, so he can only continue to suffer from it. However, there are already many medical workers in the world studying this disease, and have achieved good results. She believed that as long as her brother continued to receive treatment in a large hospital, he would be able to recover. Therefore, Su Qinxue really needs the scholarship from Zhiming University so that her brother will have the opportunity to continue fighting the disease. Moreover, the school itself is a 985 institution with high competitiveness, which is perfect for Su Qinxue's current situation. Should I try it too? Hearing that Su Qinxue was planning to apply to Zhiming University, Gu Qianchuan couldn't help but mutter. Gu Qianchuan also wants to get into a good university in this life, but the score requirements for Tsinghua University and Peking University for Province S are too high. Even though his memory had improved significantly after his rebirth, Gu Qianchuan still felt unsure. However, he still has some hope for Zhiming University. He can make going to the same university as Su Qinxue his ultimate goal in his senior year of high school. I'm stuffed. After Gu Qianchuan finished his meal, he added another bowl of chicken soup to himself. The chicken soup cooked by Su Qinxue looks very outstanding. The golden soup ripples gently, exuding an enticing aroma as if it contains endless warmth and nourishment. If the cost is not considered, it will definitely be a best-seller if you open a store outside. Although the chicken soup had been cooling outside for a while, it was still very hot. Gu Qianchuan, who has a bit of a cat tongue, took a small sip. The delicious and mellow taste instantly bloomed on the tip of his tongue. The delicate chicken aroma was intertwined with the light herbal fragrance. It was not greasy and had a long aftertaste. Wolfberry and red dates are also added to the chicken soup, which are both relatively healthy herbs. They slowly pass through the taste buds. Perhaps this is the taste of home. I don't know if it's a psychological effect, but Gu Qianchuan feels that the chicken soup made by Su Qinxue is more delicious and sweet than the one made by his chef at home. I'll wash the dishes. On the other hand, Su Qinxue didn't seem to be as afraid of heat as Gu Qianchuan. She finished the soup quickly after dinner. Well, I haven't finished drinking from this bowl yet, so I'll wash it myself later. You can wash these bowls and then change your clothes and leave. I don't like soup that's been stored overnight, so take as much as you can. There's no shortage of takeaway boxes. I just checked and there are 2 chicken legs in the pot. Remember to bring them to your brother. Chapter 18. First a friend, then a sister, and finally that, Gu Qianchuan. Su Qinxue finally packed the remaining chicken soup and rice in a disposable takeaway box and changed out of her maid outfit. What's wrong? Thank you for everything today, both at school and at the market just now, but. Su Qinxue simply thanked Gu Qianchuan and then changed the subject, looking hesitant, as if she was hesitating whether to say the next words. I don't deserve you to be so nice to me. Girls with low self-esteem often lack a sense of security. I don't know what's going on with Gu Qianchuan today, but he suddenly feels very mature. Not only did he start to study seriously, he also said that he would draw a clear line between himself and Jiang Xiao in the future. The most important thing is that he cared about her all day long, which made Su Qinxue always have unrealistic fantasies about him. This is too dangerous. She was really afraid that this was just a dream, and when she saw Gu Qianchuan again tomorrow, he would become the unruly person he used to be. Who says it's not worth it? I think you are worth it, so you are worth it. But, I just. No buts. Gu Qianchuan sighed as he looked at the girl in front of him who had completely thrown away the mask of a cool school beauty and seemed about to cry. As my deskmate, you must know that I'm not very good at getting along with others. So if you don't count Li Yu and the others, I can say that I haven't made any friends so far. I think good friends should help each other, so I brought you breakfast today, so you don't have to feel burdened. Gu Qianchuan felt that if he wanted to take the next step with Su Qinxue, sincerity at this time was very necessary. In fact, he couldn't clearly explain what kind of feelings he had in helping Su Qinxue. Is she just a white moonlight classmate who needs to be saved? Or does he treat her as a younger sister who needs his care? Or does he really have feelings for her? It's not clear, but the guilt accumulated from the previous life is real, and the most suitable relationship for the two of them now is definitely good friends. Isn't there a saying like this? First a friend, then a sister, and finally. It may not turn out like that in the end. Or have you never considered me a friend? Gu Qianchuan rested his chin on the table and looked at Su Qinxue pitifully, like a big black dog petitioning its owner. No. Then let's just be friends from now on. Su Qinxue was deceived by Gu Qianchuan's acting skills. She waved her two little hands together, indicating that she had never thought of abandoning Gu Qianchuan. Well, we'll be good friends from now on, but let me make it clear in advance that I'm a person who clearly distinguishes between public and private life. When you come to my house to clean on weekends, you still have to wear a maid outfit. How can this be? Hey. Finally, the girl's heart was opened a little, and Gu Qianchuan is in a good mood now. You should go to the hospital to see your brother first. If you don't go now, the chicken soup will get cold. See you at school tomorrow. Yeah, okay. Su Qinxue picked up the packed lunchbox as if running away, put on her shoes at a very fast speed and left the entrance. Be careful not to spill it. Afraid that the girl might make a mistake in the chaos, Gu Qianchuan shouted at the end. I should start studying too. After Su Qinxue left, Gu Qianchuan returned to his room with his school bag, put the various figures on his desk on the computer case, and opened his textbook. Even though his memory was much better than in his previous life, Gu Qianchuan's foundation was still very poor. It was not realistic for him to practice real college entrance examination questions like Su Qinxue did. We are still in the early stage of the final review. The teacher will lead everyone to review every knowledge point in the future, so Gu Qianchuan decided to complete the homework assigned by the teacher first, and at the same time check for omissions and fill in the gaps. Your dimples and long eyelashes are your most beautiful thing. Hello. After struggling with the exercise book for about an hour, Gu Qianchuan received a phone call before JJ Lin finished singing. I'm on the number, bro. From the other end of the line came the energetic voice of Gu Qianchuan's sister. Gu Qianchuan's sister is named Gu Qianchuan. She is 3 years older than him and is also a great beauty. She is currently a sophomore at Chiming University, which is Su Qinxue and Gu Qianchuan's current target university. Gu Qianchuan is different from the loser Gu Qianchuan. She is a true child of destiny. She hasn't even got her college diploma yet, but she has already held an important position in her own company during her internship and has established a firm foothold. She is a superwoman in her father's company and a rising star in the IT industry. There is a slightly exaggerated statement that anyone who wants to pursue Gu Qianchuan can circle their company 3 times. Father Gu Yun also trained Gu Qianchuan as his heir. However, such a Gu Qianchuan. Today in Ionia solo and duo, you must take me to gold. Like Gu Qianchuan, he is a severe internet addict. At this moment, she was in the girls' dormitory of Qiming University, sitting cross-legged, urging Gu Qianchuan to turn on his computer and play League of Legends. In his previous life, Gu Qianchuan lived to be 28 years old and had average grades, average athletic ability, and average ability to handle affairs. But he has a unique skill, which is that he is very good at playing League of Legends. 2015 was undoubtedly one of the most popular years for League of Legends. It was popular all over the country. If you walked into an internet cafe, at least half of the people would be playing League of Legends. Gu Qianchuan liked this game very much and he played it frequently after entering college. At that time, he even made it to the top 50 in the first district. A coach from the League of Legends Premier League LSPL, later renamed LDL, even added him as a friend and asked him if he was interested in playing professionally. If the young and energetic Gu Qianchuan, who was still in high school, received an invitation from a professional coach, he might have agreed without thinking twice and then had a big fight with his family. But after entering university, Gu Qianchuan understood that those who could become top LOL professionals were all gaming geniuses, which might be harder than getting into Peking University or Tsinghua University. With his talent, he may not be able to secure a starting position even if he makes it to the second team. By the time he's done playing League of Legends for more than 10 hours a day in front of a computer screen, earning a few thousand yuan a month, and having pressure from his family, wouldn't that be a loss? I can't afford to gamble, I absolutely can't afford to gamble. The only way is to live an honest and obedient life and rely on my parents for support. Hey, why aren't you talking? Are you still alive? Live, sister, can you stop cursing me? Log in as soon as you can while you're still alive. I lost another game yesterday in a solo queue game. Our Zed was like an bot. He beat the opponent's Yasuo to a godlike state in just 15 minutes. I still have homework to do tonight, forget it, I can play a few games on the weekend. Gu Qianchuan rejected his sister's invitation to log in. He was very clear about his current level. Although he was not unable to get into undergraduate school like in his previous life, he was definitely far from Qiming University. He only has 1 year in high school. If he doesn't start working hard now, how can he possibly make it in time? Fortunately, the time when he was reborn was not too late. Now the teachers had finished teaching all the new courses. The teachers led everyone to review from the beginning throughout the entire senior year. You want to do your homework? This is a joke. In Gu Qianchuan's eyes, Gu Qianchuan could use many excuses to refuse her invitation to log in, except studying. Who in the family doesn't he know that her younger brother is a perennial loser who gave up studying a long time ago and just lives off his parents? I don't believe it. I need to log in quickly. I'm about to collapse because of my teammates' betrayal. The fact that Gu Qianchuan has to study hard is such a shock to my worldview. I'm not kidding, sister. I want to get into Qiming University. It's not too late to start working hard now. Gu Qianchuan spoke in a tone that was different from his usual serious tone, causing Gu Qianchuan on the other end of the phone to remain silent for about 10 seconds. You want to get into a good university, and I support you, but considering your current grades and the time you have left, the admission score of Qiming University is still too high. Why don't you lower your goal and get into an undergraduate program? After a moment of silence, Gu Qianchuan became serious for a rare moment and gave suggestions on Gu Qianchuan's current situation. Although we have just entered the final review stage for senior high school, there is still a chance to fill in all the missing knowledge points. But considering that my younger brother never studied hard and always had the worst grades, it was a miracle that he could be admitted to undergraduate studies. Thank you, sis. But no matter which school I apply to, I still have to study hard first. So why not set my goal higher? Gu Qianchuan tentatively accepted the advice given by his sister. After all, Gu Qianchuan didn't he know that the current Gu Qianchuan was reborn and his foundation was not as bad as she imagined. I don't know what his current determination is. Gu Qianchuan encountered such a rare thing as rebirth, but in the end he just studied for an ordinary undergraduate degree and got a bachelor's degree. How could he be willing to accept this? Chapter 19. I knew you had bad intentions. Wait a minute, sister. Are you free around 10 p.m? Yes, what's wrong? I changed my mind. You can come and play at 10 p.m. I have something else to ask you. When Gu Qianchuan heard that Gu Qianchuan suddenly changed his mind and wanted to play games again, he was still thinking that it was not so easy for this kid to change his ways. But Gu Qianchuan also said that he had something to ask her, so his focus should still be on the latter. I just don't know why there is anything that can't be said directly on the phone, and why we have to chat on the phone for such a long time at night. Sure, no problem on my end. It was rare for her younger brother to come and consult her about something serious, so as an older sister, Gu Qianchuan naturally would not refuse. Although Gu Qianchuan now lives in a 4-person dormitory at school like most people, his roommates are still not asleep at 10 o'clock in the evening, and Gu Qianchuan himself has nothing important to do, otherwise he would not have asked Gu Qianchuan to log in and play games on Monday night. Gu Qianchuan had even played matches with Gu Qianchuan and her other roommates before, so normally no one minded her and Gu Qianchuan playing together on the MIC. Okay then. I'll hang up first. We can talk about the rest tonight. Well, you should do your homework first. If you have any questions, you can ask your sister Tilda. Without paying attention to the amazing clip-like sound that his sister sang at the end, Gu Qianchuan hung up the phone and started studying. Gu Qianchuan is a science student, and he has homework in 6 subjects: Chinese, math, English, physics, and chemistry. Even though the homework for each subject is not much, it is not easy to write them. Careful people will notice that Gu Qianchuan did not hand in any homework this morning. This is because he hasn't handed in his homework for a long time, so the teachers are too lazy to care. While doing his homework and consolidating his knowledge, Gu Qianchuan couldn't help but sigh that he still lacked too many knowledge points. In the end, Gu Qianchuan finished all his homework at exactly 10 o'clock in the evening and barely managed to play games with his sister. After turning on the computer and logging into his ancient penguin account worth only 7 figures, Gu Qianchuan logged into the League of Legends, which had not yet been bound to the stupid platform of WeGame, as well as the YY voice chat system, which was a must for playing games these days. Hey, dear brother, can you hear me? Yes. Why are you using the big one? Find a small one. I forgot the password to my secondary account. Can you lend me one? Gu Qianchuan just remembered at this time that his account was currently at Diamond 1 rank and there was no way he could play ranked games with his sister. Okay, I'll give you my roommate's number. Gu Qianchuan put down his headphones. Jia. I'll lend your number to my little brother. Use it, I don't have many heroes on my account. Nowadays, it is not popular to log into game accounts by scanning codes, so Gu Qianchuan sent her roommate's account to Gu Qianchuan. Use this. After Gu Qianchuan logged in, the brother and sister started playing together. What on earth do you want to ask me today? You even switched to YY voice. Gu Qianchuan was so curious that he took the initiative to bring up the topic. How should I put it? I have a poor classmate who comes from a single-parent family and has a younger brother who has a skin disease and is hospitalized for a long time. What can I do to lend a helping hand to her more naturally? You mean to lend a helping hand to her without hurting her self-esteem? Well, although her family is poor, she has a very stubborn temper. I treated her to a meal today, and she told me not to be so nice to her. To be precise, Gu Qianchuan used the fact that Su Qinxue worked as a maid in her house to coerce her, otherwise she probably wouldn't have been able to be treated to these 2 meals. But it would be better to keep the fact that Su Qinxue worked as a maid here a secret from her elder sister for the time being. Is the classmate you are talking about a female classmate? I'm asking you, are men and women pretty? It's not important. The more Gu Qianchuan asked, the more guilty Gu Qianchuan felt. After all, he did something like kidnapping the school beauty from his school and keeping her as a maid in his mansion. I don't believe you would pay attention to a poor student for no reason. She must be a beautiful girl. Do you have a photo? Gu Qianchuan is confident that he has solved the case. As siblings who grew up wearing the same pair of socks, how could she not know Gu Qianchuan's abilities? Okay, I admit that she is a girl, and she is pretty. Where are the photos? There are no photos, she doesn't have a mobile phone, and she never plays Penguin Space or anything like that. Gu Qianchuan was almost sweating from Gu Qianchuan's interrogation. He actually had some photos of Su Qinxue in his hand, but they were a set of photos of the maids of the campus Belle of Su Qinxue University. Gu Qianchuan must not see these, otherwise she will kill her own relatives for the sake of justice. Gu Qianchuan turned down the air conditioner in the room by another degree, then ignored his teammate who was saying, "If you don't give me the 5L mid laner, I'll give it away," in the game chat box, and selected the mid laner male knife. I knew you had bad intentions, but no matter what your original intention was in helping a poor girl, your intention to help her was good. Gu Qianchuan glanced at the teammate in the game chat box who was threatening to kill all his teammates and their families if they didn't give up their positions, then he sighed, turned around and began to think about how Gu Qianchuan could break the deadlock. Chapter 20, The inferiority complex is well grasped. Since you said that the girl is very stubborn and has a strong sense of self-esteem, then when you help her you can't give her arms. I don't know much about your relationship yet, but if you are friends with her, it's best to find a reason for her to accept and help her. Make her feel that your help for her is a reasonable concern between friends, not charity. It's best to make her think that she is also a useful person to you, and then you can be even nicer to her and open her heart step by step. After entering the game loading interface, Gu Qianchuan slowly talked to Gu Qianchuan about her opinions. Indeed, I can't let her feel that I am the only one making sacrifices. I need to give her reasons that are enough to make her feel at ease. Gu Qianchuan held his chin with his left hand and thought about buying clothes for going out with his right hand. When he treated Su Qinxue to steamed buns this morning and invited her to his house to make chicken soup in the evening, he used the Maid incident to threaten Su Qinxue. Of course Su Qinxue saw through this little trick, so before leaving today, she told Gu Qianchuan not to be so nice to him in the future. This tactic of holding the emperor hostage to control the princes cannot be used all the time like it is today. It can only be used as a trump card at most. Can you use the fact that we are good friends as an excuse? That's fine, but that reason is too general and far-fetched. It might make others afraid of owing you a favor. It's better to find the most appropriate reason every time you help her. That's right. Gu Qianchuan recalled that at noon when he said he didn't want to eat coriander and wanted to exchange the roast beef for Su Qinxue's shredded pork with green peppers, she looked obviously more willing. Perhaps only this level of exchange can make Su Qinxue reluctantly accept Gu Qianchuan's kindness. Of course, it's best to encourage people more. I have a roommate in college whose situation may be similar to the girl you mentioned. A student who has to bear such great family pressure will often have a strong sense of inferiority even if he does not suffer from depression. But we are a very united dormitory here, and you may have to figure it out on your own. Gu Qianchuan has a roommate who is also a poor student. On the first day she came to the dormitory, she lowered her head when she saw Gu Qianchuan and was so nervous that she couldn't speak. Later, Gu Qianchuan found out that this girl's family was very poor. She went to college with a loan, and it was her first time away from home and in an unfamiliar environment, so she had difficulty adapting for a while. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to get along well with her roommates. But the facts proved that the four sisters in Gu Qianchuan's dormitory were all good people. For example, among the 4 people in her dormitory, only this roommate does not have a laptop. When the teacher assigns a topic that requires the use of a computer, everyone will sacrifice some time for playing games to lend her a computer. If that roommate has any difficulties, everyone will work together to find a solution. Although she is still very shy, at least she has changed her habit of lowering her head when meeting people. By the way, don't you like that girl named Jiang Xiao in your class? Why are you eyeing another girl now? Gu Qianchuan knew that her brother had been pursuing a girl in his class named Jiang Xiao. Every time she heard Gu Qianchuan talk about her, she felt a little sick of his love-brained face. At the same time, the teammate who was angry and embarrassed because he failed to grab a position in the chat channel gave the opponent a blood. I don't have any intentions of pursuing her, but I really don't plan to pursue Jiang Xiao anymore. Really? You're not going to get dumped by her again, are you? This time, Gu Qianchuan was frightened by Gu Qianchuan. The level of shock was no less than when I heard a few hours ago that Gu Qianchuan was going to study hard. In fact, Gu Qianchuan often talked to Gu Qianchuan about Jiang Xiao. Just from what his brother said, Gu Qianchuan could tell that Jiang Xiao didn't seem like a good person. Especially when Gu Qianchuan confessed his love to Jiang Xiao in his second year of high school, Jiang Xiao said that she had to focus on studying because she was going to take the college entrance examination, but she still wanted to continue to get along with Gu Qianchuan as a friend and spend more time to confirm the feelings of both parties. Gu Qianchuan probably already knew Jiang Xiao's character. She said she wanted to focus on studying and rejected her brother's confession, but she also wanted to continue being friends with Gu Qianchuan. Really not greedy at all. Gu Qianchuan also advised Gu Qianchuan to mend his ways. Their Gu family was so well off, and as the young master of the Gu family, there was no need for him to pursue girls in such a humble way. As a result, Gu Qianchuan said that Gu Qianchuan didn't understand that love can make people blind. She was so angry that she laughed. Then last summer vacation, Gu Qianchuan said that he planned to confess his feelings to Jiang Xiao again when the senior year of high school started. If he was unsuccessful this time, he would wait until graduation. Could it be that he became like this just because he couldn't bear the shock of being dumped for the second time? I didn't confess my feelings, but I suddenly felt that if I continued to be so decadent, my life would be wasted, so I wanted to take this opportunity in my senior year of high school to make up for it. Gu Qianchuan shook his head slightly. And you're right, Jiang Xiao is really not worth it. I was too stupid before, but now I've come to my senses. Then Gu Qianchuan fought two opponents at once and killed both the opponent's mid-laner and jungler. Gu Qianchuan felt very uncomfortable listening to his brother's self-deprecating voice and the double kill report from the game. Gu Qianchuan said that he did not confess, but his tone was so mature as if he was 10 years older. It doesn't sound like he has thought it through. So was he dumped after confessing, or did he encounter some situation that broke his heart before confessing? Gu Qianchuan can't tell the difference. No, my brother's mental state is very wrong now. He has already started to study hard, and the next step is possible that he will commit suicide. It's okay, brother. It's a good thing to draw a clear line with the bad woman as soon as possible. You study hard over there. Sister will transfer 20,000 yuan to you first, and I will come back to see you during the National Day. Just at this time, the jungler Nidalee controlled by Gu Qianchuan died, and then she took out her mobile phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to Gu Qianchuan's bank card. Sister, let's finish this quickly. Come on, bro, you're still young. What are you thinking? I mean the 5 opponents won't go out of the fountain. It was only then that Gu Qianchuan discovered that the male swordsman controlled by Gu Qianchuan had taken 25 kills in just 15 minutes, and he was covered with a full layer of killing swords. At this time, the 5 opponents and the idiot who gave away the kill to their team were interacting frantically on the public screen. They had no intention of leaving the fountain to defend the tower, so as not to be chased and killed by Gu Qianchuan. Brother, when did you become so powerful? Gu Qianchuan was stunned. Although she knew that her brother was not at this level of strength, he shouldn't be so perverted, right? They are playing for against 6. As a result, the opponent's team didn't even come out before the 20th shot. Maybe it's because I did my homework today, so my gaming skills got better. Gu Qianchuan could only say that games become more fun the more you play. As a 10-year champion who has only played up to S5 in League of Legends, he can easily win in this division even with 5 simple AI players. Moreover, the male blade before the rework was really fun to play, he could kill squishy targets in one hit. Call Faker over here quickly, I want to fight with him. Chapter 21. How about you call me Brother Qianchuan from now on? Good morning, Xiaoxue. The next morning, Gu Qianchuan still followed the boarding students in doing morning exercises, but Su Qinxue arrived in the classroom on time. And this time he entered the classroom from the back door. When he came in, he reached out and patted the girl's shoulder, causing Su Qinxue to write a wrong word. Did it scare you? Okay. What's this name? Well, I thought about it last night. Since we are good friends now, it would be okay to call you something a little more intimate, right? Gu Qianchuan put down his school bag and returned to his seat, then asked Su Qinxue with a smirk on his face. Of course, you can also call me Qianchuan, or Brother Qianchuan. When Su Qinxue heard Gu Qianchuan asking her to call him Brother Qianchuan, her whole face turned red as if it could be fried with an egg. How could he know this? This was the name that Su Qinxue only dared to call Gu Qianchuan in her heart. When it was suddenly brought up by Gu Qianchuan himself, the child was frightened. When Gu Qianchuan looked at Su Qinxue like this, he was inexplicably reminded of the scene when he accidentally stepped on the tail of his sister's cat and the kitten performed stress electric shock. Then, let's just call you Qianchuan from now on. Even if Su Qinxue had 200 more courages, she would not dare to call Gu Qianchuan Brother Qianchuan in front of him. Gu Qianchuan always felt that she used the word first very subtly. But there is no rush. There will be plenty of opportunities for her to change her mind in the future. Okay Qianchuan, as a proof of our friendship, let's exchange breakfast first. As he spoke, Gu Qianchuan took out 2 more buns from his school bag. I bought this bun from a breakfast shop downstairs from my house. It's owned by a family. I heard their son also goes to our school. While telling an insignificant background story, Gu Qianchuan pushed 2 buns in front of Su Qinxue. No, I brought a steamed bun and an egg today, which is enough for me. Su Qinxue knew that Gu Qianchuan must be worried that she would not be full with just 1 steamed bun in the morning, so he bought her some buns. But these 2 buns cost at least $3. Although Gu Qianchuan would definitely not ask Su Qinxue for money, how could she repay the favors that had accumulated? Eggs are good things with high nutritional value. As he said that, Gu Qianchuan once again snatched Su Qinxue's steamed bun and started to eat it. Now you only have 1 egg left. Su Qinxue was speechless. Will she still be able to eat steamed buns in the future? Eat your fill. These 2 buns are your overtime pay for cooking for me last night. Overtime pay? Did yesterday count as overtime? Su Qinxue recalled the scene yesterday when Gu Qianchuan forced her to buy the box of chicken and asked her to go to his house to make chicken soup. In the end, after she finished making the chicken soup at Gu Qianchuan's house, Gu Qianchuan drank a big bowl of it and asked Su Qinxue to pack up the rest. He also let Su Qinxue have a meal at his house. Does that really count as overtime? However, Su Qinxue did not regret going to Gu Qianchuan's house. The pressure cooker is really convenient to use, and it also comes with cooking wine that can help her remove the fishy smell from the chicken. She can also add some wolfberries and red dates to enhance the taste. It was exactly the kitchen she had dreamed of. Finally, the younger brother smiled and told her that today's chicken soup was more delicious than before, while the mother was curious why there were wolfberries and red dates in today's chicken soup. You're already wearing your work clothes, so of course it counts as overtime, as long as you don't mind me being a black-hearted boss who only gives me 2 buns as overtime pay. No, I don't mind. After saying this, in order to prove that she didn't mind, Su Qinxue grabbed a bun and stuffed it into her mouth. Phut! Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you. Gu Qianchuan couldn't help but smile when he saw Su Qinxue cosplaying as Zhu Barji eating a ginseng fruit. By the way, this steamed bun tastes quite soft. Where did you buy it from? Gu Qianchuan was a little curious when he saw Su Qinxue had this steamed bun for breakfast every day. I made it at home. I made a lot. I steamed 2 every morning for breakfast with my mom. You can also make steamed buns, that's amazing. When it comes to cooking, Gu Qianchuan only knows how to make a variety of lazy dishes. It is simply impossible for him to handle difficult ingredients like flour. Unable to withstand the boy's straightforward praise, Su Qinxue simply turned her head away, not letting Gu Qianchuan see her expression. But no matter how you look at it, she is trying to cover up her shame. How could Gu Qianchuan not see that? It turns out that when facing a girl with low self-esteem, you should praise her more. My sister is right. By the way, the name Qianchuan. I understand that I can only call you that when we're alone, right? Gu Qianchuan knew clearly that Su Qinxue definitely didn't want to have a scandal with him. For her now, getting through the college entrance examination smoothly is something she must do at all costs. But these 2 classmates are both very famous in school. One is a cold goddess who is the top of the grade and has a frosty face and only wants to study. The other is to isolate all classmates and talk back to teachers. If the term school bully was not out of fashion nowadays, he would definitely become a school bully. Why the head teacher Jiang Yonghui arranged for the 2 of them to sit at the same table remains an unsolved mystery. However, before, because Gu Qianchuan was either playing or sleeping in class, he never disturbed Su Qinxue's studies. And with him as a thorn in her side, it will be difficult for many of Su Qinxue's admirers to approach her. As a result, Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue, 2 extremely contrasting classmates, formed a delicate balance. But this balance can only be maintained if the 2 of them keep non-interference with each other. If Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue suddenly became friends and started chatting and laughing in the back row of the classroom, it would definitely scare everyone present. Doing so would bring considerable pressure to Su Qinxue, so Gu Qianchuan felt it would be better to take a step back at this time. Su Qinxue was very happy that Gu Qianchuan understood her feelings. She stuck out her little tongue and licked the oil that had leaked out of her mouth because she ate too fast. Then this matter will be a secret between the two of us. Friends who share secrets are true friends. To be honest, Gu Qianchuan has been pursuing Jiang Xie for so long, but he still doesn't really know how to make friends with others. Especially when dating a girl like Su Qinxue who has a very strong psychological defense, you need to be careful with every step. But it doesn't matter, at least he enjoys this equal relationship between them. Unlike Jiang Xie, she probably never treated Gu Qianchuan as a human being. Chapter 22. Who is reborn without any kung fu skills? Hasn't there been a secret between us for a long time? It's a huge secret. Su Qinxue finished eating a bun and stared at Gu Qianchuan with resentment on her face. After all, 12 hours ago, she was wearing that strange maid outfit and making soup at Gu Qianchuan's house. That is indeed. Gu Qianchuan touched his nose awkwardly. Oh, by the way, I'm going to go home this weekend. Go home? Su Qinxue wondered why Gu Qianchuan said that. Didn't he usually go home on weekends? Well, to be exact, we need to go back to their house where my parents live. Gu Qianchuan realized that Su Qinxue might not understand what he had just said, so he followed up with an explanation. So my weekend job. I'm just going home to stay for one night. I'll be back here the next day. You can come to my house around 2 p.m. on Sunday this week. Considering that Su Qinxue didn't have a mobile phone and there was a risk of being caught by Feng Nan if he called her home landline, Gu Qianchuan had to tell her about his weekend plans in advance. Then let's continue this underground friendship and surprise everyone after graduation. What underground friendship? That's a really bad word. The two of them are obviously just friends, isn't that good? Su Qinxue thought to herself. But it is indeed quite exciting to be able to secretly become friends with Gu Qianchuan. Due to her family's circumstances, Su Qinxue does not allow for failure in many things she does. When she encounters some more complicated things, she hopes to get through them smoothly. But being friends with Gu Qianchuan is different. The sense of guilt of deceiving their whole world adds some interest to the girl's dull life. Woo, it's all Gu Qianchuan's fault. He made her become weird now and even learned to enjoy this kind of excitement. Is she a bad girl? Su Qinxue thought as she took out the second bun from the plastic bag. The two buns that Gu Qianchuan gave Su Qinxue were of different flavors. One was the standard pork and green onion filling, and the other was a sugar-filled bun. Su Qinxue likes to eat sweet things, such as candy and chocolate, so she also likes this sugar-filled bun. Moreover, she felt that the cost of making this bun should not be high, at least it does not require pork as the filling. Maybe if Su Qinxue did some research, she could make it. After that, more and more classmates entered the classroom, and Gu Qianchuan began to abide by the agreement not to expose their relationship and stopped talking to Su Qinxue. The time alone with Gu Qianchuan ended here, and Su Qinxue even felt a little resentful towards the first student who entered the classroom besides them. Gu Qianchuan casually took out the first compulsory Chinese lesson and started to recite the text. Before going to bed last night, Gu Qianchuan took the time to take out his Chinese textbook and recite the text. In the past, Gu Qianchuan would get a headache when he saw classical Chinese, but last night he recited 3 articles in a row and it only took him half an hour. Moreover, he did not memorize by rote, but recited while understanding. This made Gu Qianchuan once again confirm that his learning ability had indeed been significantly enhanced after being reborn as 18 years old. Well, who wouldn't he know some kung fu after being reborn these days? Hand in your homework. There were still 10 minutes before the morning reading class started. When Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue's morning self-study was coming to an end, someone shouted near them. She was the monitor of their grade 3 class 7 and the Chinese class representative, a girl named Su Qinxue with a high ponytail. Xiaoxue, do you have to hand in your Chinese homework today? The Chinese teacher had previously told Su Qinxue that Su Qinxue's situation was rather special, and that she would not be forced to complete the homework he assigned. He did not tell Su Qinxue what was special about Su Qinxue. Su Qinxue herself guessed that Su Qinxue was the top student in the grade after all, and the homework assigned by the teacher was too easy for her, so it would be a waste of time to do it. So every time Su Qinxue came to Su Qinxue, she would ask her. Yes. In the homework assigned by the Chinese teacher yesterday, Su Qinxue did a rather obscure reading question and needed the teacher's help to mark it, so she handed in the exercise book. Why don't you ask me whether I'm going to hand in my homework? After receiving Su Qinxue's homework, Su Qinxue was ready to leave, but Gu Qianchuan quickly handed his exercise book to her. Gu Qianchuan, why are you reluctant to hand in your homework today? Su Qinxue looked at the extra exercise book in her hand and turned back with some curiosity. Of course, she would not urge Gu Qianchuan to hand in his homework. After all, it was a random event for Su Qinxue to hand in his homework, and it was absolutely impossible for Gu Qianchuan to hand in his homework. As a student, what am I doing if I don't hand in my homework? You still know that you are a student. Su Qinxue grinned with a look of disgust. If someone took a picture of this expression, it would definitely be regarded as an emoticon. But now it is 2015, few people bring smartphones to school, and class groups are not yet popular. Moreover, there are really few students in this class who dare to talk to Gu Qianchuan like this. Everyone thinks he is an oddball, and only the class monitor is more outgoing. Of course I am a student. If I were not a student, why would I come to the classroom to teach you to read? Gu Qianchuan rolled his eyes at Su Qinxue in response. Today was the Chinese morning reading class, and Su Qinxue placed all their homework she received directly on the podium. It seemed like this was the first time in her life that she received homework from Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan's reputation as a troublemaker was already well known before the class was divided into arts and sciences. After the class was divided, the first time Su Qinxue accepted his homework, she rejected it. Even though she told Gu Qianchuan that his Chinese teacher was a very fierce person and threatened that he would be called to the office and scolded if he didn't hand in his homework, Gu Qianchuan still acted like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Not only does this guy not study hard all day long, he also falls in love prematurely and follows Jiang Xiao around like a dog every day. Although what Gu Qianchuan did had nothing to do with Su Qinxue, after all, he had never disturbed others from studying. But no one would look down on this love-minded young man who is still chasing after goddesses while everyone else in high school is struggling. It turns out that this guy not only translated the text in teacher Jiang's class yesterday, but also handed in his homework today. He wouldn't really want to turn over a new leaf and be a good student, right? Su Qinxue recalled a rumor she had heard in the dormitory yesterday. It is said that Gu Qianchuan no longer intends to pursue Jiang Xiao, and he even had an argument with Li Yu about this. Currently, few people know about this matter. As the class monitor, Su Qinxue is quite popular, so someone told her about this. Su Qinxue didn't care about Gu Qianchuan, but she hoped that he wouldn't affect Xiexue's study in the back row of the classroom. Chapter 23. See how long he can keep pretending. Hey! Lao Jiang, guess whose homework I received today? In the large office where the teachers were sitting, an old teacher patted Jiang Yonghui on the shoulder. This person is called Zhu Xing. He is currently teaching Chinese to senior high school students, including class 7. Who is it that makes you so excited just handing in an assignment? In the eyes of students, Zhu Xing is a devil teacher. He often teaches with a stern face, is very strict with everyone, and assigns a lot of homework. But he is still very friendly in private. He often smiles when talking to other teachers and occasionally makes jokes. The homework of Gu Qianchuan from your class. Gu Qianchuan. When Jiang Yonghui heard Gu Qianchuan's name from Zhu Xing, he was a little bit unbelieving. Yes, today when I was correcting homework, I found one with particularly sloppy handwriting. Then I flipped forward and found that it seemed that only today's homework was written in this exercise book. I was just about to get angry, but then I saw on the cover that Gu Qianchuan actually handed in his homework today. Besides the fact that his handwriting was really ugly, his accuracy rate in yesterday's homework was quite high. He also analyzed a somewhat complicated reading comprehension question very well. Zhu Xing actually succeeded in correcting the homework of the most stubborn student in the senior year of Lanhai Middle School. He felt that something good would happen today. I've also received the math homework, and it's similar to teacher Zhu's. Gu Qianchuan's homework has a pretty good accuracy rate, but his handwriting is really sloppy, and even the numbers are crooked. At the same time, the 40-year-old mathematics teacher who heard the conversation between the two also joined in. Didn't you receive it, Lao Jiang? I don't know. I'm still correcting our class's homework. Jiang Yonghui is grading homework now, but he hasn't finished yet, with more than a dozen left. So he looked through the names of the remaining dozen or so books, and sure enough, he found Gu Qianchuan's homework among them. Gu Qianchuan's handwriting was indeed very sloppy. The letters in a word could not be arranged neatly. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't even tell whether he wrote E or O. But Jiang Yonghui took a quick look and found that the accuracy rate of this homework was indeed quite good. At least all the simple questions were answered correctly. To be honest, Gu Qianchuan's handwriting in his previous life was not bad, but he seldom wrote after entering university, and at work he was only required to sign most of the time. So after he was reborn, he felt awkward when writing, and always felt uncomfortable no matter how he held the pen. It's hard to imagine that Gu Qianchuan's homework could have such an accuracy rate. Is it possible that he copied it from someone else? The math teacher didn't believe that Gu Qianchuan, the last in the grade, could do such homework by himself, not to mention that the handwriting was so sloppy that it was more likely to be plagiarism. I don't think so, Jiang Yonghui said calmly. He didn't hand in his homework before, why do you have to do that? After listening to Jiang Yonghui's words, the two teachers fell silent. Indeed, in their eyes, Gu Qianchuan was just a scumbag who came here to get a high school diploma, and the two had already given up on Gu Qianchuan. Without a teacher to supervise him, Gu Qianchuan hasn't handed in his homework for a long time. Why did he go out of his way to copy so many assignments and hand them in? And yesterday during class, I saw Gu Qianchuan dozing off, so I woke him up and asked him to translate a text. To be honest, I originally wanted to call him out to make him stand in the corner as punishment, but he actually translated the text, and his translation was very accurate. Then I called him back to my office and told him not to sleep in class. Not only did he readily agree, he also promised me that he would study hard in his senior year. Yesterday, when Gu Qianchuan promised Jiang Yonghui that he would study hard in his senior year of high school, Jiang Yonghui felt that he only trusted him a little. Now you can believe half of it. There was no way. Gu Qianchuan's performance in the past 2 years was so bad that his credibility with the teachers had long been negative. Even though he looked like a normal student in the past 2 days, no teacher dared to assert that Gu Qianchuan really intended to study hard. How about I ask him some questions during class today? Just ask some simple questions that we have covered in the past 2 days. Zhu Xing suggested that he and other teachers of other subjects did not quite believe that Gu Qianchuan was really studying, so they might as well test him during class. Good idea, I agree. The math teacher nodded, indicating that she also wanted to participate in the plan. Okay, my next class is your class 7, so it's about time I take my lesson plans and leave. Zhu Xing glanced at the time and saw that there were still 5 minutes before the next class, so he began to quickly organize the materials he would need for the class. Old Jiang, don't worry too much about that kid. You are too conscientious as a class teacher. You should not make yourself unhappy because of a few students. Zhu Xing walked to the classroom with 2 minutes left before class started. Before leaving, he patted Jiang Yonghui on the shoulder. Jiang Yonghui glanced at Zhu Xing's still thick black hair at the age of 52, even though he was approaching retirement. He then touched his own hair, which was only a few strands left at the age of 45, and couldn't help but sigh. Yeah, do you think all boys nowadays are as ruthless as Gu Qianchuan? I don't mind him having been friends with him for so long. As a result, this guy suddenly stopped being friends with me just because I didn't want to be his girlfriend. During the break, Jiang Xiao complained to Li Yu about Gu Qianchuan. Because of what happened yesterday, Jiang Xiao didn't eat breakfast today, thinking that she must see how long Gu Qianchuan would be angry with her. As a result, Gu Qianchuan came to the classroom early today, but did not come to find Jiang Xiao. Not all boys are like him, but Gu Qianchuan has a brain disease. Maybe he is just in the onset period these 2 days, and he will be fine in 2 days. Li Yu, who had also quarreled with Gu Qianchuan, is also being harsh in her words. I'll apologize to you, Yao Yao, after his illness is over in the next 2 days. You must not forgive him easily. At least you have to let him pay for all our 3 meals. But no matter how bluntly Gu Qianchuan spoke yesterday, Li Yu and Jiang Xiao agreed that he came back to apologize to Jiang Xiao without realizing the seriousness of the matter. Hey, I'm so hungry. I can't go without food in the morning. Jiang Xiao lay on the table somewhat disappointedly. She had not eaten breakfast and had attended 2 classes. She now felt a little dizzy and it seemed as if she could hear the rumbling of her stomach. I have 1 small piece of bread left, would you like some? Li Yu took out an old-fashioned small bread from her school bag and handed it to Jiang Xiao. When Gu Qianchuan was pursuing Jiang Xiao, she was able to get a lot of benefits as his best friend. So it is necessary to be nice to Jiang Xiao at this time. This is called you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing the lamb. Thank you, Yeye. Jiang Xiao looked at Gu Qianchuan, who was still studying in the back row even after class. She took a bite of the slightly hard old bread, and her expression looked as if she was biting Gu Qianchuan's flesh. It is undeniable that Gu Qianchuan's method of pretending to be profound was indeed ruthless, at least it really attracted Jiang Xiao's attention. But she just wanted to see how long this dog Gu Qianchuan could pretend. Chapter 24 I'm a Genius. Gu Qianchuan was very depressed today. Starting from the Chinese class this morning, almost every teacher would pick him up to answer questions. Obviously, they had completely ignored Gu Qianchuan before, but today it seemed as if everyone had refreshed the daily task and had to draw Gu Qianchuan to answer questions. Although the questions they asked Gu Qianchuan were very simple, they were either knowledge points that had been taught in class in the past few days, or original questions in the homework. But what really bothered Gu Qianchuan was not the random questions themselves, but that every time he answered a question correctly, the teacher would say that he had performed well today and actually knew to do his homework. It would have been fine if only one or two teachers said that, but today, except for Jiang Yonghui, all the teachers praised him for handing in his homework in class. He is a senior high school student, but he was praised by teachers in class for handing in a homework. It's so social. Especially in the last class, when Gu Qianchuan was beaten up by the biology teacher with a look of despair, he seemed to see Su Qinxue next door secretly laughing. It must be Jiang Yonghui, the old teacher, who said something he shouldn't have to other teachers in the office. Well, now the whole class knows that Gu Qianchuan has accomplished such a feat as doing homework. He, Gu Qianchuan, just wanted to study quietly and surprise everyone after the first mock exam in Province S. Why were they so cruel to him? Especially the Chinese teacher Zhu Xing, this devil teacher who usually has a stern face in class, actually smiled and made a joke about Gu Qianchuan's handwriting in his homework today. Do you want people to live anymore? After a morning of classes, Gu Qianchuan was exhausted both physically and mentally. After the school bell rang, Su Qinxue did not rush to the cafeteria as usual. Xiexue. R. When Su Qinxue heard Gu Qianchuan calling her like that, her first reaction was not to answer him, but to look left and right to make sure no one was looking at them. What are you doing, Gu Qianchuan? Although she called Gu Qianchuan brother Qianchuan countless times in her heart, when she returned to reality, just omitting his surname and calling Gu Qianchuan by his first name made Su Qinxue so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to crawl into. But it's really exciting to call him by different names only when we are alone. Give me your meal card and I'll pay you. Before going to eat, Gu Qianchuan decided to take action first. Salary? I've only been on the job for 2 days. It was written in Su Qinxue's contract that Gu Qianchuan would give her 5,000 yuan after tax as salary every month. The 4,000 yuan will be used as compensation for the loss of the game console and returned to Gu Qianchuan, which means that Su Qinxue can still receive 1,000 yuan in salary from Gu Qianchuan every month. But she has only helped Gu Qianchuan clean once, and at most went to his house to cook dinner yesterday. How can she get paid? And it's too weird to pay the salary into the meal card. Then let me ask you, if you only eat one meat dish and white rice at noon every day, can you feel full? Yes. I don't believe it. Are you 90 kilograms now? Su Qinxue was silent now. She really doesn't weigh 90 pounds. She is not too short and her breasts are well developed compared to her peers, but the rest of her body is unhealthily thin. Especially the arms, which are as thin as bamboo poles. But Su Qinxue didn't lie either. In the past, she only ate a steamed bun or an egg in the morning, and she would be very hungry by the last class in the morning. But at noon when eating in the cafeteria, she can still eat a lot, apart from white rice. Although I still can't eat enough, at least I won't go hungry during the afternoon classes. You've become so thin. If people knew you were working here, they would say I was abusing my employees. No one else will know, our relationship is confidential. I'm just giving an example, but if you don't have enough to eat every day, it will also affect your study state, right? Su Qinxue couldn't refute Gu Qianchuan. Because she often couldn't concentrate when studying because of hunger. It can be said that this is what bothers her the most. My friend, Master Gu, can't even get enough food every day. How can I save face? I'll just add 100 yuan to your meal card and give you an extra dish at noon every day. And this 100 yuan will not be deducted from your salary. Many companies now provide employee meals or catering subsidies. This 100 yuan can be regarded as a catering subsidy for you. Yesterday, in order to get Su Qinxue to eat a bowl of roast beef, Gu Qianchuan made the excuse that he forgot to ask the cafeteria auntie not to put coriander in it. It would definitely not work to try to do it again today. So today Gu Qianchuan planned to use this statement to make Su Qinxue accept this small sum of money, once and for all. Also, this meal subsidy must be used up before the National Day holiday. I'll check it after I return from the holiday. Is that okay? Gu Qianchuan had never realized before that he had potential in sales. He used all kinds of tricks to coax the little girl, using threats, inducements and everything else. Su Qinxue actually wanted to deduct the 100 yuan from her salary, but she always felt that Gu Qianchuan had 100 ways to persuade her. In the end, the girl obediently took out her worn wallet, took out the meal card from it and handed it to Gu Qianchuan. Well, good, keep it up. After getting Su Qinxue's meal card, Gu Qianchuan still accompanied her to study in the classroom for a while, and then the two left the classroom one after the other. After Gu Qianchuan simply topped up 100 yuan onto Su Qinxue's meal card, the balance on the card only reached 164. Gu Qianchuan had seen in the diary that Su Qinxue recharged her meal card once a month, and there were still 2 weeks left before the National Day holiday. Wow, $64 to eat lunch in the cafeteria for 2 weeks. This child is really worrying. Let's go get 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and then meet up at the same location as yesterday. Gu Qianchuan handed the charged meal card back to Su Qinxue and asked her to go get the meal. I went to their window selling set meals. Auntie, let's have this pickled fish set meal. Okay, I'll give you 16 yuan. Gu Qianchuan still bought the best meal set in the school cafeteria. When he went to top up Su Qinxue's meal card just now, he suddenly thought of an extremely brilliant plan. During this period, he would accompany Su Qinxue to eat lunch in the school cafeteria every day. After she got used to having lunch with Gu Qianchuan, he would lie and say that his meal card was lost. Then Gu Qianchuan told Su Qinxue that it was too troublesome to apply for a new card, so he would just top up Su Qinxue's meal card and swipe her card when eating. In this way, wouldn't Gu Qianchuan be able to both supervise Su Qinxue to eat well and completely trap her? Perfect. So when Gu Qianchuan arrived at the cafeteria today, he did not choose to go to other windows to change his taste, but came to the window of the school cafeteria's most expensive 16 yuan set meal. Spend the money on the meal card as soon as possible, so that you can share the meal card with Su Qinxue in the future. This time he didn't ask Su Qinxue to help him make soup, because the cabbage soup without oil or salt in school was too unpalatable. Anyway, Gu Qianchuan bought sauerkraut fish today. At worst, he could just drink the soup of the sauerkraut fish. It's better to be salty than tasteless. Su Qinxue listened to Gu Qianchuan today and bought 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish. The heavy plate reminded her of the first time she came to the cafeteria at Blue Ocean Middle School with other female classmates. But when Su Qinxue held the plate that day, her heart was filled with guilt. This time it felt a little warmer. Come on, Xiexue, try my pickled fish. How does it taste? The amount of food Su Qinxue prepared today was definitely enough to fill her up, and Gu Qianchuan did not stuff her with a big bowl of food like he did yesterday. He just added a few slices of fish before she ate. Hey, how can you enjoy the meal alone when you are eating with good friends? Let me have a taste of your cauliflower and fish-flavored pork shreds. Well, here you go. This time, Su Qinxue did not let Gu Qianchuan pick up the chopsticks, but picked up a lot of dishes for him herself. You gave me all the beef yesterday and only ate a little shredded pork yourself. You must eat more today. Seeing Su Qinxue obediently picking food for him, Gu Qianchuan felt very relieved. The child has grown up. It's such a pity that the cauliflower cooked at school is so unpalatable. No wonder there are so many left. Chapter 25, Knowing a son is like a father. After taking the initiative to become friends with Su Qinxue, Gu Qianchuan's relationship with her has improved significantly compared to before. At least now if you feed Su Qinxue, she basically won't refuse. Su Qinxue used to be used to a hellish life, and even accepted other people's kindness was quite difficult for her. Suddenly someone showed such care for her that she inevitably felt a strong sense of distrust. What Gu Qianchuan needs to do now is to let Su Qinxue slowly adapt to him. Gu Qianchuan will be considered successful if he can train her to the point where she will not reject him subconsciously. During this week, Gu Qianchuan secretly made friends with Su Qinxue while studying hard and looking for his own loopholes. Occasionally, when he encountered something he didn't understand, he would fold the corner of the book. Rather than asking the teacher for help, he wanted to ask Su Qinxue for help in solving the problem, but since their relationship was not open to the public, Gu Qianchuan could only find out his own blind spots in knowledge first. When Su Qinxue comes to his house on the weekend, he will exploit the little maid when they are alone, make her work overtime, and then reward her. PlanPass.jpg. In addition, except for Tuesday when Gu Qianchuan was selected by all 5 teachers except Jiang Yonghui to answer questions, he was also asked many questions on the remaining days. They were all simple questions related to basic knowledge, but the teachers were always satisfied with Gu Qianchuan's answers, as if he was some rare and endangered animal. For the first time in his life, Gu Qianchuan experienced the feeling of a poor student suddenly getting 60 points in an exam. For the rest of the week, Jiang Xia was still sulking with Gu Qianchuan, and she was in a state where she would absolutely ignore him if he didn't come to her first. Liu came again later and urged Gu Qianchuan to apologize to Jiang Xia in the back row of the classroom, but was driven away by Gu Qianchuan with a "Are you sick?" The time for the weekend holiday has finally arrived. After school, Gu Qianchuan went back to their high-end apartment to change out of his school uniform. Just last weekend he called his father Ji Yuyun and told him that he would be going home this weekend and asked his father to ask the housekeeper Jibo to pick him up. Jibo's name is Gu Qianchuan. He is Ji Yuyun's trusted butler. He is usually responsible for directing other servants to take care of the house in the mansion, and occasionally gives Ji Yuyun some advice on the company. The original document of the maid contract that Gu Qianchuan asked Su Qinxue to sign was also sent to him by Jibo, but Gu Qianchuan made changes in many places. "Please come in, Master Gu." After changing into casual clothes, Gu Qianchuan came to the downstairs of the apartment building and saw a Porsche 911 and Jibo standing by the car waiting to open the door for him. This is already the most low-key batch of cars in the Gu family. "Jibo, there's no need to be so formal." Gu Qianchuan smiled bitterly. Although the subway was opened in City S in 2015, the Gu family residence is built in the suburbs and the subway cannot reach there yet. But now Gu Qianchuan doesn't have a driver S license, so it's impossible for him to drive home by himself, so he can only trouble Gu Qianchuan. That won't do. As a butler, I have my own insistence. "Get in the car, young master." In the end, Gu Qianchuan helped Gu Qianchuan open the back door of the car and made a "please get in the car" gesture that many people may have only seen in TV dramas. Gu Qianchuan sat in the back seat of the Porsche and quietly watched the traffic outside the window. After watching for 15 minutes, he felt a little carsick and fell asleep. When I woke up, the car had already arrived at the Gu family mansion. I'm back. After Gu Qianchuan used the key to open the gate of Gu's front yard, and then entered the password and used facial recognition to open the security door, Gu Qianchuan finally returned home for the first time after his rebirth. "Are you back? Put your bag down and eat directly." When Gu Qianchuan came back, Ji Yuyun was sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, but the news broadcast was playing on TV. "Hey, I'm starving. What's delicious today?" Gu Qianchuan put his school bag on the sofa in the living room with a grin on his face. After Ji Yuyun put down the newspaper and sat down, he also went to the dining table. "How is the new nanny? If she's not capable enough, I'll send one over from the mansion to you. There is no requirement not to talk at the Gu family's dinner table. It's just that everyone likes a lively table." Gu Qianchuan had just peeled a prawn and before he could put it in his mouth, he heard Ji Yuyun asking him a question. "That's fine. I now ask her to come and clean once a week." "Are you kidding?" Gu Qianchuan hired the most beautiful girl in Blue Ocean Middle School to be a maid in his house. Ask him to replace the little maid with those old ladies in the Su family. How is that possible? Did you really hire a nanny? You're not trying to rip me off so you can buy the iPhone 6s that was released last week? Ji Yuyun said with distrust on his face. "No way, Dad. Am I that kind of person in your mind?" Gu Qianchuan looked sincerely at his father, who now didn't even have a single white hair. Yes. Gu Yun nodded mercilessly. In the past, Gu Qianchuan was a typical example of a playboy. His grades were poor and he only knew how to ask his family for money. His parents had long since given up on him and focused on training his sister. Dad, if you're really worried, I can show you the contract I signed with others. The contract was sent to me by Uncle G, and I have asked the new nanny to sign it. There's no rush to use the iPhone 6s. My iPhone 5s is not lagging at all. Gu Qianchuan put on a smile and tried to please his father. Chapter 26. Did this kid take the wrong medicine? Gu Yun looked at Gu Qianchuan strangely. The main reason was that last week when Gu Qianchuan called him to ask for help in buying the newly released iPhone 6s, his attitude towards his father was quite rude even though he was asking him for a favor. Moreover, he used to call Gu Yun dad when he was in a good mood, and hey when he was in a bad mood. Why is it that when I got home today, he called me dad in an especially intimate way? Moreover, the National Day holiday would come in the next week of school, but Gu Qianchuan chose to go home this weekend. Gu Yun originally thought that he ran back to their house this week to ask Gu Yun for money to buy a mobile phone. The result turned out to be like this. What on earth is this brat planning? All we can say is that people's moods change. In his previous life, 17-year-old Gu Qianchuan was still in a rebellious period. He often complained that Gu Yun only knew how to work all day long, and he rarely came home and always reeked of alcohol. But after 2 years of college, Gu Qianchuan gradually understood how difficult it was for his father. Okay then, after dinner you can go back to your room and study. Moreover, 2 days ago, his daughter Gu Qianchuan called him and said that Gu Qianchuan had been studying very hard in the past 2 days and asked him to be nicer to him. Gu Qianchuan will study hard, but Gu Yun doesn't believe it. Although it is better for parents to have more trust in their children, Gu Yun, as a father, knows very well what kind of person Gu Qianchuan is. He is the type who won't learn even if you force him. You can observe it first. Your mother is having dinner at your grandmother's place today and will be back a little later today. I have to go to the company tomorrow, so you should stay at home and do your homework. I'll consider getting you a new phone during the National Day. Let's eat first. Although Gu Yun still had a stern face, his words revealed that he was in a good mood. After eating and drinking, Gu Qianchuan returned to the room. The rooms in Gu Qianchuan's mansion are larger than those in the high-end apartments, and have their own private bathrooms. The decoration is more exquisite than many 5-star hotels. However, he did not convert the room in the mansion into an esports room like the one in the high-end apartment, otherwise Gu Yun would beat him. Let's do some homework first. Today is just an ordinary weekend. Gu Qianchuan went home just because he wanted to see his parents after his rebirth. There was nothing special to do. So he simply took out his textbooks and exercise books and studied for a while. During this week, Gu Qianchuan's learning progress was very good. Although the time when he was reborn was still at the beginning of the final review for senior year, it was definitely not the first day of senior year. He didn't review a lot of content that the teacher had already reviewed with everyone. However, Gu Qianchuan only used this week of self-study to learn all the review content he missed, and also slightly advanced his learning progress. All in all, Gu Qianchuan was quite satisfied with the learning results achieved this week. Xiaochuan, I'm coming in. Gu Qianchuan had just finished his weekend homework and was studying math, physics and chemistry questions when someone knocked on his door. There is only one person in this family who calls Gu Qianchuan Xiaochuan, and that person is Gu Qianchuan's mother and Tingnan. And Tingnan just knocked on the door symbolically and then opened Gu Qianchuan's door directly. She originally thought that at this time Gu Qianchuan must still be fighting enemies in the world of computer games, but today he was actually sitting obediently at his desk, with many textbooks cluttered on it. Studying. And Tingnan asked in surprise. Like Gu Yun, she also knew what kind of person this brat Gu Qianchuan was. So when Tingnan heard Gu Qianchuan say that Gu Qianchuan had recently been stimulated by something and actually started to study seriously, he couldn't believe it. So after discussing with Gu Yun just now, she decided to come up and bring a plate of fruit to Gu Qianchuan to see what Gu Qianchuan was doing. It turned out that he was really studying hard and didn't even turn on the computer. Are you reading? In fact, before Tingnan came to Gu Qianchuan's room, she was already prepared for the possibility that Gu Qianchuan would be playing games and would ask her to put the fruit aside with an impatient look on his face. Rather, it was just like this that happened once, right at the beginning of his senior year of high school. Has this kid taken the wrong medicine recently? When Tingnan asked him a question, Gu Qianchuan turned around and looked at his current mother. If he remembered correctly, his mother was 45 years old this year, but time seemed to be particularly kind to her. Her skin was still as delicate as before, but there were a few faint smile lines at the corners of her eyes, like the marks left by time, which added a bit of gentleness and composure to her. And Tingnan's hair was black and shiny, casually tied behind her head. A few strands of hair hung by her ears, swaying gently with her movements. She kept a good figure and wore a simple home dress. "Mom, I'm already in my 3rd year of high school. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I'll only be able to go to a junior college." Of course, considering Gu Qianchuan's current condition, the possibility of him not being admitted to undergraduate school is lower than the possibility of him being admitted to Chiming University. However, his family members don't know that he has been reborn. Gu Qianchuan plans to wait until the results of the first college entrance examination simulation in S City come out before giving them a surprise. "Okay, go ahead and continue studying. Mom won't bother you anymore." After Tingnan put down the fruit plate prepared by the servants for Gu Qianchuan, he left Gu Qianchuan's room. "Mother, how's it going?" When Tingnan returned to the living room, Gu Yun quickly asked her. When I went in, Xiachuan seemed to be studying a problem, and there were several books on his desk that were arranged in a mess, which didn't seem fake. Tingnan frowned and reported the situation to Gu Yun. Gu Qianchuan knew that it was time to study hard, which was obviously a good thing. But now they don't know what happened to cause such a big change in this boy in the family who never does anything serious. Combined with the fact that Gu Qianchuan had previously told them to be nice to Gu Qianchuan after hearing that he was going back to the old house this weekend. Something big must have happened that stimulated Gu Qianchuan. Chapter 27: Investigating Academic Plagiarism. After finishing his homework and studying for a while, Gu Qianchuan opened the diary of Su Qinxue in the future. These days he has been focusing on studying and getting along well with Su Qinxue, and has not thought about what he can do after being reborn. According to common sense, if a person gets the chance to be reborn 10 years ago, his primary goal would definitely be to find ways to make money, right? If it comes to making money, Gu Qianchuan can think of countless ways. Gu Qianchuan didn't even consider copying books or songs, as it was both tiring and time-consuming. Instead of spending that time, you might as well think of more ways to deal with Su Qinxue. The simplest and most direct way to make money is to buy lottery tickets. Although Gu Qianchuan never paid attention to lottery and couldn't remember what numbers were in each issue, he always followed football matches. He even remembers the scores of many classic matches. If he buys football lottery, he will be able to make money. Moreover, the outcome of the football match could not be influenced by Gu Qianchuan, a high school student who was reborn far away in China. Another option is to buy Bitcoin. Today in 2015, the value of Bitcoin has shown a rapid upward trend, but it is still far from unleashing its potential. This thing is extremely profitable, but you can't invest too much. Otherwise, if Gu Qianchuan's excessive investment triggers some kind of butterfly effect, there is also a risk of collapse. You can do a little bit more. As worst case scenario, Gu Qianchuan even had the dirty trick of going to CS to stock up on accessories. Until today, Gu Qianchuan still hasn't figured out why the skin accessories sold in CS, a shooting game, could be sold at prices reaching tens of thousands. For example, now it is 2015, a butterfly knife and a claw knife would only sell for 500 yuan at most on the market, but many versions of these two knives would cost over 10,000 yuan by 2025. If Gu Qianchuan starts stockpiling 20 dragon snipers now, he will have a huge fortune by 2025. So if you want to make money, Gu Qianchuan has many ways to do it. His final choice is living off parents. You didn't expect that. When it comes to making money, although he has many ideas after his rebirth, instead of letting Gu Qianchuan do it himself, it would be better to let his father Gu Yun, the president of the group, do it, right? In this day and age, the term live off parents has become popular, and it is an extremely derogatory term. Because parasites refer to adults who rely on their parents or family members for living expenses and support for a long time and are unwilling to live independently and take responsibilities. So in this era when young people are encouraged to rely on their own efforts, everyone looks down on people who rely on their parents for support. But as someone who has lived to 2025, Gu Qianchuan can only say that it is stupid not to take care of your parents. Although he was just a rich young man who was just living a life of idleness and waiting for death in his father's company, he had at least been in society for 2 years. Gu Qianchuan has really seen many examples of people with education and talent who are ultimately unable to compete with those with connections. For example, after he was promoted from junior college to university in his previous life, he met a very talented senior who had won many national awards. The senior student told Gu Qianchuan that a company he really wanted to work for came to the school to recruit. He applied with a resume full of honors, but the position ended up going to a person who only had a grade A, second-class Mandarin certificate in his resume. Later, the senior found out that the classmate who only had a Mandarin certificate had actually been selected long ago because his father was a major shareholder of that company. This incident was quite a blow to the senior, and he stayed in his school dormitory for a week, playing games in isolation. People with connections have an advantage over those without them most of the time. A dozen years of effort by one generation can hardly compare to hundreds of years of effort by 3 generations. And Gu Qianchuan himself is also an old relative. Although Gu Yun's company's recruitment requirements state that anyone with a bachelor's degree or above can submit a resume, in reality, the HR of their company is too lazy to even look at the resumes of fresh graduates from non-985 universities. But Gu Qianchuan is the son of the company's boss. He only needs to pass a simple college entrance examination and get a diploma from an ordinary third-tier college to meet the company's minimum requirements, then he can get a job in the company. The employment problem that has already emerged in 2015 will become even more serious in the future. Especially after a well-known disease disaster, it is really difficult for graduates who are not from prestigious universities to find a good job. That's why Gu Qianchuan said that it's really stupid not to rely on parents for support. When the time comes to find a job, smart people will make good use of all the resources they can. In this life, Gu Qianchuan wanted to take the college entrance examination and go directly to a good university to make up for the completely wasted youth in the previous life. He wanted to enter Gu Yun's company with a better attitude, instead of being a complete waste. But when it comes to making money, no matter how you look at it, Gu Yun is more awesome, and Gu Qianchuan just needs to cling to his father. Also, regarding Su Qinxue's illness. It was only at this time that Gu Qianchuan turned on his computer and logged into Youkuku Video, which had not completely fallen into disrepair this year. He planned to investigate the skin disease that Su Qinxue's brother had. Although it was not written in Su Qinxue's diary in the future, Gu Qianchuan knew that Su Qinxue's younger brother Su Qinxue would die of this rare skin disease in 3 years. Although there is no treatment for his disease yet, a very young female medical student with a PhD has made a major breakthrough in the research on this skin disease, and that medical student is Chinese. Her name is Naishuing. However, what is sad is that this Chinese female doctor eventually developed a drug that can treat this skin disease with a medical team in the United States, and she had already obtained a green card in the United States. Later, in an interview, Naishuing was asked why she wanted to join the American nationality. Was it because she could get more assistance here? Naishuing replied that it was not the case. She loved her hometown very much. However, the paper she wrote when she was researching this skin disease in China was published first by her supervisor, but no one spoke up for her. What is even more frightening is that when she wanted to defend her rights, others advised her not to argue. This is the unspoken rule in the domestic academic community. If you take it too seriously, you offend a group of people you will have to rely on in the future, causing difficulties in any of your papers, and even affecting your future employment. Those who stole Naishuing's achievements are still advising her that if she is really confident in her academic abilities, there will be plenty of opportunities for her to produce independent results in her future jobs. Of course, Naishuing did not listen to these people. She still tried to protect her rights and reported her tutor for plagiarism. The result is predictable. She ran around for a whole year for this matter, but did not get any help from anyone and was unable to graduate with her PhD. Finally, she went to study abroad at the University of Tokyo, which was at the forefront of medical technology in the world at that time, and later joined the top medical team in the United States. Ironically, the drug for treating this skin disease was launched 2 months before Su Qinxuan's death. However, the price of the newly launched drug was extremely high, and the Americans blocked its approval for a long time. In the end, he still couldn't get the drug or the surgery. At the time when Gu Qianchuan was reborn, she was still working hard to protect her academic papers and had not taken the first step to study abroad. What Gu Qianchuan is investigating now is the matter concerning Naishuing. Chapter 28. Come on, your persistence is meaningful. Gu Qianchuan opened the Yukuku video and began searching for terms such as academic fraud and paper plagiarism. Today in 2015, the TikTok app has not yet been listed on the App Store, and fast-paced short videos have not yet entered everyone's lives. Although video websites like Yukuku Chudu have been declining, they have not been driven to death by short videos and are still the mainstream video platforms in China. After Gu Qianchuan searched for these terms, he flipped through a bunch of irrelevant things for about 10 minutes and finally found the video he was looking for, which had only a few hundred views. In the video, Naishuing is sitting at a desk with a laptop in front of her, and the mobile phone camera is facing her slightly tired but still determined face. Her room was simply furnished, with bookshelves piled high with medical books and literature, and the walls covered with research materials and handwritten notes on various skin diseases. Naishuing tapped the table lightly with her fingers and took a deep breath. Hello everyone, I'm Naishuing, a medical student. Her voice was a little hoarse, but her tone was firm. Today, I stand here not only for myself, but also for those patients who are suffering from skin diseases, and for those who are waiting for hope but have not received any answers. Naishuing paused at this time and looked directly into the camera, as if she was looking at everyone watching the video through the screen. Last year, I studied a rare skin disease and found a possible treatment. I spent countless days and nights reading thousands of papers and conducting hundreds of experiments to finally write a paper report. However, when I submitted the paper with high hopes, my supervisor published it first, with only him as the author. Her voice trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. I tried to speak for myself through formal channels, but no one was willing to listen to me. My supervisor has a high status in the academic world, while I am just an unknown doctor. No one believed what I said, and no one was willing to stand up for me. She lowered her head, picked up a thick stack of information from the table, and held it in front of the camera. The video clarity is very low. I don't know if it's because the video website compressed the image quality or Naishuing's camera was not ideal. But it was still possible to see clearly that this was the research data on the special coded L101 skin disease that Su Qinxue's younger brother Su Qinxue suffered from. These are my research data at the time. Every page records my hard work and efforts. I am not lying or exaggerating. I just hope that these research results can really help those in need. A hint of pain flashed across her eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. Now, I have decided not to remain silent. I am here to make my research data and paper reports public to everyone. I hope that with the help of everyone, more people will see the truth and those patients suffering from illness will see hope. She put the documents aside, clasped her hands on the table, and spoke in a sincere and urgent tone. If you are a doctor, researcher, or someone interested in skin diseases, please take a look at my research. If you know an expert in the field, please forward my video to them. I need your help and your strength to make these research results really work. Her voice gradually rose with an unquestionable firmness. I don't care about fame or fortune, but I'm not so magnanimous as to let others wantonly steal the success that should belong to me. At the same time, I also hope that those patients who are struggling in pain can get a glimmer of hope because of my research. This is my responsibility as a doctor and my only wish. At the end of the video, she stood up and bowed deeply to the camera. Thank you to everyone who is willing to listen and help me. I believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The video ended, and the screen was frozen on her bowing figure. Gu Qianchuan in front of the screen could feel her persistence and sincerity, her love for medicine and her care for patients. To be honest, China's internet is relatively developed in this era, but people like Naishuing who directly post videos to protect their rights will basically fall on deaf ears if there is no platform to promote them. Unlike the rights protection on short video platforms in the next 10 years, although there is the possibility of videos being deleted and restricted there, at least the traffic is large enough to allow many netizens to see it first, thus exerting public pressure. Gu Qianchuan took a look at the video and found that it was posted 2 months ago, and there was not a single comment on the entire video. In other words, she has been fighting for her rights for 2 months now. Sadly, her rights protection efforts have not made any effective progress so far. Gu Qianchuan remembered that in his previous life, when he watched an interview with Naishuing online, she mentioned the whole process of her defending her thesis rights. It took only half a year from the time she posted the rights protection video on Youku to the time she became disheartened and fled abroad. So if Gu Qianchuan wants to keep Naishuing and let her stay in the country to treat Su Qinxue, he must keep Naishuing for months. Anyway, he has found Naishuing's Youku account now, so why not leave a message in the comment section and give her some advice? In fact, if Naishuing wanted to trigger public opinion in this era, it would be better for her to pay a reporter from a newspaper to help promote the video rather than posting a video that has no flow and cannot stir up any waves. I just don't know if Naishuing has tried the method that Gu Qianchuan could think of. Maybe other newspaper reporters are also afraid of the professor's authority and dare not report such news? Thinking of this, Gu Qianchuan registered a secondary Youku account, then changed his profile picture to a picture of a fairly famous chief surgeon that he found online, and left a message under Naishuing's comment. Come on, your persistence is meaningful, don't give up. Chapter 29 Our friendship is pure. Late at night, Naishuing sat in front of the computer, her fingers sliding the mouse mechanically, her eyes a little dry. After repeatedly reporting the professor's academic plagiarism to no avail, Naishuing tried in the past few days to find reporters from TV stations and newspapers to help her report the matter. But even though the reporters were very eager for this wave of traffic, they decisively rejected Naishuing after hearing that the person she was going to report was a professor at a certain Chinese university. This made Naishuing feel extremely heartbroken. To be honest, she could no longer find any feasible solution. Despite this, Naishuing still holds out a glimmer of hope for defending her rights. Although Naishuing is currently only a doctoral student in medicine, she still believes that she can help patients with this special skin disease overcome the disease. To do this, Naishuing must first get back her academic papers. Otherwise, as a medical student who had never achieved any results, she would not be worthy of investment from companies, nor would she be able to obtain medical equipment that would allow her to continue her research. So she logged into her Youku account and checked the comment section of the rights protection videos as usual. Suddenly, a short comment caught her eye. Come on, your persistence is meaningful, don't give up. This comment does not contain any flowery words or excessive explanations. But Naishuing stared at the comment for a long time without looking away. Her fingers trembled slightly and a warm feeling surged in her heart. During this period of time, she has experienced too much cold eyes and doubts, and even once doubted whether her persistence was worth it. At this moment, this comment from the netizen was like a ray of light, shining into her dark world. She took a deep breath and clicked on the profile picture of, and found that his profile picture seemed to be the director of the dermatology department of a well-known hospital. Maybe this netizen is an insider. Naishuing hesitated for a moment, but finally mustered up the courage to send him a private message. Dr. Gu, thank you for your support. I'm Naishuing, and if you have time, I'd like to talk to you about my research. After sending this message, her heart beat faster, as if she was waiting for an unknown judgment. She didn't know whether Gu Qianchuan would reply, nor did she know whether he was really willing to help her, but at least she took this step. Naishuing did not receive a reply, because after Gu Qianchuan posted this comment encouraging her to continue fighting against injustice, he was drafted by his sister Gu Qianchuan to participate in the League of Legends ranking competition. Naishuing stared at this simple yet powerful comment in a daze, and before she knew it, her dry eyes became moist. She rubbed her eyes and a smile rose unconsciously. This was the first time she felt hopeful in a while. Gu Qianchuan was dragged by his sister to play 3 games of League of Legends last night. He was finally able to rest after giving Gu Qianchuan gold. The next morning, Gu Qianchuan slept in a little and prepared to ask the servants at home to make some breakfast. Are you awake? If you are, come and eat. When Gu Qianchuan went downstairs to the living room, his mother and Tingnan was sitting on the sofa. Good morning, Mom, where's my dad? It's already 9:30 in the morning, so of course your dad is going to work. When Tingnan heard that Gu Qianchuan said good morning to her as soon as he came into the living room, she felt touched and became more convinced that her son must have been stimulated by something. My daughter is right. At least I have to be nicer to this brat these next 2 days. I'm so hungry, let me go find some breakfast. Wait a minute, breakfast is already ready, just ask someone to bring it out. Then, Tingnan began to ask the servants in the house to quickly bring out the breakfast that was being kept warm. When all the dishes were served, Gu Qianchuan couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The star of the breakfast is a carefully cooked black pepper fried steak. Each slice is selected from top-quality Angus beef, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with slightly curled edges. It is drizzled with a special black pepper sauce and garnished with a few fresh rosemary leaves. Next to the steak is a colorful seafood platter with a few plump lobster tails in the center, served with a special lemon butter sauce. Surrounded by freshly caught oysters, paired with lemon juice and Tabasco hot sauce, they are fresh and tender. There are also a few small and delicate shrimps, coated with a thin layer of golden breadcrumbs and fried until crispy, which not only retains the original flavor of the seafood, but also adds a bit of tempting crispness. Well, since the Gu family hired a chef, all three meals are quite exquisite. But even though these are fine products that often appear on the Gu family's table, they generally don't appear on the morning table, right? Although their breakfast usually does not include rice noodles, steamed buns, or fried dough sticks, it basically consists of golden fried French toast, soft scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, perfectly toasted croissants, or fresh fruit salad. Are there any Chinese people who get up early in the morning to eat steak and seafood? Mom, is today's breakfast a little too rich? Gu Qianchuan knew that if Tingnan hadn't made special arrangements, the chef at home would definitely not have made such a sumptuous breakfast. It's okay. Don't you have to go back to school before noon today? Just treat it as breakfast and lunch together. And Tingnan waved his hand, signaling Gu Qianchuan to eat quickly. A few days ago, Gu Qianchuan told them that Gu Qianchuan had suddenly fallen ill and had started studying hard, and asked the two elders to be nicer to him. However, Tingnan and Gu Yun didn't quite believe it. Now that they believed it, Tingnan specially asked the chef to make a more sumptuous breakfast today. All right. Gu Qianchuan thought about it. It happened that he got up late today, and he had an appointment with Su Qinxue at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After rushing back there, he would have tight time for lunch. Eat and drink as much as you want and just treat it as 2 meals. There's nothing wrong with that. After enjoying a delicious meal, Gu Qianchuan took a while to digest the food and prepared to find someone to drive him back to the luxury apartment. By the way, the servant who sent Gu Qianchuan back was not Gu Qianchuan, because Gu Qianchuan was the housekeeper of the mansion and also Gu Yun's assistant. It seemed that Gu Yun went to the company for something today, so Gu Qianchuan went with him. Xiaochuan, remember when you get there, your health is more important than studying, and remember to come back early during the National Day holiday. Gu Qianchuan always felt that his mother and Tingnan was acting strange today. Logically speaking, Gu Qianchuan should have been at odds with his family at this point in time, but this time when he returned home, Tingnan was particularly nice to him. As expected, do children who love to study get candy? Okay, Mom. After agreeing to Tingnan's request to go home during the National Day holiday, Gu Qianchuan put on his school bag and got on the car leaving the mansion. Gu Qianchuan got up late today, and when he returned to the luxury apartment, it was almost time for Su Qinxue to visit him. Knock, knock, knock. At 1:30 in the afternoon, Gu Qianchuan finally heard the familiar 3 knocks on the door and hurried to the entrance to open it. Here it comes. Because he was a little excited, Gu Qianchuan opened the door a little too big. The door of their house was open outwards, and Su Qinxue shrank back in fear at Gu Qianchuan's actions. I'm sorry, did I scare you? Gu Qianchuan also realized his carelessness and apologized to Su Qinxue. It would be troublesome if this hit another girl's nose. I'm fine, please let me in. Su Qinxue didn't care about Gu Qianchuan's action of opening the door. She was more afraid that someone would see her coming to Gu Qianchuan's house, so she quickly went into the entrance hall. It was as if the two of them were having an affair. It's a bit exciting. No, Gu Qianchuan and she have pure friendship, you can't always think in that way. Chapter 30, Stop Bullying Children. Su Qinxue did not wear a school uniform today. Instead, she wore a plain-colored t-shirt and a pair of patched denim shorts. And the pants were really short, like hot pants, revealing a large part of her slender thighs and thin calves. Considering the patches on the pants, Gu Qianchuan guessed that Su Qinxue did not buy such short jeans on purpose, but that these pants were bought a long time ago and Su Qinxue's legs had become longer. Her fair skin highlights her purity and cuteness, like a flower bud about to bloom. After Su Qinxue entered the entrance hall, she looked around. The previous 2 visits to Gu Qianchuan's house were both very rushed. Today, Su Qinxue finally had time to observe what the home of the boy she liked looked like. Although Gu Qianchuan's home is simply decorated, it exudes a low-key luxury everywhere. There is an abstract painting hanging on the wall of the living room, and a large horse-head statue of unknown material is placed next to the sofa. The sunlight pours in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, adding a touch of warmth to the entire room. Sit down. Gu Qianchuan pointed at the sofa and went to the kitchen to pour her a glass of water. Thanks. Su Qinxue took the cup of water and took a sip, but her eyes unconsciously fell on his face. The boy's handsome profile, coupled with the sunlight shining in from the window, makes him look extremely handsome. You look very nice today. After handing Su Qinxue a glass of water, Gu Qianchuan sat on the sofa opposite her. He glanced at her and suddenly smiled. Su Qinxue was stunned for a moment, and her cheeks instantly turned red. She lowered her head, and her fingers unconsciously stroked the edge of the water glass. I'm just wearing it casually. Su Qinxue lowered her head shyly, but when she did, she saw the patch on her jeans, and a feeling of inferiority suddenly surged into her heart. Compared with Gu Qianchuan's family background, being just ordinary friends is already the limit for her, and she can't even think about going any further. It looks good in any outfit. However, Gu Qianchuan did not stop his attack, with a hint of ridicule in his tone. It looks much better than the school uniform anyway. Su Qinxue's face turned even redder. You, stop joking. She subconsciously moved her hair by her ears with her hands, trying to hide her shyness. I'm not kidding. Gu Qianchuan looked at her seriously. You are very beautiful, whether in school uniform or casual clothes. Gu Qianchuan felt sorry every time he saw Su Qinxue wearing a school uniform, and every time he saw her wearing casual clothes today. A beautiful person with a beautiful heart deserves beautiful clothes. Unfortunately, their current relationship is not good enough for the girl to refuse when Gu Qianchuan gives him clothes. Fortunately, his maid outfit is quite cute. Why are you so talkative today? Su Qinxue was a little overwhelmed by his straightforward compliment. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice so soft that it seemed as if she was talking to herself. I always say this, I just like to tell the truth. Gu Qianchuan shrugged and smiled in a somewhat ruffian way. The atmosphere between the two of them suddenly became a little subtle. Su Qinxue felt her heartbeat quicken a bit, and her cheeks felt hot as if they were about to burn. She secretly glanced at him and found that he was staring at her, so she quickly looked away. I'll put the notes here for you. Su Qinxue took out her old notes from her school bag. This is what Gu Qianchuan reminded her to bring with her for the weekend when she got out of school on Friday. Because Gu Qianchuan never listened in class in his first and second year of high school, his textbooks were all blank, and it was impossible for him to have a notebook. Without taking notes, when he encounters knowledge points that he cannot understand during self-study, he will find it very difficult to learn as long as it is not written in the textbook. I'm going to change my clothes. Su Qinxue's heart could hardly bear the direct praise from Gu Qianchuan for her beauty. She quickly picked up the maid outfit that Gu Qianchuan had placed on the sofa and fled into the bathroom. When Su Qinxue came out of the bathroom holding her chest, Gu Qianchuan sighed again. It turns out that beautiful people deserve beautiful clothes. Look at this cool school beauty in her maid form, so cool. Today you just need to sweep and mop the floor of each room. You don't need to clean as thoroughly as you did last week. But anyway, clean up quickly. Right now, I need you to help me with my homework more than cleaning. Su Qinxue wanted to say that she would feel guilty for receiving such a high salary from Gu Qianchuan but only doing such a small job. But Gu Qianchuan seemed to have seen through her thoughts and interrupted Su Qinxue directly. Indeed, it was also written in the contract that in addition to cleaning, tutoring Gu Qianchuan was also Su Qinxue's job. If Gu Qianchuan needs her help with homework more than cleaning, then Su Qinxue would not be considered slacking off. After sorting out the logic, Su Qinxue patted her face and started working. Although Gu Qianchuan told her not to clean so thoroughly, his two-story loft-designed luxury apartment was quite large. Even though Su Qinxue only swept and mopped the floor roughly, it still took her nearly an hour. I'm fine. Well, have some watermelon first. I brought it from home. It's quite sweet. After completing the cleaning task, Su Qinxue came to Gu Qianchuan who was studying in the living room. As for why the study location was the living room instead of Gu Qianchuan's room, Gu Qianchuan could only say that it was a bit dangerous to take Su Qinxue, who was wearing a maid outfit, to the room for tutoring. Su Qinxue took the smallest slice of watermelon, took a bite, and her lips and tongue were stained with bright red juice, which tasted sweet. Why are you sweating so much? Gu Qianchuan looked at Su Qinxue's hair that was stuck to her face due to sweat, and couldn't help but reach out and twist it out. Don't touch my hair. Su Qinxue was stunned by his intimate gesture, but then she reacted and quickly dodged his hand. Why? Gu Qianchuan laughed wantonly. Your hair is very soft and feels very comfortable to the touch. Su Qinxue was so angry that she couldn't speak. She could only stare at him, but her cheeks were so red that they seemed to be bleeding. We're just friends. Isn't it normal for friends to help each other tidy up their clothes? When I was in elementary school, my friends would help me brush off the dust on my body. Come to think of it, the last time Gu Qianchuan had a true friend was in elementary school. Outrageous. Su Qinxue was originally very sure that this was not the behavior of ordinary friends, but Gu Qianchuan said it so matter-of-factly that she was not so sure now. I really can't tell the difference, please stop bullying the children. Okay, let's start the makeup class. Gu Qianchuan stood up, walked over to her and sat down, and the distance between them suddenly became much closer. Su Qinxue felt her heart beating faster. She subconsciously moved to the side, but was grabbed by him. Aren't we good friends? Why are you hiding? He asked with a smile, a hint of teasing in his tone. Chapter 31. The girl's heart is burning. I didn't hide. Su Qinxue argued quietly, but her face was as red as a ripe apple. Originally, Gu Qianchuan had already become serious and was planning to start studying, but when he saw her shy look, he suddenly felt an inexplicable impulse in his heart. He leaned close to her and whispered, Qinxue, you know what? You look better when you are shy than usual. Su Qinxue was startled by his sudden approach, and she froze in place, even breathing carefully. She raised her head and met his eyes, and found that there was a hint of tenderness in his eyes that she had never seen before. Don't get so close. Su Qinxue said in a low voice, with a slight tremor in her voice. Just now, when Gu Qianchuan was speaking, his mouth was almost touching her earlobe. The tingling voice made her whole body tremble. Gu Qianchuan smiled but did not step away. Why? Are you afraid of me? I didn't. Su Qinxue retorted stubbornly, but found that she didn't dare to look him in the eye. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Gu Qianchuan looked at her flustered appearance and suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. You, don't do this again in the future. Su Qinxue breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt inexplicably lost in her heart. She lowered her head, twisting her skirt with her fingers unconsciously, and whispered. What? Gu Qianchuan asked deliberately. It's so close. Su Qinxue's voice became smaller, and finally almost inaudible. Gu Qianchuan felt so comfortable when he saw her shy appearance. Sure enough, when dealing with Su Qinxue, sometimes you have to be more proactive. Otherwise, who knows how long he will have to wait before the campus beauty of Suqiao University takes the initiative to get in touch with him. Su Qinxue raised her head and met his eyes, and found that there was a hint of emotion in his eyes that she could not understand. Gu Qianchuan smiled, and suddenly reached out and patted her right cheek. You're really cute when you're shy. Su Qinxue was startled by his sudden action. She froze in place and even forgot to breathe. By the time she reacted, Gu Qianchuan had already taken a step back, smiling like a cat that had stolen some fish. Okay, I'm really not going to tease you anymore. But what I just said is the truth, Qinxue. You must be more beautiful than you think. Be more confident and don't be depressed all the time. You are much better than you think. Gu Qianchuan didn't need to think much when he started to praise Su Qinxue. He just had to tell the truth. After all, Su Qinxue is one of the two school beauties in their Blue Ocean Middle School. And if it weren't for the fact that she wears a mask called aloofness, if one only looked at her appearance, the term school belle would definitely not be associated with Jiang Xiao. If we calculate based on a full score of 100 and only consider the appearance to be fair and impartial, Gu Qianchuan would give Jiang Xiao 90 points and directly give Su Qinxue 100 points. Stop talking and start studying. Su Qinxue's little head was about to smoke from Gu Qianchuan's praise. Please stop bullying children, okay? Gu Qianchuan felt that if he continued teasing the little girl, she would probably become disgusted. Study it. Help me solve these problems first. Gu Qianchuan showed Su Qinxue all the questions he had marked this week. Gu Qianchuan marked a lot of content, and now there are some traces of learning on his book, especially those bent page corners, which are all symbols that the young man is learning. Although he had teased her for so long just now, Gu Qianchuan was really eager to gain knowledge from Su Qinxue, which made Su Qinxue gradually become serious. You see, the key to this problem is to first find the derivative of this function, and then substitute it into the formula. Su Qinxue sat next to Gu Qianchuan, holding a pen in her hand, and explained a math problem carefully. She explained very patiently, and Gu Qianchuan was surprised to find that Su Qinxue's problem-solving ideas were actually very easy to understand. To be honest, he originally thought that a student of Su Qinxue's level would definitely skip many steps when solving the questions, but in fact, every step Su Qinxue took was very solid, without any skips. Su Qinxue has always been at the top of her grade. Others say she is a genius, but in fact she is just a smart person who works harder than anyone else. Her explanation also helped Gu Qianchuan understand quickly. By the time Su Qinxue finished solving the math, physics, chemistry and biology problems that Gu Qianchuan had accumulated during the week and started telling her some tips on English reading, 2 hours had passed. Gu Qianchuan's attention began to become a little scattered. He supported his chin with one hand, trying hard to concentrate on Su Qinxue's teaching, but his eyes kept moving uncontrollably to the hollow part of the maid outfit. There was no way. After all, the distance between him and Su Qinxue was too close now, even closer than when she sat at the same table with him in school. The design of this maid outfit is so unique that it's hard not to look at it. Gu Qianchuan even wondered why Su Qinxue was obviously malnourished when she ate her meals, yet was ahead of many of her peers in this area. I don't understand. I don't understand at all. Qianchuan, are you listening? Su Qinxue suddenly stopped writing and turned to look at him. I'm listening. Please continue. Gu Qianchuan came back to his senses and smiled guiltily. Then repeat what I just said. Su Qinxue frowned, obviously not believing what he said. She saw it all just now. This bad guy must have been looking there. This bad guy even took advantage of his good friend. You just mentioned that the last passage in the reading comprehension is difficult to complete using the method of finding keywords in the previous passages. Gu Qianchuan shrugged with a relaxed tone. Even though my eyes were distracted just now, my ears and brain are still functioning normally. Su Qinxue was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that he actually listened to her. She pursed her lips and continued to look down at the questions. After explaining her ideas, Su Qinxue found a homework question in the English exercise book that Gu Qianchuan had not done before and asked him to complete it. Gu Qianchuan picked up the pen, ready to show his skills. At this moment, Gu Qianchuan's arm accidentally touched her arm. Their skins touched, and the temperature was transmitted through the thin silk texture of the maid's outfit. Su Qinxue's heartbeat instantly accelerated. She felt as if her arm was burned and quickly shrank to the side, her cheeks so red that they seemed to be bleeding. What's wrong? Is it hot? Gu Qianchuan noticed her reaction, but this time he was not teasing her on purpose. He just really couldn't react to what had just happened. Do you need to turn down the air conditioner by 2 degrees? No. No need. Silly boy, the hottest part of her body right now is her girl's heart. Chapter 32, If we talk about love, what do you think of me? Xiexue, have you ever thought about the future? After asking Su Qinxue to help him fill in the gaps, until around 5 p.m., Gu Qianchuan felt that he had gained a lot today and suddenly brought up the topic of the future to Su Qinxue. Future. Well, after your brother's illness is cured, what do you plan to do in the future? When Su Qinxue heard Gu Qianchuan asking her about the future, her brain froze for a moment. In the future? If I want to marry Gu Qianchuan, does it count as giving birth to a football team for him? This can't be said out loud. But apart from the teenage fantasies of a girl, Su Qinxue really had never thought about her future. Because there is still no cure for her brother's illness, she can only use medication to delay the symptoms. After all, this skin disease has never occurred in their family for generations, so this skin disease is not congenital. How did this skin disease affect her brother? This remains a mystery. How easy is it to find a cure for a disease whose transmission route has not yet been fully understood? That day was too far away, not to mention that Su Qinxuan's body was getting weaker day by day, which also made Su Qinxue and Feng Nan afraid that he would not be able to wait for that day to come. Su Qinxue has tried her best to live well in the present and has no time to imagine the vague future. I haven't thought about that. Then let me first tell you about my thoughts on the future. Gu Qianchuan had never seen Su Qinxue's views on the future in her diary, so he didn't force it. I have two goals that I am considering right now. The first one is the same as yours, which is to get into Keimyung University. Gu Qianchuan believed that getting admitted to Qiming University had now become one of his main tasks after his rebirth. Of course, his most important task now is to save Su Qinxue's family. As for my second goal, I plan to find a pretty girl to date after I go to college. Having said that, Gu Qianchuan scratched his face a little shyly. In his previous life, he wasted too much time and energy on Jiangxiao in high school. It was not until he was admitted to college that he realized he had to work hard to make up for it. As a result, he failed in both study and love. Later, Gu Qianchuan's parents wanted to have a grandson, and they often arranged blind dates for him, sometimes with a young lady from one family and sometimes with a good girl from another family. However, Gu Qianchuan rejected all these blind date activities. His idea is very simple. He wants to find someone to spend the rest of his life with. If the person is not the right one, he will not be happy even if he is forced to be together with someone. It would be better for him to live a free and easy life alone, since he has no shortage of money anyway. Dating in college. I don't think this is a good idea. When Su Qinxue heard that Gu Qianchuan was planning to find a beautiful girl to date in college, she felt jealous. Although Gu Qianchuan's learning efficiency was extremely high today, Su Qinxue felt that if he could continue to maintain it, she might really have the opportunity to go to Qiming University with him. But Su Qinxue knew that even though her life would be much easier in college than in high school, she still had to study hard to win scholarships, and it would be best if she could do some part-time jobs when she had free time. Even if she really went to the same university as Gu Qianchuan, she would still be the insignificant girl and would never be able to reach the boy she liked. However, when Su Qinxue heard Gu Qianchuan say that he planned to fall in love after entering college, she became anxious. She didn't even think about whether friends had the right to stop others from dating, and she just started to persuade Gu Qianchuan. Why? Aren't high schools cracking down on premarital love, and universities forcing people to date? No. I heard from others that a diploma is useless nowadays. You need to pass many exams, and it may not be easier than high school. The above content all comes from Su Qinxue's mother Feng Nan. It is said that one of her colleagues' children is currently attending college, and she heard about it while chatting with her colleagues. But in college, you can date freely, unlike in high school where teachers are in charge. And I am confident that dating will not interfere with my studies. Gu Qianchuan shrugged. Su Qinxue, on the other hand, made an angry expression. What she meant was, could Gu Qianchuan not fall in love right after entering college, and instead wait for her for 2 years? But Su Qinxue couldn't say this directly, which made her most angry. Could it be that Xiexue doesn't want me to fall in love? However, facing the angry Su Qinxue, Gu Qianchuan asked with a wicked smile. Only then did Su Qinxue realize that what she had just asked of Gu Qianchuan was completely beyond the scope of ordinary friends. No matter how much she thought she was not worthy of Gu Qianchuan, when she heard Gu Qianchuan say that he wanted to fall in love, she was still overwhelmed by a strong resistance. What I mean is that you are still in high school and you are already thinking about dating in college. It will affect your learning efficiency, so it's best not to have such thoughts. The more Su Qinxue spoke, the less confident she became, and she almost lost her voice by the end. In other words, their house was quiet enough and Gu Qianchuan happened to be sitting opposite her, so he could hear Su Qinxue's complete words. Well, since Xiexue doesn't want me to talk about it, then I won't talk about it. Gu Qianchuan originally just wanted to bully Su Qinxue a little, and it was time to stop here. Otherwise, if he continued, he was really afraid that the little girl would be anxious and cry. But since Xiexue doesn't want me to fall in love in college, do you have any plans in this regard? Speaking of which, Gu Qianchuan learned from the diary of the future school beauty Su that this girl had always had a crush on him, but it did not state the reason why she had a crush on him. I don't, and I'm actually a little afraid of other boys getting close to me. Su Qinxue used to be pursued by other boys because of her outstanding looks, which was quite distressing for a girl who just wanted to concentrate on her studies. So the title of Cold School Beauty really saved Su Qinxue, making many admirers stay away from her. So you like girls? No. I only like boys. So if you solve all your family problems and plan to date, what type of guy would you prefer? Gu Qianchuan asked again. Su Qinxue didn't quite understand how the topic had escalated to the point where she was asked what kind of boys she liked. The sun hasn't even set yet, so why should she be at the boy she likes' house in broad daylight, chatting about love with him? Torture, this is definitely torture. I feel like this question is indeed a bit difficult to answer. Su Qinxue didn't say anything, so Gu Qianchuan pretended to think, then he clenched his right fist and hit the palm of his left hand, as if he had thought of something. How about I give you a reference, for example, what do you think of me? Chapter 33. It's like living in a dream. After hearing Gu Qianchuan's words, Su Qinxue subconsciously looked at him. The boy's face was as distinct as if carved, with sharp features and an angular and unusually handsome appearance. His nose was straight and as if carved by a knife, giving people a feeling of determination. His red lips of moderate thickness were now showing a dazzling smile. He appears to be unrestrained and unconstrained on the outside, but the gleam in his eyes that flashes without warning is hard to ignore. Under a pair of sword-like eyebrows are a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, full of passion, which can easily make people fall in love with them. Su Qinxue almost fainted from watching this. Especially when her eyes met Gu Qianchuan's, the girl forgot to escape for a moment and was attracted by his deep eyes. What exactly does Brother Qianchuan mean by this? Why did he use himself as a template for a boyfriend and let Su Qinxue evaluate him? Is this a disguised confession? But it doesn't he feel like it? Oh, I find it increasingly difficult to understand Gu Qianchuan's thoughts. Others say that girls' minds are complicated and hard to guess, but Su Qinxue thinks that the man in front of her is really scheming. She is just a simple little white rabbit, how could she possibly see through the big bad wolf's plan? Well enough. In the end, Su Qinxue could only blush and comment in a low voice. I knew that no girl could resist a guy as handsome as me. Gu Qianchuan puffed out his chest proudly, while Su Qinxue chuckled at his shamelessness. Gu Qianchuan looked at the girl's sudden smile, and suddenly an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart. Qianchuan, you look so beautiful when you smile. It seems like there are stars in your eyes. Su Qinxue was stunned by his sudden compliment, and her cheeks instantly flushed. You're kidding me again. She felt that Gu Qianchuan was bullying her again, always playing jokes on her that made her heart rate soar. I'm not kidding. Gu Qianchuan's tone was very sincere. You must look much better when you smile than when you have a cold face. Of course, I understand that you don't want to smile at school, but if you don't want others to see you smile, then just smile when you're alone with me. In Gu Qianchuan's impression, Su Qinxue always had a cold face and no one could get close to her. But Gu Qianchuan, who was holding the diary of the future Su Qinxue, knew that the cold and aloof school beauty was actually just a little girl who didn't know how to get along with others. Don't want. The Tsundere girl would naturally not say such words as only smile at Gu Qianchuan. If you want to see her laugh, it depends on whether Gu Qianchuan has the ability to make her laugh. Are you going home for dinner tonight? Today's study time has ended, and Gu Qianchuan wants to keep Su Qinxue at home for dinner before leaving. He liked the feeling of being taken advantage of by Su Qinxue. No, my mother is at home today. I will go home and have dinner with her in the evening. Su Qinxue shook her head and rejected Gu Qianchuan's invitation. The reason she was able to stay at Gu Qianchuan's house for dinner this Monday was because her mother Feng Nan was at work. After work, she seamlessly went to work as a waitress in a hot pot restaurant and would not go home. But today is the weekend, and my mother will rest all day. She will cook at home in the evening and will also deliver meals to my younger brother Su Qinxue on behalf of Su Qinxue. Su Qinxue must go home for dinner, otherwise Feng Nan will interrogate her about where she had dinner. By the way, if your mother is home this weekend, what excuse did you use to sneak out this afternoon? I told my mom that my friend invited me to study in the library and I could use the air conditioning. There is a library in City S. A membership card only costs 10 yuan, and you can borrow 3 books at a time and sit there to study. The summer in City S is so hot that Su Qinxue has a hard time concentrating on studying at home. Finally, she gritted her teeth and spent $10 to get a membership in the library. When Su Qinxue told Feng Nan that a friend invited her to study together, Feng Nan was very happy. After all, Su Qinxue always has an expression that says, "Don't bother anyone" when she is outside, and she works hard every day except for studying. I have never heard her talk about happy things at school. The reason why Su Qinxue came to Gu Qianchuan's house in casual clothes today was because Feng Nan took her school uniform to wash after hearing that she had a girlfriend, and told her that it would be better not to wear school uniform when going out with classmates on the weekend. So when she came to Gu Qianchuan's house to apologize last weekend, she was wearing her school uniform, not because she had no other clothes, but because she had no experience playing with classmates. In her common sense, classmates should wear school uniforms when they meet, as school uniforms are their formal attire as students. It seems that there is nothing wrong with this statement except that the place you came to is my house instead of the library. Also, Su Qinxue definitely didn't tell Feng Nan that her friend was a boy. By the way, today you only brought me your notes. Next time you come, bring the books you need for your studies as well. Su Qinxue brought him a lot of her notebooks today, and Gu Qianchuan planned to return them to her when he returned to school tomorrow. If Gu Qianchuan wanted to copy so many notes, he would definitely not be able to finish doing so. He could only spend some time at night to take pictures of them with his mobile phone. My book? Well, from now on weekends, you can study at my house after you finish cleaning, and then come back for dinner. Gu Qianchuan was receiving instruction from Su Qinxue the entire afternoon today. Although there is a saying that in the process of explaining questions to others, you are also consolidating the knowledge points. But the questions that Gu Qianchuan couldn't solve were too easy for Su Qinxue, and there was no point in doing them no matter how many times she did them. Gu Qianchuan knew the importance of studying to Su Qinxue, so he couldn't let Su Qinxue waste too much time tutoring him. In the future, let her bring books to his house to study. It would be better for Gu Qianchuan to ask her if he doesn't understand something. This will not take up too much of Su Qinxue's time and will also allow her to enjoy free air conditioning. Although the temperature has dropped after the National Day holiday, I don't really need air conditioning. Okay, next time I'll bring all the books over so we can study together. After a week of observation, Su Qinxue was certain that Gu Qianchuan really intended to study hard and go to a good university. And for some reason, Gu Qianchuan, who had always guessed the multiple choice questions in exams and never scored 100 points in every major exam, had unexpectedly good basic knowledge. It was just that his understanding of some things was not thorough or solid enough. Gu Qianchuan began to study hard, which was something Su Qinxue had never thought about. Not to mention that she could study with him on weekends, it really was like a dream. It would be nice if it wasn't for this revealing maid outfit. Oh. Chapter 34, The Two Peerless Beauties. After spending a relatively pleasant weekend at Gu Qianchuan's house, the two returned to school again. The Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day in 2015 did not overlap, and it is not like in the future when all holidays have to be adjusted, so there is no outrageous formula of 7 plus 3 is equal to 8 for the Mid-Autumn Festival plus the National Day holiday. After the 3-day Mid-Autumn Festival holiday, you only need to work for another 3 days to enjoy another 7-day holiday. It's simply wonderful. Except for the senior party. Anyone who has been to senior high school knows that in order to make up for the lessons, all of their holidays will be compressed very quickly. A 3-day holiday is changed to 1 day, a 5-day holiday is changed to 2 days, and the original 1-month winter vacation is reduced to 15 days at most near the Chinese New Year. This is commonplace. As for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holiday that they are about to face, they don't have to attend evening self-study on the Mid-Autumn Festival. They will have a holiday after classes in the afternoon and will have to go back to school for classes the next afternoon. It is equivalent to only half a day off, giving boarding students some time to breathe fresh air outside. During the 7-day National Day holiday, senior high school students only have 3 days off. Classes have to start on October 4th, and boarding students even have to go back to school on the night of October 3rd for evening self-study. However, not many people would have any objection to the fact that senior high school students do not follow the national holidays. After all, for the vast majority of high school students, the college entrance examination is their top priority at the moment. A year of hard work will bring a brighter future, so whether or not to take a holiday won't be so important. But for Gu Qianchuan now, taking a vacation is still very important. Because Naishuiying will make up her mind to leave China after celebrating her last New Year, Gu Qianchuan must keep her before that. In addition to studying, he has a lot of other things to do, so when the holiday time is seriously insufficient, he has to make good use of his time. On Monday morning, Gu Qianchuan still brought a meat bun and a sugar bun for Su Qinxue. This time he had breakfast with Su Qinxue. Eating delicacies from land and sea at home does not affect Gu Qianchuan's enjoyment of folk cuisine at all. And he really could eat a lot. After eating a big bowl of noodles in the breakfast shop, he ate 2 big buns in the classroom. The key point is that he eats like this every meal, and his figure has never changed. A fat colleague that Gu Qianchuan met later only ate 1 vegetarian dish and beef at the employee lunch every day in order to lose weight, and he also tried to eat less rice. After 3 months, he didn't lose a pound. All I can say is that people's physiques cannot be generalized. Some people gain weight even by drinking water, but Gu Qianchuan has a physique that doesn't easily gain weight. After finishing breakfast, Gu Qianchuan, as usual, recited 1 or 2 texts before morning reading, and then attended class seriously. This made Jiang Yonghui, who had been observing him carefully for a week, really wonder if this guy was possessed by something. Jiang Xiao, on the other hand, was so angry that she gnashed her teeth at Gu Qianchuan, seeing that he was still concentrating on his studies like last week. Although she was no longer stupid enough to skip breakfast and wait for Gu Qianchuan to bring her food, she was still in a sulky state. Why has Gu Qianchuan not revealed any flaws after a week? Before the quarrel last week, Gu Qianchuan's eyes were full of her. Sometimes, Jiang Xiao would even glance at the back row during class and meet Gu Qianchuan's eyes. All she needs to do is give him a flirtatious look, and after class Gu Qianchuan will foolishly give Jiang Xiao several bags of snacks. Therefore, Jiang Xiao never lacks snacks to eat, and can even share the leftovers with good sisters like Li Yu, showing off to them that she has a loyal bootlicker like young Master Gu. But after the quarrel last week, even though Jiang Xiao looked towards the back row more frequently than before, she did not meet Gu Qianchuan's eyes even once. Every time I looked towards the back row, I could only see Gu Qianchuan buried in his studies, and Su Qinxue beside him with a cold face as if everyone owed her money. It was obvious that both of them were just studying hard, which was a normal thing for high school students. But considering that one of them was Gu Qianchuan, a well-known troublemaker in the school, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but wonder if this woman Su Qinxue had done something to make him like this. But this possibility is really small. After all, Su Qinxue is really a very boring woman. In the past, Jiang Xiao had actually thought about getting along well with someone like Su Qinxue, who was beautiful and had good grades. Maybe she could even get some benefits from her. Together with her, they formed a pair of peerless beauties, and all the boys in the school couldn't take their eyes off them. It turned out that Su Qinxue was really a very boring woman. Jiang Xiao told her a big gossip about the captain of the school basketball team, but she looked uninterested. Jiang Xiao didn't want to be best friends with a boring girl who only thought about studying, so she stopped getting close to Su Qinxue. Anyway, no matter how beautiful Su Qinxue is, she won't make good use of it. No one can approach her with a sour face all day long. At most, it can be used by boys to feast their eyes. In fact, Jiang Xiao had already vaguely felt in her heart that Gu Qianchuan was not pretending to be deep, but really intended to break up with her and Li Yu and study hard from then on. But the proud Jiang Xiao would never bow down to a bootlicker like Gu Qianchuan, nor would she admit that it was Gu Qianchuan who first proposed to break up with her. She could only continue to regard Gu Qianchuan's hard work for a whole week as a pretense to attract her attention. It is a great thing for Gu Qianchuan that Jiang Xiao does not take the initiative to cause trouble for him. This allowed him to study happily for the entire morning. At noon, Gu Qianchuan stayed in his seat and studied for a while like Su Qinxue, then got up to eat lunch. He is still thinking about his plan to share a meal card with Su Qinxue. The good news is that Gu Qianchuan seldom had lunch in the cafeteria before, and most of the money on his meal card was spent at the school canteen, and on sending things to Jiang Xiao, so there is not much money left in it now, only barely 150. Gu Qianchuan thought about it. There was still a week left before the National Day holiday, and there would be no lunch at school on Mid-Autumn Festival, which meant he had to have 6 lunches at school. He orders a top-of-the-line set meal for 16 yuan for every lunch, and then goes to the canteen to buy some drinks and snacks, so that he can definitely finish it before National Day. Then, Gu Qianchuan could pretend that his meal card was missing on the first day after the National Day holiday, and he didn't want to apply for a new one. He would then use Su Qinxue's meal card to eat, and top up money into her card so that the girl could have a good meal. It's almost time for dinner, let's go. After studying in the classroom for 20 minutes, Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue walked out of the classroom one after the other in a formal manner. However, today, Gu Qianchuan suddenly stopped in the corridor, and the girl who was following behind him, thinking that he was helping her to clear the way, bumped into Gu Qianchuan's solid back with her delicate little nose. Oh no, hide quickly. Chapter 35 Excitement. Without any explanation, Gu Qianchuan grabbed the girl's shoulders and pulled her into the cleaning room in the corridor. What are you doing? Su Qinxue was startled and wanted to question Gu Qianchuan angrily. Sure. However, Gu Qianchuan covered Su Qinxue's mouth with one hand, and put his index finger of the other hand to her mouth, making a hush gesture. The space in the cleaning room is not small, but it is still a little crowded because it is filled with the tools that the cleaning lady needs to clean the school. When Gu Qianchuan hushed her at such a distance, Su Qinxue could even feel the breath on her face. Her little heart began to feel hot again and she started to move vigorously. I heard that Master Gu doesn't plan to continue pursuing Jiang Xiao. Wu Yuan, do you think this is true? After Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue hid in the cleaning room, a boy's voice was heard in the corridor. I can't say. Wu Yuan pretended that he knew nothing, but in fact he was the one who first released the news. Su Qinxue didn't recognize who the first boy who spoke was, but Wu Yuan was their desk mate, and his voice was very recognizable, so his voice was easy to recognize. In other words, the people chatting in the corridor now are all boys in their class. No wonder Qianchuan suddenly pulled me over here just now. It turned out that he was afraid that their joint actions would be discovered. Have you calmed down? Gu Qianchuan asked in a low voice, and then he noticed that Su Qinxue was looking at him with eyes as if asking for help. Su Qinxue had her mouth covered by Gu Qianchuan, and she always had the illusion that she was kissing the hand of the boy she liked. She tried to struggle just now, but Gu Qianchuan held her tightly. Su Qinxue calmed down only after hearing the voice of a boy in the same class. Su Qinxue wanted to recall Gu Qianchuan's words, but her mouth was still covered, so she could only look at Gu Qianchuan pitifully. Nod once you've calmed down. I'll let you go. After Gu Qianchuan finally moved his claws away, the soft touch of Su Qinxue's lips seemed to still remain on his hand. This made him unable to help but take a look at the girl's pink lips, which were so tender, just like lychee flesh. If I could kiss this, it would probably be very soft and sweet, right? No, the friendship between him and Xiexue is very pure, he must not have any improper thoughts. But I really didn't hear Gu Qianchuan talking to Jiang Xiao last week. He was basically studying, but Liu would come over and argue with him sometimes. Wu Yuan was not in a position to tell his friends directly that Gu Qianchuan was not going to pursue Jiang Xiao anymore. But he could say some things that he, as the front desk, could hear unconsciously. At this moment, Su Qinxue, who was hiding inside, suddenly felt dizzy. Because after Gu Qianchuan put down his left hand that was originally used to cover her mouth, he actually placed his left hand directly on Su Qinxue's right hand. He even held her little hand. When Su Qinxue wanted to strongly condemn him, she found that Gu Qianchuan's attention was completely focused on eavesdropping on the footsteps of his classmates outside, and holding her little hand seemed to be just an unintentional action. Moreover, Gu Qianchuan's hands were much bigger than hers. Su Qinxue felt very safe when her entire hand was held by her. How about not reminding him for now? So, Gu Qianchuan concentrated on listening to the noise outside, while Su Qinxue concentrated on feeling his big hand. Speaking of which, Wu Yuan, I always feel like you seem to care a lot about Gu Qianchuan. Why? Another different male voice asked Wu Yuan. Gu Qianchuan could barely recognize this person's voice. It was most likely the sports committee member of their class. Nothing much, I just heard from my parents that he seems to come to our store often to eat breakfast, so I am a little concerned. Wu Yuan shrugged. Originally, he didn't really want to provoke a second-generation rich man like Gu Qianchuan. After all, Gu Qianchuan's reputation was there, and it would be difficult to have good results if he was associated with him. However, on the day when the students were divided into liberal arts and science majors in high school, Wu Yuan's parents took a look at the list of their class 7 and saw Gu Qianchuan's name on it. They excitedly told Yu Buiyuan that this person often came to their store to eat breakfast in the morning, and said that he was a good boy who would help bring the bowls to them after dinner. This is very different from the reputation Yu Buiyuan heard about Gu Qianchuan at school. Yu Buiyuan is very popular in school and people often chat with him about all kinds of gossip. Jiang Xiao always thought that she had an extremely good reputation in school, but in fact, many boys thought that she was too flashy and had unclear relationships with several male suitors. This is why, despite being aloof, Su Qinxue is still the #1 campus beauty who can surpass Jiang Xiao. Not only in terms of appearance, but also in terms of temperament, Su Qinxue is leading. Yu Buiyuan knew that Gu Qianchuan was also pursuing Jiang Xiao. He thought that since Gu Qianchuan took such good care of their family business, he might as well give him a little reminder and just treat it as meddling in other people's business. But contrary to Buiyuan's expectations, Gu Qianchuan did not listen to him and warned Yu Buiyuan not to spread rumors about girls. I just don't know what happened in the past few days that made Gu Qianchuan suddenly lose interest in Jiang Xiao and become much kinder to me. But the result is good anyway. Does your family run a breakfast shop? Why haven't I heard of it? You didn't ask me. Har har, I know about this. The voices of several people became farther and farther away until they disappeared. Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue looked at each other in the cleaning room. Gu Qianchuan had told Su Qinxue before that the breakfast shop where he bought buns for Su Qinxue every morning was run by a family, and the children of that family seemed to also be studying at Blue Ocean Middle School. It turns out that the foreshadowing is here. There were two geniuses sitting in the last row. They came to the classroom first or second every morning and secretly ate the buns from the classmate in front of them. What a perverted scene. Phew, luckily I reacted quickly just now, otherwise our relationship would have been discovered. Gu Qianchuan wiped his sweat and said to Su Qinxue. Unexpectedly, he just wanted to make friends with Su Qinxue secretly, but it turned out to be more exciting than having an affair. No, Gu Qianchuan has never had an affair, maybe that side is more exciting? Hand. Oh, sorry. After Su Qinxue reminded him, Gu Qianchuan realized that he had been holding the girl's hand. By the way, it was really hot to hold little hands in the cleaning room in the hot summer, and Gu Qianchuan's palms were covered with sweat. Maybe there's also Su Qinxue's. He actually held another girl's hand without knowing it. Finished. Chapter 36. I don't want to wash my hands. Before, Gu Qianchuan had teased Su Qinxue in various ways, and at most he had only said a few words. But no matter what, he could always make it up in the end and deceive the girl into thinking that it was normal for friends to say a few words to each other. But today, Gu Qianchuan held the girl's hand for such a long time, which was obviously not the normal distance between male and female friends. It's a bit hard to explain. Will Su Qinxue feel repelled by Gu Qianchuan because of this action? Moreover, Gu Qianchuan's attention was all on the male classmates in the same class, and he didn't even notice what it felt like when the girl's hand touched him. You not only do something that may be offensive, but you don't really gain any advantage. This time it's a real loss. Fine. However, Su Qinxue simply wiped the sweat from her hands after he pulled his hand back. She was a little reluctant to wash her hands, but washing hands before meals was a good habit she had developed over the years. Tangled. It's almost time to go eat. After Gu Qianchuan confirmed that the male classmates were no longer in the corridor, he and Su Qinxue escaped from the cleaning room. Su Qinxue responded with a flushed face, and it was unclear whether it was because of the heat from being squeezed in the cleaning room or because she was shy about holding hands. Gu Qianchuan, Lu Hong from the next class is looking for you. After lunch break and before the first class in the afternoon, Yu Buiyuan found Gu Qianchuan and greeted him. Lu Hong? Why did he look for me? Gu Qianchuan was a little puzzled. He only knew that Lu Hong was the sports student chosen by Jiang Xiao after graduation in her previous life. At this point in time, he and Gu Qianchuan were both Jiang Xiao's suitors. But even so, the two people never chatted once in their entire lives. After all, although Jiang Xiao likes to be pursued by all kinds of handsome guys, she doesn't like the men pursuing her to fight with each other. Her time management was very good, which resulted in Gu Qianchuan and Lu Hong never having a head-on conflict. Qianchuan. After Buiyuan left, Su Qinxue asked Gu Qianchuan with some concern. Lu Hong is actually quite famous in the school, and seems to be Jiang Xiao's suitor. However, compared to Gu Qianchuan, Lu Hong has a much better reputation. After all, he is a member of the school track and field team. Su Qinxue was a little scared. Did Lu Hong come to Gu Qianchuan at this time to quarrel with her? It's okay, we're just going to chat. I guess we'll go to physical education class together after that. The first class on Monday afternoon is still physical education. Then you better be careful. Su Qinxue pursed her lips, still very worried. Good. Knowing that Su Qinxue was worried about his safety, Gu Qianchuan felt a little happy. He walked out of the back door of the classroom and immediately saw Lu Hong leaning against the wall. Gu Qianchuan is already very tall, at 185 centimeters, but Lu Hong is a few centimeters taller than him. In addition, this person has indeed exercised seriously, has a strong physique, and looks very oppressive. By the way, the inner walls of the corridors in their school are falling off. Won't it be dirty for him to lean on them? I heard from Yao Yao that you seem to have bullied him recently. As soon as he saw Gu Qianchuan, Lu Hong brought out the topic of his visit today. Did I bully her? Gu Qianchuan was confused. It's good enough that Jiang Xiao doesn't come to trouble him, why would he be so bored as to go and provoke her? If he really wants to bully someone, he will only bully his own cute little classmate. Don't play dumb. Without saying a word, Lu Hong reached out and grabbed Gu Qianchuan's collar, as if he was going to beat him up. But in fact, he didn't dare to beat Gu Qianchuan here. After all, there were surveillance cameras in the corridor. Gu Qianchuan even dared to talk back to the teacher. Maybe there was some connection behind it. After being caught by Lu Hong's dirty hands, Gu Qianchuan did not get angry. Dude, calm down. There are too many people here. Let's find a place where there is no one to talk about Jiang Xiao. He calmly loosened Lu Hong's hand slightly, his eyes stern but with a hint of unquestionable oppression. His expression also made Lu Hong regain his sanity. His gaze stayed on Gu Qianchuan's face for several seconds, trying to find evidence that Gu Qianchuan was panicking. However, even when his collar was grabbed, Gu Qianchuan's expression remained as calm as ice. For some reason, when Lu Hong saw his expression, he inexplicably thought of Su Qinxue, the cold goddess of their school. Although Lu Hong had a bad temper, after hearing Jiang Xiao's complaints, he really wanted to beat Gu Qianchuan up right away. But as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Gu Qianchuan has already called him buddy, so is he really going to punch him? Lu Hong's expression changed again and again, but finally he let go of Gu Qianchuan and nodded. He wanted to see what tricks Gu Qianchuan was trying to play. Okay, there's almost no one left. What do you want to tell me? Both of them walked up the spiral staircase leading to the playground with unhappy expressions. Finally, Lu Hong stopped at a corner of the stairs, turned around and leaned against the wall, his hands on his chest, his face full of impatience. I think I know why you said I bullied Jiang Xiao. It should be that woman who told you that I was very unkind to her recently, right? Gu Qianchuan went straight to the point. That's right. Lu Hong nodded. When he met Jiang Xiao today, Jiang Xiao was constantly saying bad things about Gu Qianchuan to Li Yu. When Lu Hong asked, Li Yu said that it was Gu Qianchuan who bullied Jiang Xiao. He was so angry that he went to class 7 of grade 12 to find Gu Qianchuan without even knowing the exact situation. But buddy, you really misunderstood me about this matter. I really didn't bully Jiang Xiao. You know, I used to be Jiang Xiao's admirer, but now that I'm in my 3rd year of high school, I've figured it out. I won't pursue Jiang Xiao anymore. I want to focus on my studies. Gu Qianchuan's tone was calm but filled with unquestionable firmness. To be honest, the only thing he and Lu Hong had in common was that they had both been Jiang Xiao's bootlickers. Apart from that, he had never gotten to know Lu Hong. So, today, when Gu Qianchuan has no intention of pursuing Jiang Xiao any further, what is there for these two unrelated guys to argue about? What did you say? Lu Hong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened and his voice increased by several decibels. I just said that I will no longer pursue Jiang Xiao, so there is no need for you to come to me. Gu Qianchuan looked straight into Lu Hong's eyes with a calm gaze, which was full of sincerity without any impurities. I also told Jiang Xiao about this matter. I told her that I would not continue to pursue her in the future. Then she had a quarrel with me, so you think I bullied her? The logic of the whole thing was quite simple. Gu Qianchuan felt that if Lu Hong wasn't a fool, he would be able to understand it. Who are you kidding? You've been chasing her for so long, would you be willing to give up so easily? Lu Hong's expression changed from surprise to suspicion, and he sneered. Among Jiang Xiao's many suitors, Gu Qianchuan can definitely be said to be the most diligent one. She not only made tea and brought water, but also ran errands like a cow and a horse, and brought milk tea and snacks to Jiang Xiao from time to time. Lu Hong, who was in the next class, knew all these things. Moreover, Gu Qianchuan's grades were at the bottom of the class for both years of high school. If he was also a liberal arts student, he would definitely be assigned to the same class with these sports students. Will such a person wake up after entering senior year of high school and give up on the girl he has been pursuing for 2 years? Lu Hong just didn't believe it anyway. Whether you believe it or not, I won't pursue Jiang Xiao anymore. Gu Qianchuan rolled his eyes at Lu Hong. Why is it that when everyone hears that he doesn't plan to pursue Jiang Xiao, their reaction is such disbelief? Alas, it's all because he was too deeply addicted in the past and became famous throughout the school. What a hassle! Haven't you heard about the quarrel between me, Jiang Xiao and Li Yu? Gu Qianchuan changed the angle and continued to ask Lu Hong. I think I've heard of this before. Class 7 and Class 6 have physical education classes together. The boys have a good relationship with each other and often play basketball together. When Lu Hong was playing basketball with Yu Buiyuan, he did hear him talk about the quarrel between Gu Qianchuan and Li Yu. So there is only one truth. I have given up pursuing Jiang Xiao. Gu Qianchuan snapped his fingers and imitated Conan's famous moves with a relaxed tone. Chapter 37, Keep Your Distance. So there is no need for us to continue to be hostile to each other. You don't have to target me all the time. We can just keep to ourselves. Gu Qianchuan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Hong with a firm gaze. These two people have never had any connection with each other, and now without Jiang Xiao, it would be best for them to continue to be unfamiliar with each other. However, there was one thing that Gu Qianchuan was quite curious about. That is why Lu Hong and Jiang Xiao, who were together after graduating from high school, broke up less than a month after entering college, making Jiang Xiao want to get back with Gu Qianchuan. But now that Gu Qianchuan has been reborn, he probably won't have the chance to know. It's easy for you to say that. Do you think I will believe you? Who knows if you are playing any tricks? Having said that, Lu Hong really didn't think that what Gu Qianchuan had just said to him was a lie. He's just being stubborn at the moment. Whether I lied to you or not, you should already have the answer in your heart, and time will prove that everything I said just now is the truth. Gu Qianchuan shook his head, his tone calm. Lu Hong was silent for a moment, as if thinking about whether Gu Qianchuan's words were credible, and then looked into Gu Qianchuan's eyes again, trying to find any flaws. However, Gu Qianchuan's expression was calm, without a trace of evasion in his eyes. Even if what you said is true. Lu Hong finally spoke, his tone still with a bit of vigilance, that doesn't mean we can become friends. The grudge between us can't be written off so easily. What grudge do we have? And I don't expect us to be friends. I just hope we can keep our distance and not interfere with each other. You pursue your Yao Yao, and I live my senior year of high school. We can live in peace. Gu Qianchuan nodded. Besides, I have drawn a clear line between myself and Li Yu and Jiang Xiao. Isn't that a good thing for you as a suitor? He didn't understand Lu Hong before, but now he feels that this big fool doesn't seem to be very smart. Or, you can't really listen to what he says. Lu Hong stared at Gu Qianchuan, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Okay, I'll trust you for once. However, if you dare to play any tricks, I will never let you go. After a moment, he stood up straight, loosened his arms from across his chest, and spoke in a cold tone. Don't worry, I'll keep my word. Gu Qianchuan smiled slightly. Lu Hong didn't say anything else. He turned around the corner of the stairs and went to play ball in the physical education class. Gu Qianchuan looked at his back and felt relieved. He knew that although Lu Hong was still tough in words, his attitude had softened. At least, for the time being, he will no longer regard Gu Qianchuan as an enemy. Gu Qianchuan stood there, once again recalling what happened in those years in his previous life, and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. In the past, in order to pursue Jiang Xiao, I ignored the feelings of other people around me. And now he finally realized that some things cannot be forced, and some people are destined not to belong to him. Perhaps this is the best ending. Gu Qianchuan muttered to himself, then turned and left the stairwell, walking towards the playground. On the playground, many students had already gone downstairs early, chatting and laughing while waiting for the physical education class to begin. After Gu Qianchuan arrived at the playground, his eyes inadvertently swept in the direction of Su Qinxue. She was reading a book with her head down, her expression focused, as if all the noise around her had nothing to do with her. Gu Qianchuan withdrew his gaze and made up his mind silently. Let those past entanglements go with the wind. The life of a senior high school student is very boring. He or she struggles with books every day, with some trivial matters in life as a mitigation. Gu Qianchuan's daily task is to study hard and supervise Su Qinxue to eat well. After 2 weeks of feeding by Gu Qianchuan, Su Qinxue looked much better than when Gu Qianchuan saw her on the first day after his rebirth. You can even see a little blush on her face. However, Su Qinxue's skin is still very white, which should be natural. This week, because of the special holiday for senior high school students due to the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, there will be no evening self-study on Saturday, but we have to go back to school for classes on Sunday afternoon. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, which only had a half-day holiday, Gu Qianchuan was too lazy to go home. However, his elder sister Gu Qianchuan went home to spend the Mid-Autumn Festival with her parents. She even called Gu Qianchuan to show off that as a college student, she had a total of 10 days off for the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day, and asked Gu Qianchuan if their high school students could have 3 days off for the National Day. Hard, the fist is hard. There is only a short half-day break during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Gu Qianchuan originally planned to give Su Qinxue a break this weekend and let her come back during the National Day. As a result, when Su Qinxue heard that Gu Qianchuan was going to give her a holiday, she felt uneasy about keeping her salary and insisted on coming to Gu Qianchuan's house to work on Sunday morning. Gu Qianchuan thought about this matter for a long time. He suddenly remembered that because he had been in school these days, Gu Qianchuan bought ingredients from the supermarket every night for cooking. The large vegetable market closest to his home was blocked by Gu Qianchuan because of the incident of forcing Su Qinxue to buy something that day. The food in the evening supermarket is not expensive, but compared with the morning vegetable market, it is still a little bit inferior. In the end, Gu Qianchuan decided to ask Su Qinxue to accompany him to the small vegetable market by the river to buy vegetables on Sunday morning. Su Qinxue thought that accompanying Gu Qianchuan to the vegetable market in the morning could not be considered work, but Gu Qianchuan believed that obeying the master was the entire job of a maid, so she nodded. Chapter 38. Is this your boyfriend? Hartilder. At 7:30 in the morning, Gu Qianchuan stood by the river and yawned. This is the place where Gu Qianchuan had agreed to meet Su Qinxue. If we don't count the chance encounter, this is the first time he has asked a girl out. After enjoying the cool breeze of the summer morning by the river, he waited for Su Qinxue in less than 10 minutes. Su Qinxue was wearing the same plain t-shirt and denim shorts today as she did last week, but the plain clothes could not hide the girl's beauty at all. To be honest, there is really no problem wearing this kind of clothing in S city where the highest temperature in summer often exceeds 35. But every time Gu Qianchuan saw the patches on Su Qinxue's jeans, he would worry whether this little girl had enough clothes to keep her warm in the winter. Good morning, Xiaoxue. Good morning. When Gu Qianchuan was staring at Su Qinxue was also staring at him. At this time, Gu Qianchuan was standing by the river with one hand in his pocket, yawning lazily, as if he had not woken up yet. He was wearing a loose white short-sleeved t-shirt with a simple black letter pattern printed on the chest. The cuffs were slightly rolled up, revealing his strong forearms. Gu Qianchuan's lower body was wearing a pair of light blue shorts, revealing a section of his white ankles. On his feet were a pair of pure white low-top canvas shoes with the laces tied loosely, looking casual yet trendy. His hair was a little messy, and the strands of hair on his forehead were gently swaying in the wind. He looked refreshing and somewhat lazy and handsome. Su Qinxue felt like she was about to pass out, but luckily the cool breeze from the river in the early morning helped her stay awake. Come on, take me to see if there are any fresh vegetables. Having said this, Gu Qianchuan walked up from the river and stood with Su Qinxue. Su Qinxue is still wondering whether going out alone with Gu Qianchuan on the weekend can be considered a date. It's a pity that the next place they are going to is just the vegetable market. There are so many people. Is this market usually so crowded? As soon as he saw the entrance of the vegetable market, Gu Qianchuan was shocked by the crowded scene. Are all these uncles and aunts their enemies when they go shopping for vegetables today? Usually there are a lot of people here, and today is the weekend and the Mid-Autumn Festival. In fact, when Su Qinxue goes to the vegetable market to buy vegetables, she usually arrives at the market at around 6 in the morning. There are obviously fewer people ordering food at the market at that time, and 7:30 is the peak time. There are so many people here, it would be terrible if we got lost. Question mark. Su Qinxue was puzzled. They are not children. Even if they get separated, the worst that can happen is that they can just go back to their own homes. Gu Qianchuan's words were so deliberate that Su Qinxue always felt that he was referring to something else. Let her think about it first. If a boy and a girl go out together and the boy suddenly says that he is worried that the girl will get lost, what does he usually want to do? There is no doubt that he wants to hold my little hand. Su Qinxue recalled the day when the two of them held hands in the small cleaning room to avoid their classmates, and her little face began to get hot. Catch me. Moreover, at this moment Gu Qianchuan turned around and fiddled with his big hands twice. Now everyone knows Sima Zhao's intentions. What are you thinking about? Hold on to my clothes. It's almost time to go in. Gu Qianchuan stretched out his hand, pinched the corner of his clothes at the back, and looked at the shy Su Qinxue with a strange expression on his face. It didn't seem like he was teasing her, so why did she suddenly become shy? What on earth is this little girl thinking about? Okay. Su Qinxue then realized that what Gu Qianchuan meant by "hold me" was just to let her hold onto the corner of his clothes so as not to get lost. After realizing this, the girl's face turned red with strong shame. Gu Qianchuan was really curious about what Su Qinxue had thought of that could make her little face turn red repeatedly. Forgive Gu Qianchuan for being so ignorant, but when asked to describe the girl's face that changed from white to red from time to time, he could only think of the albino octopus that he had seen in the animal world before, which turned red when threatened. Su Qinxue finally obeyed and pinched the corner of Gu Qianchuan's clothes behind his back. Two people came together to challenge the gate of the vegetable market, which was extremely crowded. The vegetable market was already bustling in the early morning, with the vendors' shouts rising and falling. The air was filled with the fragrance of fresh vegetables and the smell of fish. Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue walked one after the other in the narrow aisle. The formation of the two looks like the game of eagle catches chicken that we played when we were children. Gu Qianchuan is the mother hen protecting the chicks, and looks a little childish. But there is one advantage to this way of walking, that is, Gu Qianchuan can walk in front to help Su Qinxue clear the way, so that the petite and thin girl will not be affected by the crowd. The broad back is full of a sense of security. The vegetable market is very crowded today, and there are several stalls selling fish at the entrance, so the smell is very strong. But Su Qinxue, who was walking behind Gu Qianchuan, only felt that she was being enveloped by the cool breath from the young man, as if the fishy smell of various meats had been filtered out. Would she feel this way if she had a brother? I don't know. Su Qinxue has only a younger brother who is 6 years younger than her. If her mother is not counted, she is the oldest in the family. This was a time when her younger brother at home needed the support of Su Qinxue and Feng Nan, but now that her father had run away and her mother had to work hard to pay for her brother's medical expenses, Su Qinxue could only rely on herself. It would be great if Gu Qianchuan was her brother. Not only would she have someone to rely on, but she could also get him for free without any cost. No, if Gu Qianchuan is really her brother, then there is no way she can give birth to a football team for him. The scene of the girl pulling the boy's clothes and moving forward made Su Qinxue fall into deep confusion again. Okay, you can almost let go. Although the entrance to the vegetable market was extremely crowded, there was still plenty of space inside, so there was no need for the two of them to maintain such a slightly ambiguous formation. However, after waiting for a few seconds, Gu Qianchuan could still feel the touch of the girl's fingers on his back. When I looked back, I found that Su Qinxue seemed to be in a daze. Why, you can't bear to leave me? No. It was not until Gu Qianchuan spoke again that Su Qinxue woke up from her own little world and hurriedly let go of the corner of Gu Qianchuan's clothes, like a frightened deer. So what kind of creature is she, who gets frightened like a deer, eats like a hamster, and is shy like an albino octopus? I don't know, but it's cute anyway. Lead the way, Su University Beauty, this is your home ground. In fact, Gu Qianchuan didn't really want to disturb the girl's little world, but he was unfamiliar with the market and didn't he know which stalls sold good things. Oh, okay. This time, Su Qinxue walked in front of Gu Qianchuan again and started today's shopping. Auntie, give me a pound of leeks. Su Qinxue stopped in front of a stall and looked down at the green leeks on the stall. What surprised Gu Qianchuan was that when Su Qinxue bought vegetables, she not only didn't ask the price, she didn't even choose the vegetables herself. She just casually asked the stall owner to take a pound for her. 4.5 yuan a pound, little girl. The stall owner was a middle-aged woman with a warm smile on her face. Hey, Xiexue. I haven't seen you buy groceries in a long time. Well, hello Aunt Lin, I've been a little busy at school lately, so I haven't been here much. Su Qinxue had a shy smile on her face as she chatted with the stall owner named Lin. Her smile made Gu Qianchuan feel as if she was smiling into the lotus flowers and pretending to be shy. So beautiful. Li Bai never deceived me. After Aunt Lin greeted Su Qinxue, she looked at Gu Qianchuan who was standing next to her with a smile, and a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Chapter 39. This vegetable market is also home to hidden talents. Is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Su Qinxue's face turned red again and she waved her hands quickly. No, Auntie, he is my classmate. We are just ordinary friends. Gu Qianchuan stood aside, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, but he did not refute. He just looked at Su Qinxue meaningfully. Ordinary friends? I don't think so. You two look so good together. The stall owner obviously didn't believe Su Qinxue's flustered explanation. He joked while weighing the leeks skillfully. Su Qinxue's face turned even redder. She lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Gu Qianchuan. Her fingers were unconsciously entangled with each other. Auntie, you have a good eye. Gu Qianchuan chuckled, his tone relaxed. Su Qinxue suddenly raised her head and glared at him, with a hint of shame and anger in her eyes. How could this person be like this? Gu Qianchuan pretended to notice Su Qinxue's gaze and continued to smile innocently. For $50. I'll round it off and count it as for dollars. Bring your boyfriend along next time. The stall owner surnamed Lin handed the weighed leeks to Su Qinxue and said with a smile. Su Qinxue often comes to this market to buy vegetables. Many stall owners remember this pretty girl. Thank you Aunt Lin. Su Qinxue took the leeks, and the blush on her face spread all the way to her ears. Thank you, Auntie. Seeing that Su Qinxue's brain seemed to have stopped functioning temporarily, Gu Qianchuan took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a 5 yuan bill and handed it to the stall owner before Su Qinxue could do so. The stall owner gave him $1 in change. When Aunt Lin saw that it was Gu Qianchuan who was paying, she became even more certain that this guy was Su Qinxue's boyfriend. Don't worry, I won't tell your mother. Then she turned to look at Su Qinxue again, with an anti-smile on her face. The boy is really sensible. Take good care of our Xiexue. Su Qinxue didn't even bother to ask Gu Qianchuan why he was rushing to pay. She quickly pulled Gu Qianchuan's sleeve and ran deeper into the market. Qianchuan. Why didn't you explain just now? Su Qinxue let go of his hand only after she ran until she was a little out of breath, glaring at him angrily. What's there to explain? Explanation is just covering up. Aunt Lin is already convinced. She won't change her mind even if I say a few more words. Gu Qianchuan shrugged, his tone somewhat helpless. He knew that Su Qinxue often came to this small vegetable market to buy vegetables, but before coming, he had not expected that this auntie was so familiar with Su Qinxue that she even remembered her name. Gu Qianchuan was not surprised that Aunt Lin, who was selling leeks, mistook them for a couple. After all, a man and a woman ran to the vegetable market to buy vegetables early in the morning, so these two people must have a very close relationship. Su Qinxue's explanation at the time was that she and Gu Qianchuan were just classmates, which directly helped Aunt Lin rule out the possibility that the two were siblings. Other aunties have been selling vegetables in the vegetable market for so many years, but they probably have never seen a high school boy and a girl running to the vegetable market early in the morning to buy vegetables. Since they are not brothers and sisters, can they only be lovers? And it's quite interesting to see that the more Su Qinxue explained, the more Aunt Lin didn't believe it, hee. Let's go to the next one. The second store that Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue visited was a pork shop. The person selling pork was a sturdy man who looked no more than 40 years old. "Brother Su, give me 3 pounds of pork and a pig's trotter." The sturdy man's name was Su Peng, the same surname as Su Qinxue. He looked a bit fierce and there was a knife scar on his arm. "Okay, Xiaoxue, do you want the front leg meat of the pig's trotter?" But when facing customers, he always has a kind smile on his face. "Well, I plan to make pig's trotter soup for my brother today. By the way, who is this handsome guy who came with you?" "My classmate." Su Qinxue suddenly felt that it was quite tiring to take Gu Qianchuan shopping for groceries, because she had to explain his identity to everyone. "Oh, classmate, my name is Su Peng, you can also call me brother Su like Xiaoxue." Su Peng nodded. In fact, he was just like Aunt Lin who sold leeks before. He also felt that the relationship between Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue was not simple, but Su Peng would not point it out like Aunt Lin did. "Brother Su, I also need to cut 2 pounds of pork, and it should be leaner." After Su Peng helped Su Qinxue pack the pork, Gu Qianchuan asked Su Peng to get some pork for him as well. When buying leeks just now, Su Qinxue was so caught up in Aunt Lin's teasing that she didn't care about Gu Qianchuan rushing to pay. But the pork this time was much more expensive than the leeks just now. Gu Qianchuan guessed that Su Qinxue would no longer allow him to help pay, so the two of them paid for themselves in the end. "Okay brother, I forgot to ask you just now, what's your name?" "My name is Gu Qianchuan." "Xiao Jiu, right? Come closer. I want to tell you something." Gu Qianchuan followed Su Peng's instructions and walked into his stall. Only then did Su Peng lower his head and approached Gu Qianchuan and said, "You and I should know the situation of Xiaoxue's family. If you dare to make him sad, I will never forgive you." When Su Peng said this, Gu Qianchuan heard a pop sound in his ear. He turned around and saw that it was the sturdy man who chopped the pork on the chopping board hard. This really frightened Gu Qianchuan to the point of being stunned. "Okay young man, 2 pounds of pork is lean, and it weighs 31 yuan. I'll give you 30 yuan for Xiaoxue's sake." Noticing that Su Qinxue was looking at him with a puzzled look, Su Peng laughed and wanted to pat Gu Qianchuan on the shoulder, but found that he had not washed his hands yet, so he gave up. "Thank you, brother Su. I will definitely keep in mind what you just said." Gu Qianchuan patted his chest and assured. Gu Qianchuan's intuition told him that this person must be no ordinary person. Chapter 40, It's not considered a bad thing if you don't get caught. Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue were buying vegetables here, and more than half of the stall owners knew Su Qinxue. Like a little star. But come to think of it, it's hard not to like a pretty little girl who often gets up early to go to the market to buy vegetables. For you. While Gu Qianchuan was not paying attention, Su Qinxue grabbed half of the leeks and stuffed them into Gu Qianchuan's bag of Chinese cabbage. "Why give me this? I can't take all the things you bought." After finishing shopping, Su Qinxue turned around and settled the matter of Gu Qianchuan giving her money when buying leeks. "But even if you give me leeks, I still can't cook it." Gu Qianchuan sighed secretly in his heart. Although these leeks were not worth much money, Su Qinxue was definitely not the kind of person who would take advantage of her friends, so there was no way he could get away with it. Chives are easy to handle. You can make the simplest scrambled eggs with chives, or you can roast them and eat them directly, or use them to make chive dumplings. I don't know what you said. You can learn how to make fried leeks and eggs. For example, it's very simple. You just need to fry the eggs until they are solidified and then serve them out. After the leeks are soft, add the eggs and season with a little salt. Want to cook? I can only cook those lazy dishes taught on the internet. I really can't cook. Gu Qianchuan really didn't lie about this. He used to watch videos of food bloggers, all of which were like, teach you how to make XXX in 3 minutes, XXX's dormitory recipe, and as long as you have a steamer at home, you can make XXX. He had tried to stir-fry a large green pepper before, but as soon as he put the pepper in, the oil splattered everywhere. Later, Gu Qianchuan asked in the comments section and found out that if you want to fry food without oil splashing, you must first use special kitchen absorbent paper to absorb the moisture on the surface. So instead of cooking, he prefers to learn those lazy methods taught on the internet. How about I put the chives in the refrigerator for a few days, and then you can come to my house and cook for me on National Day? No, leeks get old very easily, and it's best not to keep them in the refrigerator for more than 5 days. How about you just come to my house and do it at noon today? No, my mother is at home today. Then, in order to avoid wasting food, these leeks are yours first. Come to my house to cook when you have the chance. Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue agonized over a handful of leeks for a long time, but in the end, Gu Qianchuan gave it to Su Qinxue. Actually, you can come to my house whenever you need to cook and let me have a couple of meals. The chicken soup you made last time was quite delicious. To be honest, in the previous life, Gu Qianchuan did not hire Su Qinxue, but asked Gu Yun to send a servant from home, and the servant was responsible for cooking at night. In this life, he chose to let Su Qinxue be his little maid. Su Qinxue definitely could not stay at his house every day like those full-time nannies. All that was in Gu Qianchuan's mind were the lazy dishes he learned in his previous life, so most of the time he still had to go out to eat out. Although he had money to eat out, he could even eat at high-end restaurants where the shops were clean and no one dared to mess around. But food cooked outside is always cooked outside, and running around every day will make you forget the feeling of home. I can only cook a few simple dishes. I usually have to eat out at night, and the food out there isn't always clean. I just want to eat 2 more meals with you. Besides, we have a lot of those seasonings at home, and it would be a waste if we don't use them. You can do whatever you want in the kitchen then, and we can split the money for the ingredients equally, okay? Having said so much, Gu Qianchuan mainly wanted to spend more time with Su Qinxue. After all, when they were in school, in order to conceal their secret friendship, Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue did not communicate unless it was necessary, except for the time when they just arrived at school in the morning and during lunch. However, the senior high school students have too little vacation time every week, so Su Qinxue can only come to Gu Qianchuan's house every Sunday afternoon to clean and help him with his homework. That's not good. If I go to your house to cook every night, my mother will find out sooner or later. Because she has to go to Gu Qianchuan's house at least once a week, Su Qinxue is no longer very resistant to the matter of Gu Qianchuan's house. And she really liked the kitchen in Gu Qianchuan's house. It was clean and had all kinds of kitchen utensils and seasonings. For example, the last time I went to his house to make chicken soup, he had cooking wine, ginger slices and other things to help remove the fishy smell when processing the chicken. Unlike when she was at home, the blood from the chicken was particularly difficult to deal with. And that pressure cooker is really convenient. Su Qinxue stewed the chicken in an ordinary pot at home for 2 hours, but it was not as mushy as the day she stewed the chicken in a pressure cooker at Gu Qianchuan's house for 40 minutes. If possible, she would also like to go to Gu Qianchuan's house to cook dinner more often. The problem is that although her mother Feng Nan may not come home for dinner at night because of her double shift work, that is not absolute. What if one day at dinner time she suddenly wants to go home and finds out that Su Qinxue is not at home cooking? How should she explain it then? It's okay. I don't ask you to come every night. You just need to come to my house when you are sure your mother is not at home. Just like we did in school, 2 people do it quietly, no one will find out. Even if your mother finds out once, you can just say that you had an exam that afternoon and got out late, so you had a meal outside. How about we stop doing this from now on? Gu Qianchuan's whispers rang in Su Qinxue's ears, like a devil seducing people to fall, full of temptation. Besides, the chicken soup Sheshue made last time tasted very good. I really like your cooking skills. Although people who cook frequently know that stewing chicken soup does not require much technical skills, Gu Qianchuan feels that if we only look at this simple chicken soup, the soup stewed by Su Qinxue is more delicious than that made by the chef in his hometown. Of course, there may be psychological factors at work, but Gu Qianchuan does prefer the taste of Su Qinxue's cooking. Okay, then take half of what you brought back home, and I'll come to your house to make it tomorrow. As she spoke, Su Qinxue stuffed the leeks that Gu Qianchuan had just returned to her back into Gu Qianchuan's plastic bag. Can't you come tonight? Mom is home tonight, so we'll be exposed. Come back tomorrow. I'm sorry, Mom. Sheshue is a bad girl. She simply couldn't resist the temptation to go to the house of the boy she liked and cook in his favorite kitchen. Okay, see you at school this afternoon. Now Gu Qianchuan and Su Qinxue have left the crowded vegetable market and bought the ingredients they need. Wait, I can go to Qianchuan's house to cook, but I have a request. What do you want? When I go to your house to cook dinner, it can only be considered a mutual benefit, not overtime, so I won't wear a maid outfit when I cook. Su Qinxue has gotten used to going to Gu Qianchuan's house, but the only thing she can't get used to is that awkward maid outfit. Oh, all right. It is naturally a very regrettable thing that we cannot see the campus beauty of Su Qinxue University in her maid form every day. But since he couldn't catch the rabbit at the cost of the child, Gu Qianchuan had no choice but to compromise. You're still sighing. Su Qinxue got angry when she saw Gu Qianchuan sighing, and felt that this pervert had bad intentions. Gu Qianchuan looked at Su Qinxue in front of him with her cheeks puffed up in anger, and wondered when he could rub the girl's little face. Chapter 41, All Great Supplements. After buying vegetables at the market on Mid-Autumn Festival, Gu Qianchuan suggested to Su Qinxue that she should come to his house more often to cook when Feng Nan was not at home. His plan was very successful. After that, Su Qinxue would come to Gu Qianchuan's house to cook every other day. If Gu Qianchuan has any problems with his studies, he can also take this opportunity to ask Su Qinxue. Although Su Qinxue would not wear a maid outfit in his house during this time, Gu Qianchuan still felt very happy. However, a problem now arose that caused Gu Qianchuan a little trouble. Xiexue. Thinking of this, Gu Qianchuan walked into the kitchen. What's wrong, Chikawa? Su Qinxue is now wearing her school uniform and apron, cooking dinner in Gu Qianchuan's kitchen, humming a beautiful melody. It would be hard for Su Qinxue not to be happy to be able to show off her cooking skills in such a perfect kitchen and cook for the boy she likes. Unfortunately, the National Day holiday will start after the last half day of school tomorrow, and according to the contract, if she comes to Gu Qianchuan's house during the holiday, it will be regarded as working time. By then she would have to put on that maid outfit, which no matter how much Gu Qianchuan liked her, she could not get used to. So annoying. I wonder if the dinners I had these past 2 days were a bit too filling. The first day Su Qinxue came to Gu Qianchuan's house, she made chicken soup. And the day before yesterday when she came to his house, she used the leeks she bought during the Mid-Autumn Festival and made him scrambled eggs with leeks. And during the last cooking process, she was surprised to find that there were deer antlers in Gu Qianchuan's kitchen. So tonight, she brought some pork kidneys that she had bought at some unknown time, and planned to make a big pot of antler gamma pork kidney noodle soup. We are currently at the stage of boiling the antler gamma pork kidney soup base. Gu Qianchuan was very angry because he had eaten so much for dinner in the past few days. As a result, today's dinner was again this deer antler maker pork kidney noodle soup, which was more nutritious than any previous dinner. Gu Qianchuan is 18 years old and has a strong body and energy, and he eats these things every day. There is even a beautiful lady in an apron at home. Is this because he is afraid that his health is not good enough? Is it very nourishing? A little bit. Su Qinxue briefly recalled the dishes she had cooked at Gu Qianchuan's house in the past few nights. These dishes are very nutritious. Because my brother is too weak, I am afraid that he will not get enough nutrition for lunch in the hospital, so I will try to make more nutritious dishes in the evening. Su Qinxue explained to Gu Qianchuan. Although Su Qinxue and her mother Feng Nan just eat some steamed buns at home for breakfast and eat at school and the company respectively at noon, they often prepare a more sumptuous dinner because they have to give it to Su Qinxuan in the hospital. Su Qinxuan's physical condition is not ideal now, and it is time for him to supplement more. Are these dishes not to Qianchuan's liking? No. To be honest, they are all delicious. Please continue. Although Su Qinxue would consider a lot about nutrition when cooking dinner, the taste was indeed not ambiguous at all. Every time she came here to cook, Gu Qianchuan, who was eating with her, felt very comfortable. These things are great treasures for suffering patients or elderly people, but for the 18-year-old Gu Qianchuan, they are really too much. To the extent that Gu Qianchuan now cannot sleep well at night, and after his rebirth, he picked up his craft again. The soup will be ready soon. I'll take out the soup first and then put the noodles in. Gu Qianchuan looked at the soup base in the pot, which was very friendly to the majority of male compatriots, and then looked at Su Qinxue, who was boiling water in another pot to prepare noodles. He could only say that it was the right decision for this little girl not to wear a maid outfit. Otherwise, little Gu Qianchuan would probably thrive on the spot with these nutrients. Remember, you are all senior high school students now, and there are only 250 days left until the college entrance examination. The 3 days of National Day are not for you to have fun. You should adjust your study status more. Nowadays, the requirements for academic qualifications in this society are getting higher and higher, and they are becoming more and more stringent. What you work hard for this year will be rewarded with a lifetime of happiness. The last class before the National Day holiday happened to be English class. Their head teacher Jiang Yonghui stopped teaching 5 minutes before the holiday and began to do ideological work for the students in Class 7 of Grade 12 who were about to go on holiday. Also, our city's first mock exam will be held on October 15th. The week after the exam results are released, there will be a parents' meeting. Please don't slack off in your studies just because you're on vacation. Having said this, Jiang Yonghui also asked the class representatives of each subject to go to the podium and write down the National Day homework of each subject on the blackboard, and said that if he heard from any teacher that a certain student did not do his holiday homework seriously, he would definitely deal with it seriously. Qianchuan, when are we going to celebrate our National Day? Jiang Yonghui was still talking about safety precautions during the holidays at the podium, while Su Qinxue was quietly talking to Gu Qianchuan. Let me think. I might not be free until October 3rd. Gu Qianchuan thought about it and realized that he had a lot of important things to do during this National Day, and he might only meet Su Qinxue on the last day of the holiday. I see, there's only one day. Su Qinxue lowered her head. The innocent girl herself did not realize that she was already vaguely looking forward to going to Gu Qianchuan's house. However, when she found out that she could only see him on the last day of the holiday, she couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. It's okay. You can come to my house in the morning on the 3rd and bring your books with you. We can study all day then. The girl's little disappointment naturally did not escape the boy's eyes. Okay. After making an appointment with Gu Qianchuan to meet on October 3rd, the holiday bell rang. Drive, Jibo. The first thing Gu Qianchuan wants to do during this National Day holiday is naturally to go home. After quickly changing out of his school uniform in his apartment, he took the 911 home. Chapter 42 Today's Food at the Gu family. Gu Qianchuan finished school at noon today. When he returned home, there were only a few servants at home. Father Gu Yun and mother Tingnan are still working, and sister Gu Qianchuan is said to have a class in the afternoon. The family finally decided to eat out tonight, so Gu Qianchuan spent the entire afternoon catching up on his National Day homework. At night, Gu Qianchuan no longer drove the Porsche 911 that he used to keep a low profile. Instead, he drove a Lamborghini to take Gu Qianchuan to the dinner place. Today, the Gu family chose a Michelin restaurant that specializes in seafood for dinner. After the waiter in a suit at the door helped open the heavy glass door, what came into view was an arc-shaped screen made of dark blue and gold colors, inlaid with fine shell fragments. Walking around the screen, the layout of the entire restaurant slowly unfolds like a carefully designed painting. The main colors of the restaurant are deep sea blue and ivory white. The walls are painted in dark blue, matched with several abstract wave art paintings, giving people a sense of tranquility as if they were at the bottom of the sea. There are several huge crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, and the refraction of light is like sunlight penetrating the sea, casting mottled light and shadows. In the center of the restaurant is a huge open aquarium. Various rare marine creatures are swimming in the transparent glass walls, including king crabs, dragon fish, and grouper. Their scales sparkle with a metallic luster under the light. Gu Qianchuan really likes watching the activities of these small underwater animals. Of course, they will be even cuter when they are served up later. The aquarium is surrounded by several groups of semicircular booths. The seats are made of dark blue velvet and the backrests are embroidered with delicate wave patterns, which are both comfortable and luxurious. The seat near the window is one of the highlights of the restaurant. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is an artificial shallow water landscape with several lotus-shaped floating lights floating on the water. At night, the lights are reflected on the water, like the reflection of the Milky Way. On the right side of the restaurant is a semi-open bar, which is made of dark solid wood and brass. On the bar are rows of crystal-clear wine glasses and various wine bottles. The most eye-catching thing is a small stage at the end of the restaurant. There is a black grand piano on the stage, and someone will play on it when it is dinner time. The layout of the entire restaurant focuses on privacy. Each dining table is separated by translucent gauze curtains or green plants, which ensures the privacy of the guests without appearing too closed. The consumption in such a restaurant is quite exaggerated, and the minimum consumption is 5 people. It's so bad that most people would run away after mistakenly entering and asking the price. It is said that this restaurant has dishes that are not written on the menu, and each dish alone costs a minimum of 7 figures, but the Gu family never dares to order them for fear of being caught. Their family definitely would not have dinner in the hall, so Gu Qianchuan went straight to the private room on the second floor. The lobby of this restaurant is open to everyone, and anyone can order food as long as they bring enough money. The private rooms on the second floor are only open to a very small number of members. If Gu Qianchuan hadn't had Gu Qianchuan with him to help verify his information, the security guards probably wouldn't have let him go to the second floor. When you push open the heavy wooden door of the private room, the first thing that comes into view is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass wall. Behind the glass wall is a small aquarium. But unlike the aquarium on the first floor, the aquarium on the second floor contains more ornamental fish such as goldfish and flounder, which are not on the menu. A custom-made crystal chandelier hangs on the ceiling of the private room. The refraction of the light is like starlight, which complements the wave patterns on the wall, creating a feeling of being in the deep sea. In the center of the private room is a round solid wood dining table with a tabletop made of a whole piece of natural marble. Around the table are 4 high-backed dining chairs prepared according to the number of diners. The chair seats are made of velvet, which is both comfortable and luxurious. Now Ji Yun, and Ting Nan and Gu Qianchuan have all taken their seats, and standing next to them is an exclusive waiter in a British suit. The person sitting closest to the door was Gu Qianchuan's elder sister, Gu Qianchuan. I have to say that the Gu family has really good genes. Gu Qianchuan is a handsome boy with delicate skin and tender flesh, and Gu Qianchuan is also a beautiful girl who has had many suitors since her student days. She has a snow-white oval face with slightly round cheeks and a very sweet appearance. Her big eyes are dark and bright, and there is a smile at the corners of her mouth. Compared with Gu Qianchuan 10 years later, she is less mature and heroic at this moment, but more pure and playful. After all, she is still a college student and has not yet started to control lightning in the workplace, so her temperament is still a little lacking. I miss you so much, bro. As soon as they entered the room, Gu Qianchuan, who was closest to Gu Qianchuan, rushed up and wanted to give Gu Qianchuan a bear hug. However, Gu Qianchuan, who had been forewarned, did not give any face and moved flexibly, successfully avoiding Gu Qianchuan's attack. And Gu Qianchuan failed to break in time and almost hit the doorpost. Hey! You treat your sister like this after not seeing her for so long. Seeing that Gu Qianchuan dodged her non-locking skill, Gu Qianchuan activated her locking skill again, directly locking the man and hugging Gu Qianchuan's neck with both arms from behind. No, sister, I was wrong, please let me go. Really, just looking at the way Gu Qianchuan always took out her anger on Gu Qianchuan at home, it is hard to imagine that she will be the designated heir to the Gu group in the future. My sister is a really amazing creature. No matter how stunningly beautiful she is, as her younger brother, Gu Qianchuan now only wants to find an opportunity to kill her. Alright, stop making trouble. Xiaoqiu, let's Sichuan go. Seeing Gu Qianchuan showing a painful expression, and Ting Nan quickly ordered to stop the intimate contact between the siblings. Now that everyone is here, let's start serving the food. After Gu Qianchuan took his seat, Gu Yun began to call on the waiters to serve the dishes. After receiving the instructions, the waiter left the private room and used the intercom to call the kitchen staff to prepare to serve the dishes. Qianchuan, I heard from your sister that you have been studying very hard recently. Are you worried about something recently? While waiting for the food to be served, Gu Yun asked Gu Qianchuan with a serious expression. Trouble? I feel fine. Gu Qianchuan thought about it. Recently, Jiang Xiao and Li Yu had not bothered him. His relationship with Su Qinxue was also progressing steadily. Occasionally, when he had difficulties in studying, the campus beauty of Sichuan University would help him solve them. Everything you eat tastes delicious, you are in good health, and you don't have any worries. No, the point is why Ji Yun felt that he was worried. Is there really nothing wrong? For example, what happened to stimulate you to figure it out and start studying so hard? As he said this, Ji Yun cast a concerned look at Gu Qianchuan. This made Gu Qianchuan think of the eyes of care for the mentally retarded joke in the future. But when Ji Yun said this, Gu Qianchuan understood. It turned out that Ji Yun was frightened by the fact that he started to study seriously, which made him feel that Gu Qianchuan was stimulated by something. It's really nothing. I just had an epiphany after entering the 3rd year of high school, okay. Gu Qianchuan picked up a cup of unknown drink on his table and took a sip. If we have to say what stimulated Gu Qianchuan, it could only be the things he experienced in the 10 years before his rebirth. But we can't talk about his rebirth casually. Okay, let's just leave it like this for now. Even though Gu Qianchuan explained in every possible way, Ji Yuyun still felt that he must have suffered some major shock. The same went for Tingnan and Gu Qianchuan. Gu Qianchuan was still wondering if it had anything to do with Jiang Xiao. After telling this story, the waiter also served the family the appetizers of the seafood feast, which was a little salted chicken, smoked fish and stir-fried shrimp. While eating the appetizer, Gu Qianchuan was thinking about what to do tonight. Chapter 43, When in doubt, rely on your parents first. Dad, I have something I want to discuss with you. After enjoying a seafood feast in a seafood restaurant where he ate a king crab cooked in 10 ways, 9 of which combined were not as filling as the remaining king crab fried rice, Gu Qianchuan came to the study to find Ji Yuyun in the evening. Please wait for me for a moment. I still have some work to deal with. At this time, Ji Yuyun was wearing glasses and sitting on a sandalwood chair facing the desktop computer in the study, with several paper documents at hand. Oh well. Gu Qianchuan knew that Ji Yuyun's myopia was not severe and he basically did not wear glasses normally. He would only wear glasses when he was working seriously, for fear that he would make mistakes in reading the words. His father was still working hard, so Gu Qianchuan naturally wouldn't disturb him. But Gu Qianchuan saw that Ji Yuyun had quite a lot of documents on hand, and he didn't know how long he would have to finish working. And what he wants to say tonight must be told to Ji Yuyun tonight. So Gu Qianchuan went back to his room, took out his National Day homework, and went directly to the study to do his homework, waiting for Ji Yuyun to busy himself with his work. In order not to disturb Ji Yuyun's thinking, Gu Qianchuan moved very quietly throughout the whole process, so much so that Ji Yuyun, who was concentrating on processing documents, did not notice that Gu Qianchuan was still in the study at first. After he finished processing a document in his hand and changed his sitting position, he noticed Gu Qianchuan, who was also studying hard in the study. Being able to work in the study with his playboy son, such a scene made Ji Yuyun think that he had been working too long and had hallucinations in his mind. You know, in the past, every time Gu Qianchuan came to Ji Yuyun for some trivial matters, he would not care at all whether Ji Yuyun was busy with work at the time and would interrupt his train of thought. But after Ji Yuyun rubbed his eyes, Gu Qianchuan was still sitting at the desk on the other side, and he seemed to be studying very seriously, and didn't notice that Ji Yuyun was staring at him. In terms of career, Ji Yuyun has been quite successful. Now his biggest wish is that his family can be healthy and safe, without quarrels or resentments. It has to be said that Ji Yuyun prefers Gu Qianchuan the way he is now. Qianchuan, what was it that you just said you wanted to discuss with me? Seeing that there was not much work left, Ji Yuyun decided to listen to what Gu Qianchuan had to say first. Dad, let me show you a video first. Gu Qianchuan opened a downloaded video on his mobile phone and put it in front of Ji Yuyun. Hello everyone, I'm Naishuing, a medical student. This is a video of Naishuing asking for help online. What is this for? Ji Yuyun was a little confused. Why did this kid Gu Qianchuan give this female medical student with haggard eyes to him? Let's talk after we finish reading it. Gu Qianchuan did not explain. He knew that after Ji Yuyun watched the entire video, he would understand his intention. Today, I stand here not only for myself but also for those patients who are suffering from skin diseases. Over the last year, I have researched a rare skin disease and discovered a possible treatment. These are my research data at the time. Every page records my efforts and hard work. Thank you to everyone who is willing to listen and help me. I believe that justice may be late, but it will never be absent. The video has finished playing. Academic plagiarism. Interesting. After watching the entire video, Ji Yuyun touched his chin thoughtfully. Recently, he has also heard about many cases of academic plagiarism, the most typical of which is a tutor plagiarizing a student's paper. The current legal standards for determining academic plagiarism are very vague. In addition, the instructors who do this are often people with some status in the Chinese academic community, and students in school are basically unable to resist. But I still don't understand why you showed me this video. Do you know this person? No, but I'm very interested in her research project. Gu Qianchuan's words made Ji Yuyun turn the video back to take another look. The document in the video reads, Research on New Skin Disease No. L101 inch. You know medicine. I don't understand, but a classmate of mine has a brother who has this disease, and this medical student seems to have made a breakthrough in this area. My classmate's younger brother? Which classmate? Gu Qianchuan was not popular in school, and Gu Yun actually knew this. I don't know which classmate could make him so concerned. Gu Yun felt that there was at least a 90% chance that the other person was a female classmate. So, you're planning on asking me to help this medical student in the video. But Gu Yun was in a good mood today, so no matter whether Gu Qianchuan had ulterior motives or not, he wanted to listen. That's right. Gu Qianchuan nodded. In the past few days, he has thought of many ways to prevent Naishuin from leaving China to develop abroad, but now, apart from his identity as the young master of the Gu family, Gu Qianchuan is just a high school student. Whether it was helping Naishuin prove that academic plagiarism had indeed occurred or finding a way to keep her in the country, these were not areas he was good at. In this case, if Gu Qianchuan wants to handle this matter well, he cannot abandon his identity as the eldest son of the Gu family. When encountering a problem that he cannot solve, asking his father Gu Yun for help is the only solution Gu Qianchuan can think of at the moment. Dad, I hope you can solve this academic plagiarism case and then sponsor this medical student so that she can have enough energy and conditions to overcome this skin disease in China. Gu Qianchuan pointed at Naishuin, whose eyes were full of fighting spirit in the video, and pleaded with his father Gu Yun. Chapter 44 A Good Deal. Well, I can understand your desire to help her, or to help your classmate's brother, but as far as I know, the funding required for medical research is not low, so I can't act rashly. To put it bluntly, Gu Yun could express sympathy for Naishuin, whose paper was plagiarized by her supervisor, because she was indeed pitiful. But Gu Qianchuan wanted him to invest in Naishuin's research project, which Gu Yun was not interested in for the time being. Moreover, he had just carefully read Naishuin's information. The medical equipment needed to complete her research were among the best in the world. Most of this equipment is currently in the hands of the United States and neighboring island countries, although it does have procurement channels and economic strength. But why should Gu Yun buy those expensive imported medical equipment for a female doctor of medicine who only seemed to be quite capable? According to Gu Yun's prediction, the probability of Naishuin's research failing is greater than 99%, and even if she succeeds in the end, Gu Yun will not make much money. At most, it's for a good reputation. If he really wanted to spend money to improve his reputation, instead of investing the money in a medical experiment that is still in the paper stage, wouldn't it be better to use it directly for charity? The gap between risk and reward is not small. Gu Yun didn't know why. Even his stupid son should know such a simple truth. But Gu Qianchuan seemed to trust this medical student whom he had never met. That's true. Gu Qianchuan knew that as a mature businessman, Gu Yun would definitely not be foolish enough to invest in a project that he did not understand and knew had a high probability of losing money. So if he wants to agree to sponsor Naishuin, he must use something else in exchange. Dad, I have a proposal. In order to get Gu Yun to agree, Gu Qianchuan decided to take the risk. You say? In 2 weeks, the first mock exam of City S will be held. If I can get into the top 600 in the school, you will help Naishuin solve the problem of academic plagiarism and fund her to complete her ideas in the paper. How do you think? If you want Gu Yun to help Naishuin overcome the difficulties, it is definitely not enough to rely solely on the value of Naishuin's paper. But Gu Qianchuan knew that although his father Gu Yun had now given up the idea of educating Gu Qianchuan, he actually still hoped that he could become a successful person. It was quite appropriate to exchange his progress for his father's support. Oh, the first 600. After hearing the new conditions proposed by Gu Qianchuan, Gu Yun became interested in this matter. Although the amount of money needed to sponsor Naishuin is very high, it is just a drop in the bucket for the current Gu family. If Gu Qianchuan could find the motivation to move forward just with this little money, then it would be the best profit for Gu Yun as his father. If I remember correctly, there should be about 800 people in your grade now, right? That's right. Gu Qianchuan was a little surprised. The Blue Ocean Middle School where he is currently studying is also considered a provincial key high school in Province S. There are currently nearly 800 students in their senior year. What surprised Gu Qianchuan was that his father actually knew that there were 800 people in their grade. In the past, Gu Qianchuan often quarreled with Gu Yun because he didn't want to study. After they had a big quarrel in junior high school, Gu Yun never cared about Gu Qianchuan's studies, except when he graduated from junior high school and Ji Yun found a way to get him into Blue Ocean High School. However, having said that, Gu Yun still knew roughly how many students there were in Gu Qianchuan's class of 2013. This shows that his father doesn't care about his grades, he is just trying to avoid unnecessary family quarrels. After understanding this, Gu Qianchuan once again deeply realized how inhuman he was in the past. 600 people. Can you really do that? Gu Yun was very suspicious. The admission rate of Blue Ocean Middle School is relatively high in S-City, but it is not the highest. If you want to study in Blue Ocean Middle School, you either have to meet the requirements in the high school entrance examination, or, like Gu Qianchuan, your parents have to pay to get in. Each class of the school consists of about 800 top students, including those with connections, and in the end at least 650 of these 800 people are admitted to undergraduate programs. These 650 people are basically students who entered through the normal high school entrance examination process, and the score gap between them and the students at the bottom of the grade can be said to be outrageous. Among the students with the worst grades who got in by paying money, Gu Qianchuan's basic level is considered to be very poor, and it can even be said that he has no foundation at all. Although there are only 200 people between the 800th and the 600th, the gap between them is definitely larger than the gap between the 100th and the 600th. It is almost impossible for Gu Qianchuan to sprint from the last place in the grade to the 600th place in one go. Unless. But how can I be sure that the results you got in this exam are your true results, and not the result of cheating? Although Ji Yun was quite satisfied with Gu Qianchuan's performance these days, and he seemed to be studying really hard recently, Ji Yun really didn't want to doubt Gu Qianchuan. But he still didn't think that Gu Qianchuan's grades could improve so much in just 1 month, unless he cheated. How is that possible, Dad? The seat numbers for every major exam in our school are assigned according to grades. My exam room is full of idiots like me. I can't find anyone suitable to copy from. If you still don't believe me, you can say hello to our class teacher and ask him to supervise me at any time. In short, I promise that I will not cheat. Gu Qianchuan also knew that Gu Yun didn't have much trust in him, so it was understandable that Gu Yun suspected that he would cheat. Regarding this point, all he could do was to dispel Gu Yun's concerns as much as possible. There was no other way. How about this, at 50 more? If you can get into the top 550 in the grade without cheating, I will promise to help this medical student solve her academic plagiarism problem and provide her with financial support. In addition, I can also invite the best dermatology medical team in the country to assist her in her research. Every year, about 650 students from Lanhai Middle School are admitted to undergraduate programs, but Ji Yun requires Gu Qianchuan, who has always been at the bottom of the class, to be in the top 550 in the grade. This is almost an impossible task for Gu Qianchuan now. But Ji Yun didn't quite understand why. He always had a hunch that Gu Qianchuan really had a chance to do it, and his hunch was always very accurate. If he could just spend this few bucks, he could get this useless son of his back on the right track in life. That is definitely a good deal for Ji Yun, who is both a businessman and a father. Chapter 45 Visiting Su Qinxue. You are really learning. In Gu Qianchuan's room, his sister Gu Qianchue complained a little. She had originally planned to ask Gu Qianchuan to log in to play League of Legends together tonight, but after sending a message to Gu Qianchuan, she didn't receive a reply for 10 minutes, so she went straight to Gu Qianchuan's room. After finding Gu Qianchuan, she realized that this little brother was studying hard and had thrown his cell phone beside the bed, so he didn't notice the message Gu Qianchue sent him. Gu Qianchuan had previously told Gu Qianchue on the phone that he wanted to apply to Chiming University as he was in his senior year of high school. He spoke very seriously at that time, so after the phone call, Gu Qianchue actually believed that her younger brother intended to study seriously. But she still felt that Gu Qianchuan's talk of studying hard might only be a flash in the pan and he wouldn't be able to keep it up for too long. As a result, even during the National Day holiday, Gu Qianchuan was still obsessed with studying. So, Gu Qianchue simply stayed in Gu Qianchuan's room, lying on his big bed and reading comics. Come to think of it, the comic she read today was quite interesting. The background setting of this comic story at the beginning is very fresh. It tells the story of a 60-year-old richest man in the country who suddenly gets into a car accident in the future. When the richest man was about to be sent for emergency treatment, his wife signed an agreement to give up rescue and swallowed up all his property. His wife was the richest man's sweetheart who had been pursuing him since his student days until he graduated from college. The only way she impressed the richest man during his student days was with a piece of chocolate. Before the richest man died, he learned that the Valentine's Day gift was not given by his current wife at all. The person who actually gave him the chocolate was his little classmate who came from a poor family. The moment he learned the truth, the richest man, who was already a candle in the wind, began to tremble with anger and eventually died with hatred in his heart. But he wasn't dead. He should have died, but when the richest man opened his eyes again, he was reborn at the age of 18. This time, he decisively gave up his wife Bai Yueguang and turned to pursue his lovely little deskmate. The follow-up of the comic is also very interesting. It is very satisfying to see the richest man madly killing Bai Yueguang after his rebirth. It is also very sweet to see him interacting with his little classmate. The cartoonist's painting skills are very superb. Various storyboards can be used as emoticons, which made Gu Qianchuan giggle on the bed. As a result, Gu Qianchuan didn't know how many times he turned over on Gu Qianchuan's bed and changed how many comic reading postures he had. His two long white legs were dangling back and forth, but Gu Qianchuan didn't even turn around to look at him once. I completely entered a state of not paying attention to the outside world and focusing on reading the books of sages. Her brother must be possessed by some foul thing. Are you coming to play games tonight? If not, I'll go back to my room. Gu Qianchuan felt a little bored staying in Gu Qianchuan's room, so he decided to leave. No, I'm a little tired today. I'll probably go to bed after I finish this unit. Gu Qianchuan is currently studying the part of biology related to genes. The life and death struggle with Mendel is considered a difficult and important part of this subject and is quite troublesome. Considering that he had something to deal with outside tomorrow, Gu Qianchuan finished the huge amount of National Day homework assigned by the teacher today, and he really didn't have the energy to accompany Gu Qianchuan to fight in the Summoner's Rift. Tomorrow night, I should be able to relax a little. Okay, I'll ask the servant to bring you some fruit. Go to bed early after you finish studying. After confirming that her brother really didn't come to play games with her because he was studying hard, Gu Qianchuan tactfully returned to her room. On the first day of National Day in 2015, which was October 1st, Gu Qianchuan decided to go to Ward 322 of S City First Hospital to visit Su Qinxue's younger brother Su Qinxue. Speaking of which, up to now, Gu Qianchuan doesn't even know what Su Qinxue's younger brother Su Qinxue looks like. After all, after graduating from high school, the next time Gu Qianchuan saw Su Qinxue was at her funeral, and her younger brother Su Qinxue died a few years earlier than her. There are acquaintances of the Gu family in the First People's Hospital of S City where Su Qinxue is currently staying, so it is quite easy for him to visit Su Qinxue. However, Gu Qianchuan hopes that this time he visits Su Qinxue without revealing his identity. According to the content of Su Qinxue's diary in the future, Gu Qianchuan learned that on October 1, 2015, Su Qinxue did a thorough cleaning at home and then took a day off. And the person who will come to their hospital to take care of Su Qinxue on this day will undoubtedly be Feng Nan. So he didn't need to worry that his secret visit to her brother Su Qinxue would be discovered. But there is a problem now. Although Su Qinxue or Feng Nan usually come to look after Su Qinxue at dinner time, during this statutory National Day holiday, Gu Qianchuan cannot fully predict Feng Nan's actions. It is not impossible for her to stay with Su Qinxue in the ward for the whole day. To be honest, Gu Qianchuan currently doesn't want to tell Feng Nan that he is dating Su Qinxue. After all, the gap between their family and Gu Qianchuan's Gu family is really huge. If Feng Nan knew about this too early, it might cause unnecessary panic. Visiting Su Qinxue for a while when there was no one else around was his best option now. So given these two conditions, we know that Su Qinxue is definitely not in Ward 322, and Feng Nan may be in Ward 322. What is the best thing to do? Gu Qianchuan's plan was that when he went to the hospital to visit Su Qinxue later in the afternoon, he would directly open the door and walk into Ward 322 to observe the situation. If Su Qinxue was the only person in the ward, Gu Qianchuan would talk to Su Qinxue alone and observe his condition. If Su Qinxue and Feng Nan were inside, he would just pretend that he had walked into the wrong ward and leave quickly. Anyway, Feng Nan didn't know Gu Qianchuan now, so it didn't seem to matter if his face was seen. Even if Feng Nan happened to talk about this with Su Qinxue, she could only say, a handsome guy seemed to have walked into the wrong ward. Neither Xiexue nor she would know that the person who came here was Gu Qianchuan. Perfect plan. Thinking of this, on the morning of October 1st, after having breakfast with his family at home, Gu Qianchuan walked out of the house. In addition to not wanting to expose this action to Su Qinxue, he also didn't want to let his family know that he was going to visit Su Qinxue for the time being. However, there was a very abstract thing that there was no taxi at all near the Gu family mansion. In the end, Gu Qianchuan could only tell the Gu family servants that he had to go back to their high-end apartment today, and asked someone to drive him there, and then walk to the First People's Hospital of S City. While walking on the road, Gu Qianchuan took out his mobile phone and searched what kind of flowers would be best to send to visit a patient, and then bought a bunch of lilies, whose flower language means health, at a roadside flower shop.